Sandy?
Hello, Cecile.
Hi. I was just finishing breakfast. And...
Yeah, me too.
Oh. Then we're in sync, huh?
How are you?
I'm fine. I'm coming home today, so in other words, I'm terrific.
That's good.
Yeah, I've tried very hard to become a well person. I didn't want to walk down the aisle with a walker, you know.
A walker?
You know, one of those metal things that people use who are unsteady on their feet.
Yeah, right.
Wouldn't that look funny? I mean, walking down the aisle with a walker. Do they even have aisles in civil ceremonies?
I really couldn't say, Cecile.
Well, we'll find out today, won't we? You haven't forgotten that today's the day we set for that ceremony Brian is so insistent on.
No, I haven't forgotten, Cecile.
Well, what time can I expect you?
Late afternoon, if that's okay.
It means another 6 or 7 hours, but I'll try to bear up.
Well, you do that.
I love you.
I'll see you this afternoon.
Okay.
Jenny, wake up. Wake up, come on.
What time is it?
I don't know, 8 o'clock. Come on, please wake up. You have to.
Why?
Because there's something I want to do before we go to work.
Well, that sounds good to me.
It's not what I mean.
Well, you said something about wanting to do something.
Can't we do other things besides that?
Yeah, but when you do one thing so well, why diversify?
Look, I want to talk to you seriously, please.
Well, what could be serious at 8 o'clock in the morning?
I'm serious. It's 6 o'clock this morning. That's how long I've been up worrying. It's about us getting married and about what Steve thinks.
Well, probably say, go ahead.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm worried about. You know, he tells me that I'm his daughter, right?
Yeah.
Well, he doesn't treat me like he treats his other daughter. He is so concerned about Lady Di staying pure and virginal. He doesn't care about that with me. Why is that? I mean, look, we stayed in his penthouse and slept in his penthouse, and he even knew about it, and he didn't say anything.
Oh, wait. You were complaining before that your mother said things, and now you're complaining that Steve doesn't, right?
You missed the point. The point is he doesn't treat me the way he treats Diana, and I want to know why he isn't as strict with me.
Well, you're a few years older than she is, and you've also never presented her that sort of picture to him, you know.
Picture? Wait a minute, what picture? What? Tell me.
Well, you've never come off as some kind of super pure kid, so he never expected that of you.
You see? See what I mean? Well, I'm going to change all that.
Change?
Yeah, I'm not sleeping over here anymore. And we are going to announce our engagement officially, and we're going to do everything by the book now.
Who wrote this book, Decide?
And that means that you're going to ask Steve for my hand in marriage.
You're kidding.
No, I'm not kidding, because you see, I want you to ask him today, because I want everything before Diana beats me to it, even a garden wedding in his garden.
Well, wait. It's cold out there. You're planning on wearing a goose-down wedding dress?
No, we'll wait till it's warm. This summer.
You're talking about waiting 6 months.
Jenny, we're going to start doing things properly. And a 6-month engagement, I think that's proper.
Oh, okay. Well, as long as we're being proper, could we have a little fun off the record? Huh?
Well, isn't off the record fun of this kind?
Is brought to you by Mild Ivory Liquid. Ivory Liquid's mildness helps your head stay young looking.
doing those exercises much better now, Harry.
Yeah.
Don't you feel stronger?
Yeah, a little bit.
Your EKGs are looking good, too.
I guess I must be getting used to this place. You know, when I first came here, I just looked upon it as a kind of prison.
That's not an unusual reaction.
Yeah.
You have a treat today.
What could that be?
The oxygen tubes are coming out of your nose.
I never thought I'd see the day when getting a couple of oxygen tubes out of my nose would be a treat. Marion, what about sitting up?
How does an hour sound?
Can I pick the time?
Sure.
Noontime.
Okay.
Would you call my wife, Loretta, and ask her to get a hold of Joe Masterson, get him over here for lunch?
Harry, you know you're only supposed to be visited by family in this unit.
Yeah, but Joe Masterson, he's a kind of a brother to me.
All right. I'll let you get away with it this time. Only just 5 minutes and no lunch.
Spoken like a true warden.
You better start washing up.
Have a good day, sweetie.
Okay.
Oh,
What's this?
cookies,
Cookies. What kind?
peanut butter and coconut milk with.
Thanks.
For Bob Morgan.
Bob. No, thank you.
I want you to give these to him.
What for?
I'm trying to win him over. Come on.
I don't want to. Clarice, you're taking unfair advantage.
I know. There's 23 cookies in here, and I'm going to call Bob later to make sure he gets all 23. And maybe if you're a little friendly to him, maybe he'll give you some.
All right, I better get going.
Oh, Larry. My appointment with the doctor's today. And I just thought I'd tell you that. You might want to call up or stop by and find out whatever there is to find out. Oh, hi, Mrs. Ziegler. I know, I'm just afraid it might bring on another heart attack.
Well, I've been talking to your husband's physician about this, and we came to the conclusion that the anxiety of not knowing what's going on with the strike is more likely to hurt him than a few minutes with Mr. Masterson. Of course, I would have to tell Mr. Masterson how important it is to keep Harry calm.
If you can figure out a way to keep Harry calm, well, you'll manage to pull off something I've never been able to do. Harry has always been ready to ignite at a moment's notice. I mean, ever since we've been married. Our son Pete's the same way.
His heart attack should have been enough to convince him.
Well, he may talk about it dramatically, but I think in his head he thinks of it as something like a bad ulcer attack.
Maybe you should make an appointment with Emily Cole. She's a doctor in our psychiatric unit who specializes in helping the chronically ill and their families.
Well, I don't know. I've always been scared of doctors like that.
I promise you she's no one to be afraid of.
Sorry, can I talk to you?
Sure, just a second.
Okay.
I'd like to arrange that appointment with you, Mrs. Shea.
Well, I'll think about it.
Sure. Sure, I'll be back in touch with you.
Thank you. Thanks for everything.
Hi.
Hi, how you doing?
Fine, busy, fine. Life's changing a mile a minute. Have you heard about my mother?
No, what?
She's going to New York. She's going to be working for Mac from there.
New York? She wants to go there?
Well, ever since she read Jamie's book, yeah. She couldn't face anyone in Bay City after that.
Oh, it hasn't been the most popular book. I had to patch him up last night.
Patch him up from what?
Well, let's just say that Sandy gave him a nonverbal response to the book.
Is he all right?
Well, he's not going to be posing for any pictures, but he'll survive. Speaking of surviving, how are you?
Well, I'm not going to leave town if that's what you're asking.
Oh, well, it's nice to know.
I know why my mother's going, but that's not my way.
Yeah. You're going to tough it out, eh?
Sure, that's me, tough. I wish she weren't going, though. It's going to be hard to be alone.
You won't be alone. My apartment door is never locked.
Thanks.
Good news, Mr. Masterson?
I think you'll think so, Mr. Frame. As you know, the union held an open meeting last night. A meeting that broke up quite early this morning. A very well-attended meeting. I discussed Terry's heart attack, and I was installed President Pro Tem.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you very much, but there is more. Now, Mr. Hobson here very thoughtfully supplied me with a copy of the compromise proposal, and I was able to present it at the meeting at that time. I said a few things by way of comment, like how nice it would be for Harry if he could hear that the strike was over and all the men were back to work. And the membership agreed.
The strike is over.
Yeah. They took a vote and they accepted the terms of the proposal. We'll be back to work tomorrow morning.
Well, that's very good news indeed, Mr. Masterson.
I thought you would think so, Mr. Frame. You know, I hope that in the future, the union and Blackhawk will be able to work on a mutually profitable basis.
That's been my aim all along.
Well, as I told the men, I think that really deep down, you have the heart of a working man. Mr. Frame, a pleasure.
Likewise, Mr. Masterson.
Mr. Hobson.
Back to work, Denver. We're going back to work.
A good feeling?
Oh, yes, yes. We're going to be able to avoid paying that late penalty. What a relief. Oh, I've been feeling the foundations of Blackhawk shaking under my feet. It isn't easy to keep calm when everything you worked all your life to build comes crumbling down around your head. Ah! Well, if we're going to be ready for those men tomorrow, we better got to get the machines and the supplies over to the site.
It's all taken care of. We may need to do a little blasting, but I've arranged for a crew, and Quinn's been in touch with the suppliers. And Latimer will be delivering the caissons we ordered later today.
You called him already?
I took the liberty as soon as Joe gave me the news about the vote. Oh, and I also managed to get Latimer to agree to let us delay payment until next month.
Excellent.
I thought you'd be pleased. There is one thing I need to ask you, though, a favor.
Fire away.
Well, actually, it's for Sally. She's got this thing about being proper.
Proper? Sally?
Yeah,
Well, that sounds like a new development.
Yeah, you know Sally.
Yes, I know Sally. Well, so, what does proper Sally want?
Well, she wants me to ask you for her hand in marriage.
My permission? My blessing?
Yeah.
Well, she's managed to avoid so many other formalities.
I know, but this is important to her. So if you could see your way clear to help me out on this.
Well, no, speaking as her father, I have to take into consideration your character and your prospects.
I was afraid you'd say that. Yeah.
I owe you one daughter's hand in marriage. Stephen Frame. Alice and I approve. Welcome to the family. Well, that wasn't so hard, was it?
No, not too. Not too.
Well, why don't you give Sally a call and ask her if she would deem it proper for you two to join me here for drinks after work?
Oh, will do. One more thing. Does this mean I have to call you Dad?
You wouldn't dare. here. Get out of here.
Not yet, Mrs. Tibbet. Another 5 minutes.
I mean, what people don't realize, I mean, they complain that they've been used in the book, but I swear I'm the person who's been used the most.
Well, maybe, but I asked you whether it was worth it.
It's a good book. I mean, it may not make people around here very happy, but it's good. I sent it to the publisher, Sam Egan. Next to Mac, he's the best. He said he'd read it, give me his answer, and I'll stand by what he says.
You will?
Sure I will. I mean, if he says it's terrible, I'll toss it away. And then all the good people of Bay City can breathe easy.
Well, I guess I just don't understand.
What?
Well, the way you put your work ahead of people. I mean, I asked you whether it was worth it, and you say it's good, like it's good. So that justifies all the pain that some of these people are feeling. To me, people are where it's at. I mean, that's all there is. You know, I would love you, even if the only writing you ever did was to copy things out of the telephone book.
I love you.
Oh. Take care of yourself, will you? Not yet, Mrs. Tibbet. Another 5 minutes. Listen, why don't you come for supper tonight, huh? I mean, man cannot live by knuckle sandwiches alone.
I'm busy tonight.
Okay, I won't try to mother you.
I have some people I have to see.
Well, don't forget to duck this time, okay?
I will. This side. Thank you.
Bye, honey.
Hi, Jane.
Hi.
Ada?
Oh, hi. You back from the doctor already?
Oh, another 5 minutes, Mrs. Tibbet. Yeah.
Well, what?
Yes.
Yes? You're pregnant? Yes? Yes? Oh, Clarice. Oh, that's wonderful. Oh, congratulations. That's terrific.
Thanks.
What's the matter?
Well, I'm not a young kid anymore, Ada. I mean, what if the baby isn't all right? I mean, what if I had the same kind of...
What if I'm the king of China? What if? What are you iffing about? I mean, you're going to have a baby. You should be as high as a kite.
Well, I really am very excited.
Well, now that's better. Oh, whoopee.
Oh, Mrs. Tibbet, you can't possibly be ready yet.
Hello, Larry. What is it?
Mrs. Matthews, you reported that your granddaughter was missing at the beginning of the week?
Have you heard anything?
Well, maybe, ma'am.
What do you mean, maybe? Is she hurt? Is she in some kind of trouble?
The fact is, Mrs. Matthews, the body of a young girl is turned up on the docks. We came to see if you could make an identification.
Oh, yes, I see. Of course, I'll be right with you. Sally, this is Liz. I have to go out for a little while. It's an emergency, dear. Yes, it is. Do you think you could get someone to cover for the front office here while I'm gone? Thanks, dear.
Mary, do you think it's Julia?
We don't know, Mrs. Matthews. I hope not.
And tell Sandy to keep an eye out for Todd Mizell.
Oh, yes, the man in charge of movie listings. right?
Yes. Oh, he's usually very reliable. But if there's a theater showing one of his favorite Capra movies, he's likely to ask you to do a 40-page essay instead of our usual length quip.
Okay, I will do.
Pat, may I see you?
Sure, I'll see you, James.
I'll talk to you later.
Okay, honey.
Bye, Jamie.
I heard you were, leaving for New York this evening. I wanted to talk to you first.
Okay.
Pat. You were the one who first got me started writing. You helped me through a lot of my early attempts when I was, terrible. I owe you a great deal.
Is writing about me like that your way of saying thank you?
I wasn't writing about you.
Oh, no, not of course, no.
It's a novel. All that stuff is made up.
But it's based on fact.
Just because some of what happened in the book bears a relationship with some things that might have happened in Bay City.
A pretty close relationship, I'd say.
Art always takes off from reality. You told me that.
You learned very well. You've become quite a good writer, James. The motives that you give me in the book.
That's not you, I told you that.
I'll write my character. The person in the book who does the things that I did in reality. Her motives are very real. And they're things that I didn't know about myself, or at least that I didn't acknowledge. But you saw through me, James, and it's all there.
No, that's no more you than the character of the daughter in the book is Mary Ann. Now, some of the things that happen in the book might have happened in real life, but I've changed things. The motives, the details, they don't belong to the people of Bay City at all. They belong to me. They come out of me.
Sandy says the details of his life aren't made up.
But I've changed things. In Sandy's case here, this guy from the escort service in the book escorts rich old women around and tries to get money out of them to buy vast amounts of real estate. Now, do you see Sandy walking around with vast amounts of real estate? No.
Your excuses don't hold up, Jamie. Those private thoughts that I shared with you about my being in prison when I thought I was going to be there the rest of my life, all those private thoughts found their way into your book. Gee, you must have had a tape recorder.
Oh, Pat. Do you remember when we talked about those things?
No, not specifically, but it's all
Try to remember. When did we talk about it? Where did we talk about it?
Well, I don't know exactly why.
Well, I'll tell you why, because we never did talk about it. You don't remember when we talked about it because we never did. I made all those things up.
No, we must have talked.
We didn't. I swear to you, Pat.
No.
No.
Well, then you're an even better writer than I thought.
I just tried to put down what I felt was right for the character, that's all.
Well, you put it down very right, because I feel naked.
Pat, I swear it's all fiction.
I don't care how many times you say it. It's not going to read that way. The people who read your book are going to look at me and know things about me that are going to make me so embarrassed that I can't look back. And I can't live that way.
That's why you're leaving?
Oh, Jamie. I thought I had sufficiently put my past behind me, and I was looking forward to a private life with peace. But you've changed all that. You got my past walking around again. I guess I'm just not strong enough to stay here and fight that image.
Well, I never meant for that to happen. I'm truly sorry.
I wish I could say it's okay. Maybe someday. I surely don't want revenge. There's nothing that I or anybody else could do to you that's worse than what you've done to yourself.
I don't know what you mean.
Jamie, after this book, nobody's going to give you their confidence. They're not going to talk to you freely. People are going to be smiling and saying, watch what I say. I don't want to be in Jamie's next book. And even when you're in bed with someone you love, you're not going to get the truth. Once you've squandered someone's trust, you're not going to get it again. You're going to be on the outside, James. For good. I'm sorry.
We're here for an ID check on 411.
Will you sign here for me?
Harry, I don't really think that I could go through this. Could you take a picture of and send it to Susan, or let me look at it, the photo?
Mrs. Matthews, I'm afraid these things have to be handled in person. Now, we're using TV monitors, so you don't actually have to look at the body.
The boys over at the union, they all said to say hello.
Tell them thanks, Joe. Now, what's the news? The news, Joe, that's what you came here for, remember?
Oh, yeah, well, I'm President Pro Tem.
Yeah. Well, that doesn't surprise me, Joe. What about the strike? When's the next negotiation meeting?
We haven't actually set a date yet.
Okay. Now, you're going to have to take over in this final phase, Joe, since I can't make it. You're under an obligation to get the best possible deal you can. I know you wouldn't sell us out. Anyway, my advice to you is that the guys should stay out for another couple of weeks. Now, I know it's going to be rough on them. But they should stay out for another couple of weeks, and then we'll get what we want. And, Joe, that's what the whole strike is about, isn't it?
Harry, look, I didn't want to bring this up. But you're going to find out sometime anyway, so,
Find out what, Joe?
It's over, Harry. The men voted to accept the terms of the compromise proposal.
What? You mean the one that was put on the table the day I had my heart attack?
It's a pretty good deal, actually. I mean, you know, it's not everything that we hoped for, but when do you ever get that, anyway, eh?
How much did he pay you?
What are you talking about?
Steve Frame, you sold out. How much for?
Look, Harry, I mean, nobody's sold out to anybody. I mean, you know, the guys voted. I mean, they were running out of money, and they started muttering about a settlement, so they voted to accept the terms of the compromise proposal. You know, frankly, it's a package that I'm pretty proud of.
What are you proud of? That you gave the union over to Steve Frame? Huh? Why don't you make it official? Put his name on the stationery. Something that everybody knows is true already. He's in control. He's in charge. Steve Frame wants something. He puts a little money in an envelope and he puts Joe Masterson's name on it. And Joe Masterson says, thanks very much. It's very nice. Nice doing business with you, Mr. Frame! Get out of here! Get out of here! Get out of here! Get out of here! What are you doing?
I'm giving you a tranquilizer.
I want to talk to my son. I want to talk to my son, Pete. You get my son, Pete?
Only if you calm down.
My best friend stabs me in the back, and you tell me to calm down?
Negative identification.
Okay, fill this out then. Are you okay, Mrs. Matthews?
That girl in there, how did she die?
She OD'd.
Drugs?
That's the way we figured. I'm sorry you had to go through this.
Larry, I really don't think I could do it again.
Well, I hope it won't be necessary.
I won't come back here, Larry. Here, this is a picture of my granddaughter. This is Julia Shearer.
She's very pretty.
Yes. Drugs? That girl in there. Probably right now someone has a picture of her and Wallace. It's so sad.
That's not unusual, I'm afraid.
Take it.
I wish I could.
You can. I'm divesting myself of all my worldly possessions. You'd do me a favor if you took it. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna.
Terrible smell. Some sort of chemical. People work there every day. How can people work there?
That must have been awful.
Well, thank heavens it wasn't Julia. I was so afraid it would be.
I'm sure she's all right, Aunt Liz.
But if only we knew for certain.
Pat, what do you say you just not go? Just announce here that you've changed your mind. You're going to make everyone here very happy.
I'd like to, Brian, but it wouldn't work.
Pat, I swear to you, it would work. It would work because we work. You and I.
Brian, we've had a lot of good times lately. Don't make it any harder for me than it is already.
All it will take is one phone call. And if you ever feel a hankering, if you get swept off your feet, there are planes every hour out of O'Hare, and I can be on one in less than an hour.
I'll keep that in mind.
Hey, Mom. I think we better get going. You're going to miss your plane.
All right. Oh. Hello? Oh, yes, she's right here. In just a moment. Aunt Liz, this is for you.
Oh, excuse me.
Sorry.
Hello? Yes? What? I'm afraid you have to speak a little louder, please. Who? Julia. Oh, Julia, we've all been so worried. Are you all right?
I'm fine, Grandma.
We were so afraid you might be hurt.
No,
We hadn't heard anything from you. Where are you?
I'm with the Deep Six.
Where's that?
That's not a where, that's a rock group. You haven't heard of them? I can't believe that.
Well, maybe. I don't know. There's so many, I can't keep those rock groups straight.
Well, straight isn't exactly how I describe the Deep Six.
What do you mean?
Never mind. Listen, I'm just calling to tell you that I'm okay.
You're okay? You're traveling with a rock group, and you're okay? Have you talked to your mother?
I can't get into it with her. Will you tell her?
Me? Don't you think you owe her a little consideration?
I've got to go now. Goodbye, Grandma.
Operator, we were cut off. Could you reconnect us, please?
All right, Denver, look around you. This is your new family. If you want to change your mind, you better say so.
Not a chance, Steve.
You see, he's smart fellow.
Oh, I think so.
Yeah, well, thank you. It's one of the best. Give this boy 10 years, this young man, and he may just outclass me, and that's saying a whole lot. I mean a whole lot, if I do say so myself, which I do, and I just did.
Where's Diana?
Let's not spoil the party talking about that.
All right.
All right, this is a celebration. And in that spirit, I have an announcement to make. Gather around. Now, since young Hobson here is going to be my future son-in-law, and he's going to be hanging around here trying to fill my boots, well, I don't... No. I know a potential boot filler when I see one. I would like to give you this to help it along.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. Okay, go on. Try them on. Try to get them on the right foot.
Come on.
Okay.
Daddy. I don't believe it. I've never seen you in anything like that.
All right. They fit.
They're smaller than mine.
Wow.
And to complete the picture, there. Now you have your own loser to root for.
Hey!
So?
Stay tuned for the conclusion of Another World.
Well?
I hope you like changing diapers.
You sure?
Sure as sure can be.
Well, that sounds pretty sure.
Hey, Father!
That's what they tell me!
Oh, gosh!
Oh, it's my first one.
Oh, honey, what's Corey, a hedgehog?
Oh, no, baby. Look, you know how much I love Corey, but this one is going to be like part of both of us, and you know how big that is for me.
I know it's a big thing for me too, honey. And believe me, it's going to get bigger. You're going to see a big lady around the house. You better be prepared.
I'm not only prepared, I'm looking forward to it. There's going to be more of you to love, lady. Come here. Give me a kiss.
You deserve it?
No, give it to me anyway. Why don't you give me another one?
One's not enough.
One's never enough. You know, you're the best of all possible wives.
Sandy, you're finally here. I didn't know if you were coming or not.
I said I'd be here.
I know, but you're late.
I'm here, Cecile.
Okay, then let's hurry.
Hurry.
Yeah, we've got to get there before the offices close. I know it's just a civil ceremony, but it's important to me, you know? It's symbolic.
Symbolic of what?
Well, you know, a new start for us.
What new start?
A new start for us.
You know, Cecile, as far as symbols go, I don't think it's a very appropriate one.
Why not?
There isn't going to be any new start.
I don't know what you mean.
I mean, we're not getting married today.
But you're here.
You're a pretty shrewd lady, Cecile. I bet you can figure out why I'm here.
Sandy, Brian says that we have to do this. That the Dominican Republic ceremony is questionable, and that this civil ceremony will make everything legal.
How can you possibly think that I would marry you now, knowing what I know? How can you think I'd make myself that kind of a fool? If it's possible, in fact, for me to be any bigger a fool for getting involved in you in the first place, which I kind of doubt. Well, I'm not going to divorce you, Cecile. But I can't, in all good conscience, stand up in front of a justice of the peace and promise to love, honor, or respect you. I don't have your talent for lying.
What about the baby?
I just told you I'm not going to contest this marriage. If you don't either, then the baby will be okay. I see no reason to punish this child for your behavior.
Sandy, you're angry now.
Oh, you just picked up on that, right?
Please. Let some time pass. Let's not say anything final. Too much is at stake to let words of anger determine how things are going to go.
Well, that's a very pretty little speech, Cecile. And now I've got something to say. I am not going to divorce you. We are going to live at Mac's house. But I am not going to visit your bed anymore.
What?
I'm having separate quarters made, separate entrances, separate rooms. It'll be arranged so that you and I won't even have to see each other anymore, which suits me fine.
Sandy.
You live your life, and I'll live mine. I don't care what you do, as long as the baby's okay. Once the baby's born, we'll talk about the next step. Oh, save your tears, Cecile. They're not going to work this time. Save them for somebody else.
There won't be anybody else.
I loved you. Even when every instinct in my body was screaming out that you lie and cheat the way somebody else's breathe, I allowed myself to get involved with you. I closed my eyes to what I knew you were deep down. Well, my eyes are open now. I see what you are. Save your tears, Cecile. I don't love you anymore.
This part of Another World was brought to you by dark, rich, sparkling Folgers Crystals, the coffee that tastes as rich as it looks. Each weekday at this time for the continuing story of Another World.
Do, Pete. We can't be together and it's impossible to keep apart.
I don't know.
Gonna be so many lies. What am I talking about? There already are. I cut school so I could be here today. Plus, it just doesn't seem important. Everything. Nothing seems important. Except things that deal with you and me.
Yeah, I know. You and me. It's the only thing we have to hold on to, isn't it?
I love you.
I love you.
Then it should be simple. And if not, we'll make it simple. We'll just do what we want. For us.
Yeah? How are we going to do that?
We can get married.
You mean elope?
We can run to Ogden. Isn't that where all the young people go? Come on, we'll do it. We'll do it right now. What do you say, Pete?
Look, I'm not talking about major revisions, James. I'm only really concerned with the central character, the narrator.
Yeah, the guy that was based on me.
Right. Now, you are the observer of all the corruption, the lying, the cynicism. I want you to be, you gotta be more sympathetic. Now, your readers are gonna want that, too. Now, sure, I know, you sound angry in the book, but I want more from you than anger. You're too hard on yourself. You gotta learn to be more likable. I want your readers to identify, I want them to feel that they're in your shoes, you know?
Sam, what I'm talking about is, I think there should be a little, maybe moderation in the events of the book.
Well, how?
Well, cut them back. Make them possibly less graphic, especially those characters that are based on real people here in Bay City.
Now, look, you've got vivid, straightforward characters that you've got here. I mean, you don't want to go tampering with them because you're having some sort of surge of generosity.
No. I'm not playing Mr. Nice Guy.
Oh,
I just think I might have come down a little too hard.
Look, I'm telling you, the only one you've come down hard on is yourself.
No.
Now, if you go watering down those characters and the events, I'm telling you, I'm not interested in publishing.
Well, I'm going to have to think about this.
All right, sure, that's fine. Listen, I've got some appointments in Chicago today. Maybe we can meet later tonight.
Well, yeah, I'm at the Connection. I showed you that yesterday. Why don't you drop by any time after 6?
I'll see you then.
All right. Oh, excuse me.
Right. May I come in?
Another World. This portion is brought to you by new advanced formula Crest Gel. New Crest flavor, same Crest fight.
Well, Rick is going into private practice in Lake Geneva.
And?
He wants me to go with him.
Oh, all right. Well, what do you want me to do? Make a counteroffer or something? Is that what you want? I mean, do you want me to make a choice between steady old Rick or bohemian splendor with me? Is that why you're here? Well, suppose I asked. Suppose I got down on my knees and begged you, Mary Ann, please stay here in Bay City with me. What would your answer be? Well, don't worry about it. I'm not going to ask that. It's over for us.
Yeah, you're right.
Well, we finally agree on something.
I guess I needed to hear you say it. Finally. Maybe that's why I came over. I just needed to have one last door closed behind me.
Well, let's close it together. We've heard each other enough. Are you thinking about going to Lake Geneva because of what I wrote in my novel?
No. No, I'm still angry about your book. But I'm not ashamed of my mistakes anymore. In fact, I think I've learned from them.
Good.
It's funny, your book has actually taught me something about myself. You see, I thought that I made most of those mistakes because I guess I thought I needed some wild sense of adventure and romance in my life. I was really running away from the obvious. I am basically a simple woman who wants the same things most other women want. And there's nothing wrong with that.
That's why I loved you. I still do, you know.
I love you too.
But it's not the kind of love that either of us needs. We're not kids anymore. We're grown up.
That seems very clear. Jamie.
Yeah.
I think your book has taught you something, too. You don't need the distinction between James and Jamie anymore. You've become your own man. But for me, if it's all right with you, you're always going to be my old friend Jamie. And I'll always love you.
It's okay. And as for you, you know what I think you should do?
What?
I think you should take this offer from Rick very seriously. I mean, for once, you wouldn't be running away from something, you'd be running toward it. So if you really love this guy, don't turn it down. Go for it. Go for the cottage and the couple of kids and the cocker spaniel. Doesn't sound half bad to me.
I may just do that. I still have to decide. But, whatever happens, I just want you to know something. I'm really grateful for your friendship and your love.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Goodbye?
Yeah. Sayonara.
The only thing I'm not sure about is whether Marianne is going to be going with me or not.
I got the impression everything was settled between the two of you.
I don't know if she's settled enough to leave Bay City.
Would you go without her?
Yes. Yes, it means that much to me.
Well, I think you should do that, yeah. I mean, if you get... I want what's best for you. Who knows, something might happen to me. I might need a good GP. You're only an hour away. I could go up and see you. But Lake Geneva is not really my style, you know. No. Hey, no. Let's go. I'm kicking you out of here. I don't want any long goodbyes. A big chunk of my life is being taken away from me. I don't want to ruin it with crying or sentimentality. I don't want to make a fool of myself. Some sort of trouble, aren't we?
Imagine our father's faces if they found out we eloped.
We'll just have to live with it, that's all.
I can't ask you to lead my kind of life.
What's so awful about it?
No money. I can't support you the way I'd want to.
When I finish high school, I'll get a job too. Presto.
What about college?
Well, I'd rather we both saved up and sent you to vet school. And then when you're a vet, we can borrow some money, open some stables of our own, breed wonderful, beautiful horses like Captain... Oh, come on, doesn't that sound like perfect life?
Yes, it does. But life isn't that simple.
Well, we'll make it simple.
No, no. Your father's going to give you a hard time. And even if we got married, I'd still have to send home money.
Well, I'll help.
Couldn't take advantage of you that way.
Pete, if we love each other, it's not taking advantage, it's helping. Come on, let's do it. Come on.
Well, we'd need a marriage license and blood tests, I think. And some cash.
I'll scout around and find something I can sell. Oh, but how long is this all going to take?
Well, I should finish out my new job at Coy Publishing for the week and do the same thing here for Leo Carmichael.
Look, let's pick a date and stick to it.
All right. Next week. Next Monday.
Perfect. Perfect. And by the time my father gets back from Wyoming, we'll be married. Oh, Pete, I have such a funny feeling in my stomach.
I do, too.
I'm scared and I'm excited. I'm anxious. Oh, Pete. now, Captain, don't you be jealous. Why, you're part of our family.
Well, it's a perfect setup. It's got everything. Shampoo basin, dryers, all in mint condition.
What about your stock? Shampoo, rinses, conditioners?
Oh, we got cases of that, and all top quality stuff, too. It all goes in the sale. Plus, you can pick up our lease for at least a year. The landlord's very fair.
Okay, I'm sold. There's just what I'm looking for. My lawyer will get in touch with you later, but in the meantime, let's shake hands on the deal, okay?
Okay, it's a deal.
Good. Oh, thank you both. I really am delighted.
Thank you. What's the matter with you? You didn't say a word.
I know, I should be floating on air.
We're getting some terrific price.
But Adia made the place sound so great. I'm not sure why we're selling it.
We're selling it because we have better things to do with our lives.
I'm not so sure. I feel very insecure all of a sudden. What am I going to do with myself?
First, Lou, here's the liquor list. You want to check this against the delivery?
Melissa, I'm doing the inventory.
Lou, take care of it.
You know, I'm sick and tired of being treated like a piece of window glass around here.
Man, I'm sorry I ever mentioned that cold shoulder idea. I didn't mean anyone to take it seriously.
No, don't worry about it. It can't go on indefinitely. I mean, I don't want to lose my friends over this, but if I do, I'll have to live with it. Besides, once that book is published, then I'll be independent. Which, by the way, is soon.
You're kidding.
Nope. Sam Egan came through.
Oh, that's fantastic.
I don't know about that. I mean, a lot of people have been trying to persuade me not to follow through with this book. He's threatened to stop publication if I change any of it.
Oh, wait, just a minute. You did get a definite offer to publish, though?
Yeah, if it stays the way it is.
Oh, good. Blue?
Yeah.
Come here a minute. Blue.
Yeah.
Take this truck for a walk, will you?
Jason.
He's a funny guy.
Yeah, right.
James?
Yeah.
I want to show you something. Look at this. The cashier's check for $10,000.
To me?
Yes, to you. It's my option money for the movie deal. And here's a simple letter of agreement my lawyer drew up. You just sign that and the money's yours.
Sounds good.
Will you check it out with a lawyer yourself?
No, I don't have to, I don't think. I have faith in you, Jason. I mean, after the way I treated you in the book, you must have faith in me.
Yeah, but I thought the guy who was supposed to be me was a pretty sympathetic character.
He is?
Yeah. And if the good people of Bay City are offended or hold it against me, there won't be any big loss. You see, I found it pretty difficult to make friends since I've started to walk the straight and narrow.
Jason, what about Melissa? She's not going to like this.
Yeah, well, I won't tell her either. You see, I had to take a bank loan to cover this check. And I'm afraid Melissa wouldn't understand. But I think that in the long run, everything will turn out great for all of us. Right now, though, I want you to make some copies of that manuscript, and I want to send it out to Hollywood, some big-name people out there. I want to get their reactions. I want to get their comments.
Wow, you're really hot on this.
Yes, I am. I've been looking for something to go into production with for a long time now, and a view of the bay is definitely it. We're going to make a fortune.
Well, now, you've had experience in this area, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Sam Egan, my publisher, he says I need an agent. You know anyone?
You don't just need an agent, you need a personal manager. And Jason Dunlap is just about the best man for the job. I really was before I came to Bay City.
No.
I really was. So? You want me to handle you?
Well, yeah. I mean, what more can I ask for? Publication? A movie deal? 10 grand and personal manager all in one day.
All right.
nice to see you here at the solarium, just relaxing.
I don't even want to think about what happened the last time we were here. Steve Frames.
Harry, now let's just think about going home.
And what am I going to do when we get there, Rot? There's no room for me in the union. Probably wind up like old Will Higgins. You remember him? Watchman down at the factory? Waiting to get mugged by a couple of kids?
Oh, come on, Harry, please. You are not in your last years, not by a long shot. And stop talking that way. What about all your knowledge and experience? You've got a lot more than Steve Frame. Maybe you could start your own business.
I probably couldn't make it at this stage.
Oh, come on, of course you can. I know you can. I mean, Steve Frame started his business from scratch twice.
But he had all the advantages, Laurie.
No more than you do. And you've got a son in Chicago who'll come back to help you.
If he ever gets his mind off horses and Steve's daughter. No. It's just as well he's gone away. Give him a couple of months, he'll forget all about her. He'll be rid of the Frames once and for all.
Honey, would it really be so terrible if they wound up together? She's an awfully nice girl.
Now, Laurie, don't you get my blood pressure up. She's still Steve's daughter, Steve's kid. She's got the same cockeyed values that he has. She's just pushing for more and more money. No, it's just as well he's gone off to Chicago by himself. He's starting his life on his own. I kind of like the idea of starting my own business, though. Wouldn't it be something a couple of years from now if I won a bid against Black Hawk? Wouldn't that put Steve Frame's nose out of joint?
Oh, come on, Dora Doom. What are you so down about?
Well, to tell you the truth, Ada, I feel kind of afraid. It's been quite a while since I've been home just taking care of things. I might not be such a great homemaker. Besides, it might be lonely.
Lonely with Corey and a new baby?
Oh, Ada, you know what I mean.
Well, we can always use you at the PTA.
Well, not much for organizations.
Well, let's see now. The worst thing that can happen is that if you get really bored, you can get yourself another job. Or you can have some customers come to your home and do that in your spare time.
Yeah, that's true.
Don't count on too much spare time, though. When Nancy was first born, I didn't have enough hours in the day.
Ada, you're probably right. I guess this place meant more to me than I realized now that we've sold it.
Well, just remember why we sold it. Wasn't doing that great. And now we both have a chance to do something that might make us happy, and we got a little richer in the bargain. I think we're really lucky. Well, look who's here.
Hi.
Hi, good looking.
Hi, girl.
Hi.
Listen, I don't mean to bother you. You have some time? I kind of need some advice.
Well, sure, no consultation fee. What's up?
Great. Well, I began to listening to people, and I've been thinking that maybe I wasn't being so smart about revealing these, graphic, real-life incidents in my book. And I have to decide, and right away.
Well, what's so important all of a sudden?
Sam Egan says he won't publish the book if I do a major rewrite.
Uh-huh. Well, that's a big decision. Seems to me it comes down to one question, though. What do you want most? You want to have the book published? Or do you want to get all the love of your family and friends back again?
I have to get this book out. I'm a writer.
Did you come to me because you thought I'd agree with you?
No, I came to you because I wanted to bounce it off you, because I needed to sort it out for myself. I mean, it seems to me that either people, when you come right down to it, they agree what I did, or they don't. If they don't, and I lose them, I'll have to deal with that.
You make it sound so simple, which it isn't.
You know, my father's behind me. That's something.
Steve's on your side?
Yeah.
What about your mother? You know, she's against it.
You know, you told me something. You said that I should start forgiving people, that I was being too hard on them. Well, don't you think it's about time that people start forgiving me for something for a change?
You sound like you still got a vendetta going.
No, I don't want revenge. I've never wanted that. I just think people should start seeing themselves, not being afraid of themselves, not being afraid of the past.
That also means your mother?
The past shouldn't upset my mother. I mean, she should be able to learn something from her own mistakes.
You got it all worked out, haven't you? Now, you didn't come here for my opinion. You came here for my approval.
No, that's simply not true.
Well, that's how I see it. And maybe now that you've set yourself up as the final judge of what's right and what's wrong, maybe someday somebody will write a book about you. And maybe you'll be able to face the things in yourself that you're not able to look at.
My dear. See, I can make it across to you. Yeah, come on. Hi. Anne Whitelaw said you were out here. Can I talk to you for a minute? Of course you can talk to me for a minute. As a matter of fact, you can help me. See all this stuff? Can you please take it down? Anne has come up with the most wonderful idea. One sheet for all of this. Title dates, due dates, editorials, reports, everything. Sally! What? I need help. What is it? Pete and I have decided to elope. What? You were right. Oh, my God, I don't believe this. This is wonderful. Wait, why do you look so... I think that's where I am. Look. What? You're getting married in June, and you've always been just like a big sister to me. I need all sorts of advice. Well, you're sure about Pete, right? Oh, yeah. Then everything is wonderful. You're not pregnant, right? No, of course not. No, there is absolutely nothing wrong. You don't understand. We need all sorts of information about how to get licenses and blood tests, and are we legally old enough, and what am I going to wear? Don't worry. I'll take care of everything. And, you know, if you'd like me to, I'll even go to the wedding. Oh, Sally, I'd adore it. It's only up in Ogden. And maybe Denny can go, too? Oh, no. Please, don't tell anyone. It might ruin the whole thing. Okay, I won't. So where is the lucky man now? Oh, he's still in town, but his parents think he's in Chicago on that job. And me, I've got school again. I don't know what I'm going to use for an excuse. Well, I have a few good ones. I still have to sell some jewelry to raise some cash. Oh, sorry, there's so much. But you are happy? Ecstatic. No, I don't know why you're coming to Ogden with us. As long as you are, you'll be my maid of honor, won't you? Well, of course I will. And in June, you'll be mine. Oh, you know it. Oh, good. Now, come on, we have a lot of shopping to do, young lady. We gotta find you a dress. Oh, I can't believe it.
Oh, hi. How are you? Jason, come over here. Sam Egan, Jason Dunlap. Sam, Jason's my new personal manager.
Yes, I've heard the name.
Yeah, he's one of the best.
Well, that was a while ago, but I think a view of the bay is going to put us all on top.
Jason has optioned the book for a film.
Jason, as a manager, you know that the best thing to do is to wait for a contract, then to auction.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I admit jumping on the competition a bit, but James won't regret it. You see, I got a lot of very good contacts out in Hollywood, and at the risk of sounding a little too vain, perhaps, I think I'd make a bang-up exec producer.
He's giving me $10,000, Sam.
That's not enough.
Well, James will get more, once there's front money. It's all in his letter of agreement. And once there's actual purchase, I'll make sure that James is even better.
All right?
What matters to me...
I'll see to it.
What's important to me is that I've got some money. You know, Jason, I've really enjoyed being your bartender, but as of right now, I quit.
Oh, no. Well, I gladly accept it. Excuse me. Lou, James here has just resigned, and it seems that he's tendered his bartender, so to speak, his resignation. So we have this empty bar, and if you want it, you got it.
You gotta be kidding.
Great. Good man. Listen, Melissa, I'd rather she didn't know about the option. Keep it quiet, okay?
Well, what's going on? A major conference?
Melissa, no, this is Sam Egan. He'll be editing James's book.
Oh,
Pleased to meet you.
so it's really true. I mean, you are getting that thing published.
Yes, we have tremendous plans for him, believe me.
Sam, have you heard Melissa sing? She really bounced them out. It's terrific, terrific song. Stylist, sing one for him. Will you, babe?
Di. Hi, I'm at the Connection. Why don't you stop by? Right. I love you too.
Jason, just stop trying to force me to sing. Something's going on here. I just want to know what it is.
There's nothing, really. Nothing.
Hey, everybody, let's celebrate. The champagne is on me.
I see. There is nothing going on, huh?
All right. There's no big secret. James has resigned, and Blue here has been promoted to bartender. That's all. You see, James's book is being published.
And you want to celebrate. You know that book has ruined our chances of having a good, clean, decent life here in Bay City. And you're representing a man who has absolutely no feeling for friendship or common decency. He has destroyed my life. He has destroyed Jason's life. He has destroyed every single...
Please, come on. James isn't working here anymore. Isn't that what you wanted? Leave it alone. Let them celebrate, okay? Let them celebrate. They'll have the champagne. I'll give Blue the champagne it cost. Go upstairs. Get changed. For your next set, go ahead. By the time you come back, they'll be all long gone. Go.
Ready?
Well, honey, now you sit still. We're almost finished, okay? Come on, honey. You are getting so big, Corey. I remember when you were just a tiny little baby. I was wondering, how would you feel about having another little baby around here? You know, a little brother or sister?
I don't know.
Well, I think it would be a lot of fun. I know it would be a lot of fun for you. You know what? You're going to have a little brother or sister. It won't be for quite some time. And you'll be ready when it comes, I'll make sure of that. Daddy and I will love you just as much as always. And we'll spend as much time with you. In fact, we're going to even spend more time. You know why, Corey? I won't be working anymore. I'll be spending every single day here with you and the new baby. Doesn't that sound great?
Terrific.
I'll be making special dinners and lots of chocolate chip cookies. We'll all be very happy together. Okay, sport. Go and check yourself in the bathroom mirror.
I got your message.
Oh.
But I was all tied up, so I couldn't call you back.
No, it's all right. It's all right. I don't know what happened. I just meant to close my eyes for a couple of minutes.
Yeah.
Do you want some dinner?
No. We'll order, You awake enough to talk?
I guess so.
Good. I made all the arrangements up in Lake Geneva except for a place to live.
Did you resign from the hospital?
Yeah, I just have some casework to finish up. I want to know how you feel. I don't know whether to get a house for two or an apartment for one.
I got somebody to cover the second half of my shift, and then I was making all these phone calls about the fact that there is no adequate ECU facility within 50 miles of the town. And then I found out from the hospital that they've been looking for somebody to run the ECU unit, and guess what? It's me.
You're kidding.
No.
You're coming with me.
Yeah. Well, you won't see very much of me for a while, but at least we'll be together.
I can't believe it.
Mm-hmm.
I can't believe it.
There's just one thing.
What?
You have got to help me find a doctor for the ECU.
Oh, well, that's a small price to pay for what I'm getting. A practice in one of the prettiest towns of the Midwest and a wife who You do love me, don't you?
Yes, I do love you.
But
don't expect to be pampered. I'm not going to be the typical doctor's wife.
No, I talked to the doctor. He's got up there that he had a housekeeper that's second best only to a mother. We'll hire her.
Great.
Are you sure there's nothing wrong?
No, there's nothing wrong at all. In fact, it was very easy making the decision when I stopped trying on options. I sat down, I closed my eyes, and I asked myself, what is the one thing I can't do without? And it came up Rick. No one saw you come in here today.
Give me a little phone call. You know, I'm not really happy about the fact that you let Sally in on our little secret.
Oh, no, Pete. She was so wonderful, really. She won't breathe a word. She's too excited about being my maid of honor. What's the matter? You're not having second thoughts, like.
I just don't want to rush you.
Come on. If anyone's doing the rushing, it's me.
I'm not going to change my mind. I'm not going so crazy about you. I wish that I could let my mother know.
Well, perhaps you should. I mean, if it doesn't change anything, why not?
Well, I won't tell her yet, but maybe just before we leave.
I tell you, we'll talk to her together. Because I plan to do everything in my life.
So if I'm deserving of you.
No, what I'm talking about is the casting of the part of Virginia, which is based on the character of Rachel, right? Your mother? Yes. Okay, so there's no question about the fact that we need a star. It's a star part. We've got to find someone big, like Jane Fonda.
Well, listen, I have got to get up and do my set now, but we'd better cool it with the music in the game room again.
Okay.
Well, what is this that I hear about Jane Fonda?
Oh, Jane Fonda, I met her once in Los Angeles, that's all.
So why were you talking about a star part?
It's a book I have under contract. We're talking about casting a film, generally.
Yeah, Melissa, I'm thinking of going back into management.
Oh, really? Really? Well, that's something that I am very interested in hearing about. What's the book?
Well, I'll tell it to you later. You got a set to do.
Nah, that can wait a minute.
It's a long story, Melissa. After you set, okay?
You know, you've been giving me the runaround all afternoon, Jason. You must really think that I'm an idiot watching you sit here with James Frame and his publisher talking about turning a novel into a movie, and you're going back into management. Why don't you just admit that the book is A View of the Bay? All I want to know is, what part are you playing in this?
I've taken on James as a client, and I've optioned his book for a movie. It's going to be great, Melissa, you'll see. It'll be a whole new life for us.
Well, maybe a whole new life for you, baby. Just count me out.
Please wait, don't get angry. You will love this. You really will. And I can promise you a part in the film, too.
Oh, great. Great, maybe I can play myself. That'd really be good for an item or two in the columns.
Melissa, please wait.
Stay tuned for the conclusion of Another World.
I'll talk to you. Kid and Joey are thrilled about everything.
Oh, great. Now I have to call my mother in New York. Oh, Rick, I can't believe we're making all these phone calls. It makes it seem so real.
You're not getting cold feet, are you?
No way! I'm going to live with the man I love in a dream house, kiddo. I won't have very much time at first, but I want everything to be perfect.
You do?
We can, I'll get some decorating magazines, and we can have a garden, a vegetable garden, and we can grow okra and parsnips, and pineapples and coconuts and fresh flowers. Every day in your office.
I hope I'm not kidding myself about this whole thing. I mean, it's not exactly going to be Marcus Welby, but it's a nice dream.
I think so, too.
You do?
Yeah. You know, I thought it was going to be a lot tougher leaving this town since I grew up here. I talked to my grandfather today. He made me realize it's time to move on.
It's not like we're living, going to be living in Albuquerque. We're only going to be an hour away.
What are you doing?
Oh, I'm trying to relieve some of this hyper energy.
Can't you think of another way?
You do? It's going to be a great one.
Thing that's been bothering me all through this. I didn't want to tell you before, but I guess I have to now.
What? What is it?
It's my cooking.
Cooking?
No, it's atrocious. Can you stand it?
We'll eat out.
Oh, no. We're not going to be able to afford to eat out. You're going to have to put up with cooking the way my mother taught me. And she wasn't the world's best, believe me. Lots and lots of mutton and shepherd's pie and kidney and steaks. All classical English fare, and it's all pretty dull.
I'll learn to love it.
You promise you won't go screaming back to your mother after your first meal?
I promise.
I know you think this is very funny, but my lack of cooking talent could be a real problem, especially since I hear your mother's a fantastic cook.
Well, I'll have her send you some recipes.
You know, I'm being a complete fool.
No. Being lovable. Just makes me love you more, if that's possible.
Melissa, wait, please. Please wait.
I don't know why you had to do that. Just get out of my way.
What is so terrible? I got a real bargain on that option. I could make a bundle.
Well, and maybe you better think about who you're going to spend it on.
It's for you. It's for both of us. Melissa, this could be the start of something really big for me. A whole new career as a producer. I can't let that pass.
No matter what it costs. Jason, you know about that book. You know what publishing it is going to mean to me, to Sandy, even to yourself.
The world isn't going to know who those people in the book are.
Don't kid yourself. I sized up that Sam Egan, even if you hadn't.
What's that mean?
It means that he is going to milk this thing for all the PR that he can get out of it. Now, how are you going to feel when your sordid little story is in every newspaper, every magazine? And what about television? If Phil Donahue says to James Frame, now where did you come up with all of those stories? James Frame is just going to say, I made them up all in my head. What about Sandy? His whole life has changed since Matt Corey's taken him. I mean, what's going to happen to him?
I am so sick and tired of hearing about Sandy, and I mean it. Who is it that you care about? Is it me or is it him? You completely ignore the fact that I got a bargain, a terrific bargain, and I took it.
So? So what am I supposed to do? Feel proud? I'm supposed to feel proud that you are supporting that conniving little creep, James Frame? How am I supposed to feel supportive? Much less marry a man who can't even turn down dirty money because there's a big deal in it for him. Maybe I had you wrong all the time, Jason.
Let's not get into other things, shall we?
Well, I thought that the company had picked you up, and you got entangled in that whole mess just somehow before you understood what was really going on. But you knew what was going on all the time, didn't you? Oh, Oh, or maybe you just got persuaded. And what about Tracy's death?
Okay, you can stop it right now.
Were you really so ignorant that that's what Ilsa wanted all the time? I'm really seeing you with new eyes, baby. Just let me go.
Of Another World was brought to you by Safeguard. What soap gives you unbeatable deodorant soap protection plus a rich, smooth lather? Fresh-smelling Safeguard. No wonder it's always the smallest soap in the house. Join us each weekday at this time for the continuing story of Another World.
I was changing in the locker room. Just finished practicing basketball with the boys. I just taken a shower, I was getting dressed. I smelled smoke, I called the fire department. And I set about evacuating the building.
Captain? Yes? We just finished treating the ladies who were in the reading class over the gym.
Okay, anybody seriously hurt?
No, most people got out.
Good.
Just a few cases, some minor smoke inhalation, major nerves. There were 2 ladies right next to the vent. It's possible they inhaled some toxic fumes from decomposing plastics in the room where the fire was. So we're taking them to the hospital, but that's all.
You know, it's a good thing you happened to be here and reacted the way you did.
Sure was.
Yeah, well, I'm a policeman. I've seen my share of fires. I knew you were something like that even before you said anything. The evacuation you conducted had all the earmarks of a professional. I'm sorry to say, so does your fire. What's the word, Louis? This is Louis Dodd, this center's custodian.
Don't look good, Bob. Don't look good a bit. You know, there's a lot of damage to the gym floor. The whole gym is pretty well gutted, as a matter of fact. We might have to just close this place down.
Yeah, try to find the money to reopen it, if we can. You said it looked like a professional job.
Well, semi-professional. But I'd bet money this fire was deliberate.
Can't believe it. We'd want to burn down a gym.
Ada, I just heard that there's a fire and it's arson. Larry's there, isn't he?
Yes, Larry's there. Now, will you calm down? He's fine.
Oh.
He tried to get you at home, but there was no answer.
Thank goodness, I was so worried.
We were at the beauty shop. You never used to come and check up on him like this.
Well, Ada, I couldn't. You know that? I mean, we always had these customers sitting under the hairdryers or waiting to be combed out.
Well, honey, now that you're home, you know, you can't make a habit of this.
Well, I got more time, and I keep worrying about the danger that Larry's in all the time.
Honey, Bay City isn't exactly the Wild West, you know. Larry knows what he's doing, and he's got an #1 top partner, too.
Well, I don't know what's wrong with me, Ada. I worry about everything nowadays.
I know what's wrong with you. Speaking of which, why don't you take a load off your feet?
Sometimes I just don't think I'm going to be able to take care of a normal baby, much less one that's not normal. I can't stop thinking about what I would do if something happened to Larry. I mean, how could I get along all by myself?
Honey, in the first place, nothing is going to happen to Larry. Now, he's been doing this for a long time, and he's still here.
Well, maybe we're running out of luck.
What am I going to do with you?
I don't know. Just promise me my baby's going to be normal. Excuse me.
Oh, Alice,
Am I
hi.
interrupting something?
Hi. No, I'm glad to see you. We're both glad to see you.
Hi.
Hello, Clarice. I was wondering if you'd heard anything from Rachel.
No, not yet.
Stephen hasn't checked in yet either. He was going to call as soon as he got to San Diego, and I know the plane has landed. I thought maybe you'd hear something down here more quickly.
Yeah, well, look at the 3 of us standing around waiting for something to happen. All we can do is wait.
How about if I go downstairs and get us some coffee while we wait?
Hey, that's a good idea. Yeah. I'll have tea, though.
Oh, me too.
Okay. Be right back.
Thanks, hon.
Do you think that Rachel's all right?
No, I don't.
I'm glad you're here. Mitch, I don't know what happened, but Rachel turned up.
She didn't get Matthew, did she?
Now, Tom's got her down below. Now, what are we going to do with her?
Did he hurt her?
No, she's okay.
You all right?
How can I be? You shouldn't have done this.
You, I should have never trusted.
Hey, look, you're holding your son, aren't you?
Please let me hold him. Please. I mean, you've got him. I've lost him now. I just want to hold him for a few minutes.
I'm sorry you got involved.
Involved? You stole my child.
No. No, you refused to bring me mine. I don't have to go alone. You can come to Mexico with us if you want to.
If you're so desperate to be with Matthew, why didn't you move back?
Because there was nothing for me in Bay City. Besides, you were supposed to come to San Francisco, or have you forgotten?
Is that why you're doing this, just to get back at me?
I loved you, Rachel. I admit I was angry, and I was bitter when you wouldn't come with me. I don't know how I feel now. All I know is that I want my son with me.
This is how you build a case for kidnapping.
It's not kidnapping for a father to take his son.
Tom Nelson took this child across state lines, and you're holding us both here against our will.
I'm not going to argue about it. You'll have to come along with us. We can drop you off somewhere along the coast. Matthew comes to Mexico with me.
Mitch, is this really what you want to do to us?
All set to cast off! Hey, Mitch, you want to give me a hand?
Another World. This portion is brought to you by New Advanced Formula Crest Gel. New Crest flavor, same Crest fight.
Pete, what happened? Please, tell me what happened.
The worst possible thing. I ran out of money.
Give me a straight answer, please.
I'm trying. Do we have any beer in the fridge?
I sent you out to help me, and you went out and got loaded.
It comes with the territory.
Pete, come here. This is very, very serious. Now, please try. What did you find out about Joe Masterson?
Masterson?
Yeah.
Oh, Joe Masterson. He bought a house.
What house?
A cabin. Up in the woods with trout. Miles and miles of trout. Isn't that nice?
How did he pay for it?
Well, how would I know? Men says he gambles.
Yeah, he gambles all right with the welfare of the men.
I don't know. Men seem to like him. Maybe they're scared of him. I don't know.
Pete, what else did you find out? Anything?
About Masterson? Well, that's about it. Except for the house. He's gonna let the men use it on the weekends. Isn't that nice? Hey, how come we never got a place like that?
Pete, I sent you down there to find out a few things for me, and you go out and get drunk. Why couldn't you stay sober so you can remember?
What's going on in here?
Hi, Ma! I'm drunk.
Now, before you go getting excited, Laurie, the boy went down to the union hangout just to find out a few things for me. That's all.
Oh, that's all. Peter Shea, I want you to go upstairs and lie down in your bed. Sleep this thing off. You smell like a brewery.
Can we have some trout for dinner?
I will worry about dinner later. You go on upstairs and get to your bed. Oh, and you put a pan beside your bed, Peter Shea. Oh.
Now, Laurie, before you say word one, the boy was simply doing a favor for me.
Some favor. Sending him out in the middle of the afternoon to get blind drunk so he can do what? What, find out information from Joe Masterson's union men?
They are still my men, most of them.
You're wrong, Harry. He's the guy they've got to follow until you get yourself elected again. Suppose Pete went and asked the wrong questions in his condition. Harry, what do you think they'll do to him?
Relax, darling. No harm was done.
Just what is it you wanted him to find out, Harry?
I needed a little more information, a little more evidence on Joe Masterson, proof that he was taking bribes.
Oh, God, Harry, will you please let go of that?
I can't. I've spent my life's blood building an honest union. I can't let Joe Masterson blow it away in 1 year.
Well, there is nothing you can do about it now, Harry.
Oh, yes, there is, and I will.
Like what? Go on involving your son in your own private war just to ease your pride? What's going to happen next? You're going to involve the girls, too? What's going to happen when they start playing rough, Harry? When they start waiting for you and Pete in alleyways? When they start hurling bricks through our window in the middle of the night? I tell you, Harry, I'm not going to have any of this.
Laurie, you wait.
No. No, you wait, Harry. You wait until you're well enough to take care of these problems by yourself. You wait until you're well enough to walk out that door on your own 2 feet and win an honest election from Joe Masterson, if that's what you want. Until then, I will not have you involving Pete or any other member of this family in your union troubles. Now, you think about that, Harry Shea. I'm going to go up and take care of them now. I don't think that.
I'm glad you're all right. I heard it on the radio and rushed right over. Was anyone hurt?
No, just my hall. It's a good thing I phoned the fire company when I did, otherwise the whole place would have gone. As it is, the gym and the classrooms above it are all ruined. And there's some damage to the pipes.
They can be fixed up, rebuilt even if necessary. With human beings, it's not so easy.
Hi, Larry. Where's our Jay? Or don't you care as long as you got your girlfriend safe and sound?
Please, Henrietta, try to control yourself.
Why should I? You don't control yourself.
Maybe you better go.
Oh, don't leave on my account. Just tell me where my boy is. He said he was coming here to practice. I'll call you later.
Henrietta, I don't know where he is.
Bob, I'm afraid I don't have very good news. These kids say R.J. and Willie Armstrong never made it down to the dressing room after practice. One kid swears he saw him running from the building.
Don't tell me that my son has anything to do with this.
Well, with that kid, Willie would. He's been a troublemaker since the day he was born. And R.J.'s real vulnerable right now.
I wonder why that is.
Look, I'm gonna talk to these guys, get their phone number and address, and send them on their way.
I never could, for the life of me, understand how a man could leave his wife, give up his own flesh and blood for a tumble under the covers with a pretty face.
It wasn't sex, Henrietta.
Hey, Bob.
It wasn't that.
Looks like it was arson. Fire department just notified the precinct. All we have to go on is an empty gas can.
All right. I'll be with you in a minute. You better go.
Our Jay's involved, isn't he?
you a second?
Better be important.
Yeah, it is, man. I mean, it's real important. See, I'm kind of on the run.
Well, so what big scam you involved in now? Emptying parking meters?
Me and my friend RJ, we just torched King Hall.
You didn't?
Yeah, we did. RJ's mad at his pop because he got a girlfriend.
Yeah, well, I heard our Officer Morgan got something on the side.
Yeah, well, it's true.
So why did you torch Morgan or the gal? Why the King Hall?
Well, it's just like same thing as torching Morgan. I mean, he loves that place. He practically built it by hand.
You know, Willie, if what you're speaking of is true, this is serious. It's true. Anybody get hurt?
We didn't hang around long enough to find out. But it sure was hot.
I don't suppose you guys got anything out of this except a heap of trouble.
Just satisfaction, I guess.
Yeah, but it don't fill the stomach or the pocket now, does it? So what do you want from me? Money? An alibi? What? I figure you got to be something.
Just enough so we can lay low for a while. Maybe get out of town.
Out of town?
Well, being as your father's a cop, I'll be glad to help you out. Now, being as you're going to be on the run, you're going to need a piece. Now, the money's in the back room. Now, you go on. I'll be back as soon as I finish my game.
Yeah, thanks, Steamer.
Thanks a lot.
Now, where was I?
It was my turn.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Hey, man. Why you pass the gun to a kid like that?
I've been trying to get rid of it all week.
It ain't loaded, is it?
Well, you can tell kids did it. There's enough stuff in there to do 10 times the damage.
Yeah, they spread enough gasoline around to get them to Chicago and back.
Yeah, it's a good thing they didn't know what they were doing. They could have burned this whole place down.
Wait till I get my hands on RJ. He might have killed someone.
He didn't. Maybe he made a bad job of it because in his heart he wanted to fail.
This is no time for psychological examinations, Henrietta. If we don't stop the boy if we don't stop him, the next time he may do something really worse. The next time he's mad at me or you. Now, you saw it happen before with the Jameson kid right in front of our house.
RJ is not like the Jameson boy.
What makes him different? The Jameson kid was raised right. Had all the advantages, sent to a private school. What good did it do? One summer he came home and heard his parents arguing.
His parents were always fighting. It drove the boy wild.
Hey, Bob, look, you and Henriette aren't like that.
Wild enough so that he got his father's shotgun, loaded it, and killed both his parents.
RJ couldn't ever do that.
Haven't you been telling me that he's mad enough at me to do anything?
That was me running off. I was mad at you. I wanted you to pay for it, for what you've been doing.
Yeah, well, I guess I am paying for it. I love this place.
Like it was your own home?
Yeah, I suppose so.
So maybe your son was trying to tell you that you had another home you ought to be in.
I don't care what he was trying to tell me. He's hurt other people and he broke the law.
Look, that's not what's important right now, is it?
You bet it's important. It's important because he's got to face up to what he's done and then he's got to face me. There's a lot to be resolved between the two of us. Sergeant Ewing?
You're very good with confrontation. Tell the truth and things will just resolve themselves. That's what you think, isn't it?
Yes, that's what I think.
Well, it doesn't always work that way, Bob. You think telling me you're having an affair with Quinn is going to make all the pain go away.
Do you think we can go on as if nothing's happening? No, we can't, because I'm hurting. And I've got to find a way to deal with it. Right now, the truth is not helping me heal.
I'm sorry.
So am I. No, I guess I better go home now, just in case he comes there. That boy thinks the sun rises and sets on you. Do you know that?
We'll work it out.
Just make sure you see RJ. And whatever else, he has to know you love him.
Yeah. Yes, Jim. No, not today. Not this afternoon. I'm too busy. Tomorrow morning. First thing. I promise. Right. Yeah, Helen, have you found Quinn? Well, look harder. One more thing. I don't want any outside calls coming through here. Unless it's Steve, of course. Right. Her Highness, Queen Quinn.
How about outside visitors? Hey, don't chew the secretary out. She didn't see me.
All right, Joe, you got about 30 seconds.
Oh. I just came from the Cloverleaf Bar. Some of the guys down there tell me that Pete Shea, that's Harry Shea's son, he was there asking a lot of questions.
Yes. Yes, Jim. Oh, holy. All right. Yeah, Helen, the computer's down. Call the McClintock office and explain. Tell them we're going to have to take a delay on the bid submission. Yeah.
You remember me? Better yet, do you remember Harry Shea?
All right, Masterson. This time I want Harry Shea off our backs. For good. Well, it's nice to see you still work here.
I guess I'll be running along. Thanks for the donation to the pension fund.
Mm-hmm. You're in hot water this time, lady. Not up to your ankles, up to your knees. If you mean to move ahead in this organization, if you mean to stay here, you better clean up your act. And I mean fast. Personal life comes second around here, you know that.
This was something different.
Oh, yeah, that's what you always say.
Don't you want to know what happened?
No, I don't. What I want is for that sculpture museum to be squared away. You do know that it's opening next week.
Of course.
Then you also know that Steve's not going to be here, and it's highly doubtful if Rachel will be here.
I didn't make that connection.
Mrs. Van Buren calls. Hits the ceiling when she finds out. Look, go smooth her feathers for me, will you?
I'll do my best.
Hey, your best used to be pretty good. And you better see about organizing that opening. Find some big deal substitutes.
Is that all?
No. One more thing. Don't bother me about it. Just take care of it. I've got enough to do.
Larry's still busy at the site, but he doesn't know how much longer. I don't know if I should stay here or go home. I could call the babysitter and ask her if she would stay with Corey longer. I don't really want to go. Then,
That's what I'm going to do.
I need to be here in case there's some word.
You know, I've been trying to remember what it was like when I was a little girl. You know? I mean, life wasn't easy, but I don't remember ever being afraid or worried about violence or about how many nuts were out there running around. Maybe I'm just getting old.
No, you aren't, Ada. Things were different, even in my childhood. Mine, too. It's today.
Well, Whose fault is it? I mean, what's to blame?
I think it's something inside of people that's gone haywire.
Oh. Detectives room, Ada Hobson speaking. Yeah, she is. Hang on. It's so horrible for you.
Yes, Mr. O'Horgan. I see. When was that? Yeah, I'll be here. Please do, as soon as you know anything. Thanks for keeping in touch. He's had word from San Diego. Stephen went up in a helicopter to survey the waterfront. I've already lost him in one helicopter.
Stay tuned for the next part of Another World. And now, the next part of Another World.
What's up? Man, I'm tired, that's what. I'm tired of sneaking up these streets in the cold, not knowing what's happening.
What's happening is we gotta find a car.
Oh, great. Let's add car theft to the list. Arson, car theft, carrying a gun, man, this is crazy.
Hey, you got any better ideas?
And you said fires before and never got caught. Well, if we haven't told anybody, who could have pinned it on us?
Man, you inhabit in dreamland, son. Your father's a cop. He gets paid for pinning things on people. I figure it took him about 3 seconds to figure all this out. You're getting cold feet, aren't you?
No way, I'm glad we did it.
Yeah, well, I'm glad, too. It was a good fire. Maybe you ain't remembering you were mad. You get mad, you make sure the dude you're mad at knows what's on your head. You got to show him, man. Rip up something that means something to him. Yeah, it was a good fire. A glory blaze. I mean, if the whole place didn't go up, we at least closed them down for a while.
I'm not going, Willie. I'm going to take the blame.
Hey, man, wait a minute.
I didn't say you. I said I'm going to take it all by myself. Man, you won't have nothing to worry about. You walk away free and clear.
Hey, man, you crazy. You know that? Be singing a different tune after a night in juvenile detention. Only you won't be singing at all.
Yeah, well, maybe I will, maybe I won't.
Well, hey, man, you want to blow it, you're going to blow it alone. You got me? I'll see you, sucker.
Good night, Mr. Morgan. Everything will be all right.
Thanks, God.
You know, I'm going to check around a bit. I'm going to take Miss Johnson home, and I'll be back to lock up things, okay?
I just put a call out for RJ and Willie. And it is possible they didn't have anything to do with this.
Yeah, sure. And why were they seen running away from right here just after the fire started?
Maybe they know who did it. Might have seen him and then gone after him.
Sure. Regular candidates for the key to the city. This would make quite a story for a boy's life.
Could have happened.
No, Larry, I should have thought twice before I got involved with Quinn. I'm responsible here. I've hurt every black man, woman, and child in this town. Because I burned down this center.
Bob, you know you're my buddy. I'm going to talk straight to you, okay? Won't you just forget everybody else in their damn hall for a minute? Won't you just forget you're black? You're a father, you got a kid in trouble. And you're probably right. He probably did this. And he's out there right now not knowing where to turn. All I can say is, I know how I'd feel as if I were you. If it was Corey out there, not knowing who he'd hurt, who to turn to.
What am I going to do, Larry?
Go home. Go to your wife.
Have you seen Alice? She was in the penthouse, but she's not there now.
Alice is at the police station. You figured it was the best place to wait in case they had to call the San Diego backup into action.
From what I just heard, they don't. At least not yet.
You know something I don't know? Maybe you should come all the way in.
Something very strange is going on. The helicopter pilot has been in radio communication with the Black Hawk man at the airport.
And?
Steve is following Tom and Rachel.
So what else is new?
I mean, just Steve. He doesn't want to call in the police just yet. He's afraid Tom might lose control and do something dumb.
You mean something dumber?
You know, Rachel could be in a lot of trouble.
Which means Steve may soon be in a lot of trouble. You want to tell Alice that?
Well, she said if I found out anything.
You didn't find out anything. Look, Quinn, what good could that news possibly do her except upset her?
I suppose you're right.
Now, I, on the other hand, should be told.
I'll keep you posted.
Thank you.
Oh, Denver, you were right about something else.
What's that?
I have been letting my work slip. It won't continue.
Happens to the best of us.
Well, won't happen to me again. I've got myself together for good now.
What happened? Did you and your boyfriend break up? Or did you just get some perspective and see it for what it was?
What difference does it matter, as long as I do my work?
Clarice Ewing. Larry's wife?
Oh, yes. Come in, please.
Thank you. This is a nice house.
Thank you. Please, sit down.
Thanks.
Oh, would you like anything?
Maybe some shrimp scampi. I hear you're a terrific caterer. I'm just kidding. I don't know exactly why I'm here. I was just down at the station waiting for Larry to get back from the hall. You know. I guess I felt like it.
I'm glad you did. I've been sitting here worrying myself sick about RJ. He's really a good boy.
I'm sure he is.
It's hard for me to imagine him wishing anybody harm, but that's what they're saying. You know about his father and me.
I'm sorry.
I am too. I think sometimes mostly for the kids. Oh, I can't bear to think of him out there like a hunted animal.
Well, I'm sure that it's not like that. You know, no one was hurt in the fire.
I was there. What is it about being thankful for small blessings? I suppose it's a big blessing, considering. Did you see the hall?
On my way over here.
It's bad, isn't it? Who's gonna pay for the damages? If Bob tries to do it out of his paycheck, it'll take him into the next century. And with my income, the way things are, we barely make ends meet.
Maybe we could have a fundraising campaign or something.
Oh, I'd give my income and Bob's if RJ would just come home. Arson is a serious crime.
But he's still a juvenile.
It's still serious. My life is such a mess.
Mrs. Morgan.
Henrietta.
Henrietta. And you call me Clarice? Henrietta, is there anything I can do to help? I wish there was something.
Oh, you've helped more than you could imagine. I was going crazy sitting here all alone with my thoughts.
Well, then I'll stay as long as you want.
Maybe long enough to have a little strudel.
Ooh.
I made some this morning.
Longer if you want.
You know what I realized the last couple of months with what I've been going through? I realized I don't have too many friends. None close enough to call. I've been working so hard and spending the rest of the time on the kids and taking care of the house. People drop off and you don't realize it until you hit troubled times. Well, let's go out to the kitchen. I feel like I might be able to eat something now, thanks to you. Don't bother taking that coat off, mister.
We have to talk, Henrietta.
It'll have to be later then. Right now, I'm waiting for RJ. I'm through waiting for you. Now, I have more to say, and I'm afraid if I say it, I'll be sorry, so you just better go.
Stay tuned for the conclusion of Another World.
Hang on, baby.
This part of Another World was brought to you by Spick and Span. Spick and Span. It helps your floor show its true colors. Tomorrow night. Join us each weekday at this time for the continuing story of Another World.
Marshal. Now you listen to me. Just hand Matthew over to me, or I'm going to send the both of you over the cliff. I'm not kidding!
How does he expect me to talk to him when our son is out there somewhere scared to death knowing he's in big trouble? I wish RJ would come home.
I think he will.
Really? You don't think he'll run away?
No.
It won't be easy for him to face his father. Bob asks a lot of RJ, always has, and the boy has tried so hard to please him. That is until now. He'll be twice as hard on RJ as he would be on a stranger, and the boy knows it.
Well, he must know that his father loves him too, Henrietta.
I guess Bob had no idea what his affair with Quinn would do to his family. No idea whatsoever.
Maybe this whole awful experience will give Bob second thoughts.
If it's not too late.
Another World. This portion is brought to you by Pert, the shampoo for clean, manageable hair that bounces and behaves. That's Pert shampoo for bouncing and behaving hair.
He's fine, Larry. He's just a little tired and hungry.
Now, hang on, honey. Let me get Bob. Bob, your son's at your house. He's all right.
You tell Clarice to give RJ a message for me. Tell him to get something to eat, to change his clothes, and get right down here.
Tonight?
Tonight.
Come on, Bob. The kid's beat. Let's let him come in tomorrow.
Just give Clarice the message, Larry.
I heard him, Larry. I'll pass that on to Henrietta. Do you think that Bob might want a word with RJ? He's right here.
Hey, Bob, you want to talk to RJ? He'll see him when he gets here. Listen, honey, I gotta go. I'll talk to you later. I love you.
Me too. Well, RJ, your dad sends his love, and he's really glad you're home. And he understands.
What else did he say?
Well, not a whole lot. Just that he'd like you to go down to the station house tonight.
Tonight? He can't wait till the morning?
Maybe you should call him back, Henrietta.
Doesn't he know the boy's exhausted?
Don't call him, Mom. I'll do whatever he says.
Honey, don't you want to lie down for a few minutes?
And keep him waiting? I'll just go and change.
See what I mean? The man won't budge an inch.
Just hand Matthew over to me, or I'm going to send the both of you over the cliff. I'm not kidding! Stay back. I'm warning you. Okay, Rachel. Just hand the kid out to me. All right. Keep him away from the car! All right. Okay, Daddy, it's all right. Come on, brave little soldier. Where's Jim? Stop. We have to try to call him.
He's hurt.
You're gonna have to try to call him, honey. Come on, you can make it. Just easy, does it easy? Easy.
not dressed yet.
Oh, you've got to help me pick one. I don't know what to wear.
Well, I like this one.
Well, isn't that too glittery?
Glittery is sexy. But wear the one you like best. Why are you such a wreck?
Well, I've never had dinner with a star before. I've never even met one.
Milo is not a star.
Well, you know what I mean. He's a celebrity.
He's only a producer.
Oh, aren't you blasé? Only a producer. Just think of all the well-known people he knows. Think of all the famous people that he's on a first-name basis
Yeah, well,
with.
I have talked to some of those people, and believe me, they are just like the rest of us.
Burt Lancaster is not just like the rest of us.
Well, I never spoke to him. But I almost talked to Timothy Hutton. Oh, what a hunk.
I never heard of him.
Imagine starring opposite Timothy Hutton.
Julia, are you sure?
I'm positive. You know what, Grandma? I'm so glad I decided to stay in Bay City. And I'm even glad I'm going to night school. Actresses have to be well-rounded.
Oh, don't tell me.
Well, Jason thinks I'm a natural. Milo might want me in his film.
Actresses, the life of an actress is so difficult. It's so insecure. It's so unpredictable.
Well, that's all right. It's also fun and glamorous, and you can earn lots of money.
Oh! Look what I did. I smeared my nails. I have to do the whole thing all over again.
Grandma, you're going to hyperventilate. Now, breathe in, breathe in. Good, right.
Oh, thanks, honey.
Well, why don't you go soak in a hot tub, all right? We still have plenty of time. Grant, what are you doing?
Nothing. Not a thing, darling. Julia, dear, what should I talk about with Milo in case I get tongue-tied?
You won't. But if nothing comes to mind, you just listen and ask questions.
Oh, that's a good idea. I'll do that. What would I do without you? What would I do without you?
Bob, you haven't even heard his side of the story.
What's to hear? The kid broke the law. If you break the law, you have to pay the consequences. The fact that it's my son doesn't give him any special privileges.
We're not asking you to give him special privileges. A little human kindness is what I'm talking about.
So he broke the law. That doesn't mean he's a hardened criminal, and you're treating him like one. He's your son.
And I'm a cop.
You are a private citizen on this. Hancock removed you in case you forgot.
With all the reminders, how could I forget?
What are we arguing about?
Well, you people started it. Damn near attacked me for trying to do my job.
Wrong.
Now listen, you got to admit that we're all too close to this thing to be objective. Agreed?
Bob, I didn't attack you. I just wanted you to go easy on him like you would any first-time offender.
Bob, you have to see that your guilt feelings are playing a big part in this.
I recognize that, Ada. I know that RJ is hurt and he's angry. But my personal feelings are not the issue.
They told me to come right in.
Have a seat, RJ. You know Larry and Ada?
How you doing, RJ?
Hi, RJ.
I'm ready to make a statement. You want me to begin?
After Detective Ewing reads you your rights.
Oh, Grandma, you look sensational. Turn around. Oh, fantastic.
You think so? You don't think I should have worn that blueprint?
No, I love that dress. You look so skinny and chic. Oh.
What about the shoes? You think they're right?
Oh, they're fine. They're fine. Oh, you sure don't look old enough to be my grandmother. No way.
You're just being too kind.
No, I'm not.
Well, I owe it all to you. Your cottage cheese, your bean sprouts, your... Oh. Well, it's just done wonders for me, your being here.
Oh, no, being here with you has done wonders for me. My whole life has changed.
I'm glad you're taken with Bay City, dear. There's only one thing that really concerns me, and that's about...
Yeah, Jason Dunlap.
That's right.
Grandma, you have no reason to be concerned. He has been wonderful to me.
After what he did to Russ, after what he did to Tracy?
That has nothing to do with me. All right, Grandma, he's not proud of everything in his past, but he is trying to change all that. He's trying to lead a different life.
But the question is, can he?
I think so. I really do. I mean, Grandma, he has such a drive. He knows what he wants and he's going after it. Don't you think that's admirable? And he has such an appetite for life. And he is very smart.
You know, he's a grown man and mature. He should know what he wants. The thing, Julia, that I feel is that I'd like to see you try and make friends with people your own age.
Look, Grandma, don't start leaning on me, all right? Because I have never been comfortable with kids my own age, ever. And I'm not about to begin now. Now, if you're gonna treat me like a 10-year-old...
I wouldn't dream of it, Julia.
Can't you just accept me for who I am?
I do, Julia. I accept you. I not only accept you, I love you dearly for just who you are. You know, I have changed my entire life for you. Now, won't you, can't you make one tiny compromise for me now and then?
Grandma, you really are too much.
Gwen! Oh, you're the first one here. Alone?
No, Bob can't make it.
It's funny how time-consuming a little case of arson can be, especially when it's in the family.
You heard.
Heard? All I had to do was take a whiff of the air. The wind was blowing this way. I tell you, I do not admire the smell of scorched tennis sneakers. Do you plan to stay in that coat all evening?
Oh. Thanks, Ed.
No, I didn't figure that Detective Bob Morgan would be too eager to show his face around here tonight. Well, well, well. Don't we look like the fine lady this evening?
It was a choice between doing this and cornrows.
Cornrows. Right. That is just the image I had of you, Gwen. Anyway, doesn't matter what you look like.
Mm-hmm. It matters. It matters a lot. It took time and years to learn how to dress right.
Mm-hmm.
You send out signals by the way you dress. You don't believe me? I'll be glad to show you the books.
They have books on how to dress?
It's something you should know.
Yeah. All right, tell me now, when I'm putting on my pants, should I put the right leg in first or the other one?
Joke about it if you want.
Lord, what some people won't spend money on? Books on how to dress.
And how to talk and behave.
Mm-hmm. I wonder how the characters who wrote your books would approve of the way the brothers and sisters dress down at my place. Well, no, maybe you can come over someday and give them a little chat on how they should be dressing.
Does me proud to see you doing so well.
Thank you. I'm doing okay. I mean, as much as can be expected out of a man who had to do it all by himself.
You, want to tell me what's going on?
Going on?
Tonight. Why have you invited me here after all these years?
Quinn, I told you, after Luella walked out on me, I took it all in. And it made me realize that I didn't have enough family that I could afford to waste any.
You should have been a preacher.
What do you mean?
The way you talk. You almost got me believing.
Oh, come on, now. You don't think that family is important to me?
Well, the family stomach seems to be that. Quite an impressive spread you laid out there.
Well, I just want my people to know where I'm at in the world.
And you too. Quinn, you should know that you have a brother that has to be reckoned with.
Do you mind if I see her alone?
It's all right.
See how the pilot's doing back here. You sure you're all right?
It's my arm.
I'm sorry this isn't what I had planned.
I know. You love him very much.
It's not everything, is it?
No, it isn't.
I don't know. It just got out of control. I was stupid to think that I could trust a kid. I was stupid to think that I could justify snatching Matthew away from you, whatever the reason. He's yours, too. You risk your life for him, he belongs with you.
Well, you're his father. I want him to grow up loving you. So whenever you want to visit him, we'll be there waiting.
Excuse me, would you come with me? You're going to have to answer some questions.
Take care of yourself.
You ready to go, Miss Davis?
All right. All right, so I'll take her.
It's your business, but she could have internal injuries.
She definitely does not have internal injuries.
Okay.
You are the most stubborn person I've ever met in my life. You know?
Yeah, well, next to you.
Mrs. Ducker. Now, these obscene phone calls you've been getting. What does the guy say?
I can't repeat it. It's too disgusting. Look, you got to do something. What if my teenage daughter answers one of his calls?
You said he was about my height, but huskier. Is that right?
Yes, officer. Maybe an inch or two taller.
See?
And he nearly scared me to death. Crouching there in the vestibule. Could give a person a heart attack.
I understand now. How much money was in your wallet?
Oh.
Do you have any idea how much?
Yes,
Hello, Ada Hobson, detectives. I'm sorry, I can't hear you. You have to speak louder. Oh, Steve? Hi. Listen, I'm sorry about the noise. It's like a zoo in here. What's... Oh, Steve, what a relief. Oh, yeah, what about Matthew? Oh, that's wonderful. They're both okay. Okay. Great. Now, listen, you give them both a hug and a kiss for me, okay? And tell Rachel I can't wait to see her. Thanks, Steve. Thanks for calling. Yeah, right. Goodbye. Oh.
Yeah, look, Ada's over here. I want you to talk to her, all right?
Well, hi, RJ. Sit down. You want a soda or something?
Oh, thanks. Bob, can I talk to you for a minute?
No, I feel better.
Sure. I'll be right back.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Excuse me.
I can't.
You want a peppermint?
We finished with the captain. He doesn't see why we have to get too formal with RJ.
In other words?
He suggested an appearance at juvenile court, and you have to be responsible for all the damages.
And that's it?
Maybe a little supervision.
Look, I said I didn't want any special privileges.
Now, for crying out loud, Morgan, you're not getting any special privileges. And the captain works by the book for everybody. RJ's never been in trouble before. What do you want? I mean, look at him. He's a good kid. Why don't you get him out of here? I'll take over for you. Come on, the kid's falling off his feet.
Yeah, okay, I'll take him.
Listen, Steve just called. Rachel and my grandson are both okay.
That's wonderful, Ada.
Yeah, well, I think I'll go home and finally get some sleep. You do the same thing, you hear me? Okay? Excuse me.
Good night, Ada.
Good night. Good night, Larry.
Sure. See you later.
Come on, I'll give you a ride home.
I'll take the bus. You don't have to do me any favors. One of the things I picked up from you. Don't take favors from anybody unless they're family.
This is my left hand. I'm never going to be able to do anything. How long do I have to wear this?
3 or 4 weeks.
That long?
Oh, yeah. You can get somebody to help you with Matthew.
Yeah, but who's going to help me with my commissions?
Honey, you can't finish your commissions and meet the deadline. With a broken arm, be reasonable.
I don't know how to be reasonable. Doctor, has anybody checked on my son yet?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you knew. Matthew was examined by a pediatrician. He's in excellent condition. Maybe you would consider leaving him here for a couple of days. He's great for morale.
Oh, no, not in your life. He's not going to leave my sight until I get over all of this.
Doctor, could I use the phone for a second? I have a credit card.
Oh, sure. Just dial operator. The girl will help you. Just put the call. Why don't I bring Matthew in?
Oh, great. I'd love it. Thanks.
Alice seems to be out. Well, at least we got through to Ada.
I hope Alice isn't angry with me.
Why would she be? She was the one that convinced me to fly out here.
Why do you look so unhappy then?
Well, all right. If things had gone according to plan, I'd be a happily married man right now.
Oh, Steve.
We were going to Ogden this afternoon to get married.
Well, why didn't you go ahead with your plans? I mean, now I've ruined everything. I feel terrible.
You've ruined my life, at least, but where would you and Matthew be if I hadn't been there to bail you out?
At the bottom of Mount Soledad, probably. Still, I feel terrible.
Yeah. Ogden's not going anywhere as far as I know.
Wait a minute. I thought everybody went off and eloped in the white heat of passion.
Yeah, I thought so too, but well, when you're a grown man with a family and a business, the white heat of passion gets lost in the rush.
You're lucky to have a second chance with Alice.
Yeah. I did my best to forget her. I just couldn't do it.
She's pretty lucky to have you, too.
You don't want to, or you haven't been asked?
I've decided to wait on Viney.
Hasn't been asked. But not surprised. Where would she find a husband in that office of hers? Oh, she found someone, haven't you? Just too bad he's married to somebody else.
Aunt Viney.
Oh, how much are you making now?
Enough to get by on.
Oh,
Excuse me. Oh.
Hello.
Hello. Won't you come in? Come in.
Hi.
Aunt Vani, Aunt Duran, I'd like to introduce you
No
to...
need to introduce us. You're RJ's father, huh? RJ? The boy who set fire to King Hall. Isn't that right? Oh, it must be so painful to have a son like that on your hands.
Well, thank you for a lovely evening. I'm afraid I've got to get home. I have some work to do.
When?
Well, when are we going to see you again?
Maybe we'd better wait until I'm worthy of your company.
I'm sorry. Now, you are going to clean your plate.
Okay.
Probably haven't had a decent meal since you got here.
Well, it depends on what you mean by decent.
Yeah, well, Marge, eat.
This is going to be very difficult, you know, because this is my right hand for eating.
Well, there you go.
Okay.
How's the arm feeling?
It's throbbing.
Oh,
Excuse me.
you're exhausted.
Uh-huh. Don't get mad at me if I don't eat, okay? I'm too tired to eat.
Here's something that'll help you get a good night's sleep. Ah.
Mmm.
To you, Rachel, the spunkiest woman I've ever met. On any continent. And to the hairiest chase sequence since the French Connection.
I'm just glad it's over with.
Mm.
But you know, you're the one that deserves this toast. I really don't know how I'm ever going to thank you.
You just did.
First, the lovely and young Julia was going to blaze like a comet in the sky when she makes her acting debut in the movie A View of the Bay.
Here, here.
And now, to the charming and fascinating Liz Matthews, who glows with the same sensual vitality as her granddaughter.
Here, here again.
Well, thank you, Milo. Sure hope I don't let you down.
Oh, you couldn't if you tried. Milo's right. You're going to be one major motion picture star. And I'm going to represent you. After all, I'm the one who discovered you.
Oh, no, Jason, let's not get carried away too far. No. I discovered Julia at the moment that I first saw her. I knew that this was no ordinary girl. I know that she's going to make a wonderful picture.
Gentlemen, I think the marvelous fact is that my granddaughter has discovered herself.
Oh, beautifully expressed.
Oh, and I have discovered you, Grandma. And that is about the best discovery of all.
She's absolutely right, Liz. You are a wonderful woman. When can we get together again?
Well, after this extravagant evening, I think I should have you to dinner any evening that your busy schedule permits.
Oh, nothing sounds better. You just name the day.
It's pretty terrific, don't you think?
I think I'd like to leave. How about you? There's a new group down at the Gramercy.
Okay, sir.
Excuse me, Liz. May I borrow your granddaughter for just a little while?
Well, I won't be home late, I promise.
All right, dear.
Good night, Milo. Liz, it's been a wonderful evening. Thank you.
Good night, Jason. Oh, may I pour some brandy?
Oh, none for me, thanks. But you just go right ahead and help yourself.
was my very first disco, and I loved it. Oh, Milo, you lead such an exciting life.
Oh, not so exciting. Sometimes very tedious.
Oh,
and boring.
Making films must be exciting.
You will find out yourself when we go into production.
Will I be allowed to go on the set?
Of course you'll be allowed to go on this, and as often as you'd care to be there. After all, Julia will need your moral support.
The only thing that puzzles me is, does Julia actually have the part?
Well, we will have to wait for the director. The director has the final decision, but I know that you will make a wonderful Virginia.
But she is nothing like Rachel Davis was.
But Julia is a wonderful type. She's animated, natural, and very sexy.
It's strange for me to think of Julia as being sexy, my own granddaughter.
Well, she has you to thank for those qualities.
Oh, for heaven's sakes. Thank you for the compliment, Milo, but Julia's an adopted child. My daughter Susan adopted her when she was 10.
I see.
You see, Julia came from a broken home. The parents, well, my daughter Susan was a psychiatric social worker on the case. And when the adoption came along, well, Susan was right there to take advantage of it.
Well, perhaps that explains that sense of mystery about her.
Perhaps.
I see that mystery in you, Liz. It's a very appealing quality. Well, I must let you get your rest. It's been a long night.
A lovely night.
Many sights you haven't shown me in Bay City.
Too many to see in one night.
Then we can pick it up where we left off tomorrow. Oh, unless, of course, I've worn out my welcome.
Well, why don't you call me in the morning?
I will do that, lovely lady. Ciao.
Ciao, Milo. And grazie.
Oh.
Hi, honey. How'd it go?
Okay.
I'm glad they didn't hold you there any longer. How come your dad didn't come home with you?
Felt like taking a bus. Well, scratch that. Let's just say I didn't accept his offer to drive me home. Fact is, Mom, I don't want anything from that man no more. Going to sleep.
Wait, RJ. Honey, we can't give up on him. Can't keep on punishing him.
Why not?
Because one mistake after another is not going to make things better. Regardless of what you think, RJ, your father loves you very much.
Well, Mom, he sure has a funny way of showing it. If he would have had his way tonight, they would have locked me up for 20 years. I'm his own flesh and blood. Doesn't it count for anything? What's wrong with that man?
You hurt him very much, RJ.
I hurt you, too. Are you ready to throw me out?
Mothers are different.
I don't buy that. He raised that woman around town right under your nose. And that's okay, right?
I didn't say it was, but it's not your place to judge him.
Listen, Mom, you want to forgive and forget. That's your business. But don't tell me how to feel, because that's my business.
He is your father.
Oh, don't tell me I have to respect him because he's my father.
No more, RJ. No more. Go on to bed. We're going to make things better. Somehow. You hungry, honey? The fridge is full of leftovers from that big party.
No, thanks. I'm real tired of leftovers.
What are you thinking about?
Mitch. Fathers and sons, that relationship.
You're going to have to decide what you want to do about Mitch.
Mm-hmm. I don't think I want to do anything. Probably wouldn't feel that way if I hadn't lost Amanda. But I know that pain. You know what that feels like. That's punishment enough. You think you could do something about that?
Well, you can. You can. According to the police, your possession of Matthew doesn't constitute a definite statement of legal intent. In other words, if you don't press charges, Mitch won't have to stand trial.
I don't want to press charges. He loves Matthew as much as I do.
And Mitch has nothing to worry about.
I wonder. I wonder if we'll be able to work everything out. Boy, would I like to go home right now.
Tomorrow, after a good night's sleep.
Ups, sit-ups.
Goodbye.
Yeah.
Matthew wakes you up too early. You give me a call. I'll take him out for breakfast, okay?
You're really very good to me, you know that? Alice is a very lucky woman.
Makes you believe in happy endings, doesn't it?
Stay tuned for the conclusion of Another World.
I really want to thank you for showing up at Epsom. I know it wasn't easy.
It wasn't easy for you either.
How's RJ?
Not so good. I don't know how to reach him, Quinn. I don't know what to say or how to say it. And I don't know where he is.
I'm to blame for that. You know, I single-handedly ruined a wonderful relationship. You know how that makes me feel?
Stop that, Quinn. You didn't single-handedly ruin anything. It's just gonna take some time, that's all. We're all doing the best we can.
That's what hurts. You try so hard, and it still doesn't work. Well, it's been quite a day. Can't say I'm sorry to see it come to an end.
Ed shouldn't have put you through that dinner tonight.
Maybe he's just trying to even the score. I was the one who walked away.
That was a long time ago. You've paid. Well, I guess it's time to say goodnight, pretty lady.
Good night or goodbye.
So your light on. Can't you sleep?
Oh, the couch got lumpy. Come on in.
Thanks.
You couldn't sleep either?
No. Too wired. Matthew's not having any trouble.
No, I don't think he's changed positions once. You don't think he'll remember any of this, do you?
Oh, no, I don't think so. He's so young.
And innocent. You know, he's lying there with his hand holding onto his blanket. It's exactly what Jamie used to do. Do you remember the past very much?
Oh, I have my moments. But I try not to dwell on the bad times.
Yeah, me too.
I feel so intertwined with your life.
Yes, it's hard not to when you share a child.
What a time that was.
Yeah. You and Alice and me. Who would have thought we'd all wind up being such good friends?
I wouldn't have had it any other way.
Wonder what would have happened if it had all turned out differently.
Oh, yeah. Well, you can't undo the past. Except in your fantasies.
Too bad.
You haven't done badly. You have 3 beautiful children. You have a wonderful profession. You're surrounded by people who love and admire you.
There are a couple of things that are missing.
You'll find them. You'll find everything you want.
I hope so. I'm awfully glad you're in my life.
I'm glad you're in mine.
This part of Another World was brought to you by Lemon Fresh Joy. Joy cleans clear down to the shine, so your everyday dishes don't look everyday. Join us each weekday at this time for the continuing story of Another World.
Hard thing. It seems that all the books used in the Bay City school system come from one publishing company. That's funny, but that publishing company, all the stock is owned by the janitor who works in the building where Mayor Stein owns an apartment.
You're kidding.
Oh, wait, there's more. There's more. Okay, books have authors, right? Now, authors earn royalties when a book is sold. Now, that brings us to the very interesting case of one E.K. Patterson. He wrote a beginning biology textbook. Now, that textbook was first published in 1979.
So?
So, indeed. E.K. Patterson died in 1964.
Don't tell me Stein wrote all the books, too.
Well, no, not quite. Apparently he has 3 guys who write under pseudonyms for him. Now, these guys' academic credentials are nowhere near what they're claimed to be. Okay, now, it seems that although E.K. Patterson died in 1964, he's got a very healthy bank account in a bank in Ogden. And it's just like Mark told us. You know, Stein apparently uses the names of relatives or dead people, and in some cases, dead relatives. But, you know, it's like this. It's like all roads lead to Rome. It seems that all accounts lead to... Okay, now everybody together. You ready?
Mayor Stein!
Very good, class.
Sandy, I trust that you've got all this documented.
You trust right, Brian. We've got him nailed this time.
You've done a wonderful piece of work, Sandy.
Well, Blaine has done a lot of the work, too, man.
Both of you should be very proud. Well, Brian, I think we can make a call now, don't you?
Uh-oh.
Hello, this is Brian Bancroft. I'd like to speak to Mayor Stein on some urgent business. Hello, Mayor Stein. This is Brian Bancroft. I'm calling on behalf of Mac Corey. Yes, that's right. Mr. Mayor, Mac Corey has some very important business he'd like to discuss with you before it's released to the public. Yes, that's right. In his office later today? Well, that would be fine. Thank you.
He's taken the bait.
All right.
Well, what do you think?
I think you're going to make an absolutely luscious mother of the bride. Now, if I could just convince you to become a bride yourself.
I thought we agreed on that.
Yeah, we did. First week of July, if I'm still tottering around by then.
I promise we will get married then.
We are married in spirit.
Oh, that's the most important thing. That sense of being at one with each other. I have to feel that.
Do you feel that, Alice?
Sometimes. Now I do. Stephen, I can't take that.
You don't like it?
You've given me too much already.
How can you give too much?
I feel uncomfortable with all the things you're giving me.
Honey, I enjoy giving things, especially to the people that matter to me, especially to the woman I love.
Taking can be hard. I don't want to argue today.
Neither do I.
It's too important a day. Sally getting married?
Yes. Too important a day.
This is a very fine review of your son's book. You must be proud.
Yes, I am. Of the review, not so much of the book.
Oh, why do you say that?
My son was very angry when he wrote the book. He wanted to take revenge out on a lot of people he felt disappointed him. It's not very kind writing.
You disappointed him.
I guess I did. You should read the portrait of me in his book.
Now, you see, it is because he is an artist. He has to get satisfaction from his work. We all do that. For instance, if you were to examine the portrait bust of a certain Minister of Agriculture with the minister himself, you might conclude that I had exaggerated, the right word, exaggerated, the wart on his forehead. Huh? I mean, you must have done that yourself.
No, I don't think I ever have, but then I work mostly in non-objective art. I think I'm nervous about this panel.
Oh, this is ridiculous. You're a charming, intelligent woman. You will fascinate them.
Where's Chapek?
Anton Chapek. Last night, after seeing me safely tucked into my bed, he made an informal study of the American drinking habits. Unfortunately, no. I think he took his research a little too seriously. He won't be with us for a while. A dreadful shame.
Oh, yes.
Another World. This portion is brought to you by Head & Shoulders, regular and conditioning formula for extra manageability, so everyone can control dandruff and manage just beautifully.
Steve, I just don't understand it. We have nothing to gain and absolutely everything to lose.
I don't think we have anything to lose, Tim.
Oh, no. What about this investigative committee of the union that you're so hot for? What if they decide that, because of what they find out, that the contract should be thrown out?
I don't think it'll come to that.
Now, what if it does? Look, Steve, that contract was settled in favor of management. That's us. Do you want to risk that?
The union will know that it was one of us, one of management, that fought to see that the right thing was done.
You're convinced that this is the way you want to go?
I am convinced.
Okay, then I suppose I should tell you.
Tell me what?
Well, the day before the union vote, Joe Masterson came to see me.
What about?
Well, he wanted to know if he could be considered for membership in the Master Contractors Association, if you please.
The day before the vote.
Yeah.
The head of the union negotiates a contract in favor of management and wants to become a member of management himself. Well, that's very interesting.
Yes, I wasn't too thrilled about the idea myself. I'm glad it's out in the open now. Besides, as you can imagine, I don't particularly relish the idea of Joe Masterson joining the Master Contractors. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean. Thank you, Ted. I'll see to it that it gets in the right hands.
Good.
Man, what are you doing here? We finished the business we had. Where?
In the streets.
They're always on the streets.
They are not always in the streets making noise about a certain gun that a certain boy by the name of Willie had on him when he got off at the last stop.
They don't have anything.
Good. I hope it stays that way. I like Bay City, man. I like going to Delmore Street Beach in the summer. I like the 4th of July with the floats and the high school girls and the marching bands. I like my position in this city. Relocating would be a hardship.
Nobody's gonna hear nothing from me if that's what's got you ruffled. Now, if I were you, I see some other mouths were closed with business, though.
Yeah. I'm making some social visits to that very point. How's your mission coming? Everything under control?
I got everything in hand.
Good, good. I would be very cautious if I were you. One slip, and you and me could end up down the manhole and into the sewer. I wouldn't like that. Could ruin my threads.
Harry, Harry. Oh, Harry.
You see what my kisses do to you?
Come on, honey. Now, what if the girls were home?
They'd be playing hooky. It's a day of school. They're in school.
What about Pete, then, Harry?
Pete's on his last day of work, and then he's going to see Sally Frame get married to Steve's pet lawyer. So we're all alone in this house, just you and me in this big old house.
Harry, you want something.
Yeah, that's right.
Come on, Harry. No,
Come here.
Harry, no, not now. Harry, please, come on. Harry, I'm warning you. Listen.
I'm crazy about you.
I am a respectable married lady, Harry. Come on. Look, no.
Oh.
Harry. Harry! Oh, Harry! Come on, Harry, you're tickling me. Harry, no. Harry, that's the phone.
Yeah, I
no. Harry, it's the phone.
The phone!
Harry, come on. Oh, Harry. I swear.
Hello. What do you want, Steve? Can't you tell me over the phone? All right, so I'll be over later then, okay? Yeah, goodbye. Why would he have to call me? Loretta? 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 Where are you?
I'm up here.
You're up here? What are you doing up here?
Waiting for you.
worried?
Well, I don't know if I made much sense, did I?
You were wonderful. She was wonderful, wasn't she, Chapek?
Yeah, wonderful. True democratic fervor.
See?
Right.
How are you feeling, Mr. Chapek?
Oh, it's nothing, just small case of delayed jet lag.
Oh, yes. That can be very difficult.
I hope very much, Miss Davis, that one of these days you will be able to come to my country. And I'm sure that our sculptors and painters could learn much, much from you.
Oh, and I from them.
Would you consider it?
Wait a minute, are you serious?
Yes, I'm always serious about art.
Well, I would be thrilled.
It shall be arranged.
This is wonderful.
Oh, wonderful.
Yes, you could come to my town to see the people that are the source of my work. Fantastic.
Well, I would like to do the same for you, Nikolai. Do you think perhaps you could get away for a few days after the Congress is over with?
Well,
And come to Bay City?
yes, I would be overjoyed.
That would be wonderful. Uh-oh.
Mr. Parenko, Mr. Parenko, Mr. Parenko, does your presence at this conference signal a relaxation on the part of your government concerning
Always
international
they
influence?
ask political questions. Really, I don't know why. At a meeting of sculptors, swimming competitions, always politics.
I thought the philosophy of your party was that everything was political, Mr. Chapek.
What do you think of the conference?
If you will excuse me, please, okay? Thank you.
Not bad.
You like it?
It's very springy.
Listen, I have the entire afternoon off, so I thought, after the meeting, perhaps we could go riding. What do you say?
Sounds good.
Good. Oh, I got the results of my fig midterm.
Uh-oh, how bad?
Oh, no, not too bad, not too. B minus.
Well, that's not bad.
You proud of me?
Congratulations,
Yeah, surprise, surprise. See what happens when I have a little motivation?
What's your motivation?
Well, I'd kind of like to avoid being shipped off to summer school, for one. I mean, locked up in Chicago with nothing but books and without you.
Well, I'm not exactly looking forward to being 40 or 50 miles away from you, driving people all over the place.
Oh, poor baby. Yes, what a terrible summer you're going to have. Imagine having to put up with all that awful glamour.
Oh, yes, all of that glamour. I'll probably be sitting around all day waiting for the stars and starresses to do their thing.
Starresses?
Yeah, starresses, you know, like in Girl Stars, starresses.
Kind of glad to see you happy and peppy again. You were so grim for so long.
Well, things are a lot easier now. I mean, my father's not walking around growling about your father anymore. Now, my mother's been pretty happy, too. She's been acting like she's about 20 years younger. You know, if I didn't know better, I'd be expecting another little brother or sister.
Are you serious?
No, but maybe 4 or 5 years ago.
Oh, cut it out. Stop it.
Uh-oh, uh-oh.
I didn't know you guys were down here.
Yeah, we just came by to get ready for the wedding.
Well, maybe you better get on to doing that.
I think maybe you're right.
Got an appointment myself. Better get on to it myself. Joe Masters, and he wants to be a master contractor, huh?
I thought you might find the information valuable.
Yeah, I can really use it. Thank you for telling me, Steve.
I want to get this thing resolved, Harry. You don't still think I bribed Joe Masterson, do you?
Maybe not.
Maybe not. Maybe not, that's what I get. Well, that's some progress, anyway.
I'm not ready to go fishing or toss a football around with you, so don't go getting the idea that we're going to go back to the good old days.
Why not? They were pretty good. As good old days go.
Were.
They will be again.
I wouldn't count on it.
You're a stubborn old crab, Harry.
I wonder if you got as burned as I did, how you'd react, how your disposition would be.
I don't know. Try having a burning helicopter fall on you sometime.
I'm not going to sit here and trade scars with you, Steve. I'm telling you, Joe Masterson, I trusted him. Look what he did to me. Look what he did to the men in my union.
Right. So you're just going to swear off trusting. Is that it? Never going to trust anybody again?
If trusting means being made a patsy...
All right, you got it.
Maybe you're telling the truth. But even if you were, you know that doesn't solve things between you and me. You're not the same guy that sat beside me as a kid and swapped sandwiches.
No. I'm tougher and richer and happier.
And greedier and more ambitious. Add those to your list, too.
And older. I'm seeing my daughter get married this afternoon. My daughter, Sally. Now, you gonna get me so upset I can't even enjoy it?
No, I'm sorry. I forgot about that. Sally, she's the little girl you adopted, isn't she?
Yeah. Alice did, actually. But I've grown very fond of her.
What do you think's going to happen here between Diana and Pete?
I don't know. I think we should both be patient. I think if you didn't go around bellowing all the time, some things might change of their own accord.
Then again, there are certain things that never change. Nice to see you have such a wide circle of friends, Frank.
Thank you very much. We can go forward. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
The American press. They asked me my opinion on everything from nuclear disarmament to punk rock.
What is your opinion on punk rock?
You wouldn't want to know. I mean, they are truly extraordinary. They have a tactlessness that is positively childlike. They didn't ask you anything.
No, it's just as well. I hate interviews.
Yes, well, you had better prepare yourself for that.
For what?
Well, I have invited you to my city and I'm going to yours.
So what does that have to do with the press?
Because it is news. I guarantee you right now, Chapek is on the telephone with the premier boasting about the propaganda advantage that he has created. And once your State Department gets hold of this, there will be conferences and position papers and meetings far into the night.
But wait a minute, we're not even negotiating anything. We're just going to be talking about sculpture.
Yes, I know that, and you know that, but to the state, nothing is simple. Now, let us forget about that right now. I am just looking forward to coming to Bay City, to seeing your studio. It will be wonderful to see a city that has produced an artist of your caliber.
Will you meet my mother?
Is she as charming as you are?
Well, it depends on your definition of charm, but I think both of you will hit it off.
What is hit it off?
Like each other.
Ah, I like hit it off. Now, Rachel, I have discharged my responsibility to your press. Now, you will please do me a favor?
What? Yeah, sure.
I understand there is in New York a shop devoted entirely to toys. You know it?
Yes, of course I do. Come on, let's go.
What was Harry Shea doing here? No, the question is, what are you doing here?
Well, I want you to stop the inquiry.
Stop it.
Yeah, but you could withdraw your request.
No, I couldn't.
It's because of Harry, isn't it?
This has little or nothing to do with Harry. The issue is your conduct in office. Ted Van Buren tells me you wanted to become a member of the Contractors Association. I think an inquiry is the least that's called for.
Yeah, Steve, if I can get Harry off your back.
I don't think you're listening to me. Harry has nothing to do with this.
Well, aren't you pursuing me because of Harry? Isn't he accusing you of bribing me? I mean, to be honest.
Honest?
Yeah.
I'm surprised that word doesn't stick in your throat.
Well, you can't stand there and tell me that you're doing this because you're not being pressured.
Oh, yes, I can. Knowing what I know about you, I consider it my duty.
Your duty? Your duty? It's funny you found your duty when Harry Shea is breathing down your neck.
I'd pursue this inquiry if Harry Shea were to disappear into thin air like Houdini. You're on your way out. You hear me? You're on your way out, and that's all there is to it.
Steve, we're supposed to meet Sally and Alice at the judge's chambers.
Fine, I'm ready to go.
Denny, can I talk to you a minute?
I'll be waiting for you at the elevator.
So talk. Come on, Joe, I don't have much time here.
I'm in over my head, Denny.
Look, if it's more money you want, I don't have it to give.
No. It isn't the money. Joe, Denny, we have got to have a talk about Harry Shea.
Well, that sounds to me like internal union affairs, Joe. And as you know, I'm not a dues-paying member.
You need the car tonight or tomorrow?
No, why?
Well, they were supposed to send a guy over here from the garage to take a look at the brakes. Looks like he's taking his time, so I thought I'd take it over there since I have the afternoon off.
Oh, you think it's gonna have to stay in the shop overnight?
Good possibility. You don't mind, huh? I mean, you don't have any shopping to do or anything?
No, listen, if I need any shopping done, I'll send Bridget. She's getting to be a whiz on that bike of hers.
Okay. You need anything while I'm out?
Yeah. Bring me a present, Harry.
Such as?
I don't know, surprise me.
Present. Sound like a kid. Daddy goes out on a trip.
Bring me a present. Well, look, all I know is I'm in my second childhood, okay? And I intend to enjoy it.
Yeah.
No, Harry, just bring me back something nice, okay? Please. Something sweet. Hmm?
Yeah.
Well, gentlemen.
Mr. Mayor?
Well, no thanks, I'll stand. I spend so much time sitting in my office, you know.
Well, we'll have to see what we can do about relieving you of that problem.
Oh, I was hoping you'd call me over, Mac, to tell me that you were going to withdraw.
Sorry to disappoint you.
Well, I'm afraid you're the one who's going to be disappointed. It's awfully discouraging being on the losing end of a landslide.
Well, we'll see who's on the losing side once people read this.
Wow. Wow. You gentlemen ever hear the word libel?
Somehow I don't think you'd risk a courtroom.
And why not?
We've got the evidence, affidavits, signed statements.
Think this is a little unfair, huh? I mean, you're running for mayor and you own the biggest magazine in the area. Sort of puts me at a disadvantage, doesn't it? Whatever happened to the old Mackenzie Corey homilies about even-handedness and fair play?
We thought you'd come up with an argument like that, so we've come up with an equitable solution.
Ooh, you're going to let my accountants come over and wade through your books, see what they can find? Nepotism, for one thing, huh? Nothing like having your son as your hatchet man. Keeps the bile in the family.
If you're quite finished, sir.
Yeah, I'm all ears.
We're offering you an equal space in the magazine to respond to our article.
Put in anything I want?
I think that's a fair offer, don't you?
Very fair indeed. I may take you up on it. In fact, as it happens, I brought a response along with me, just on the off chance. Oh, it's a handsome view you have here. Why you would want to change it for the view from my office, I just don't understand. I think that would make a great centerfold, don't you? Should do wonders for your circulation. I don't need to tell you, I have plenty of copies. Get out of my office. Well, if you should want to call me, I'll be in my office all afternoon.
With my best wishes for a long and happy marriage.
Oh, Steve, thank you. Oh, no, you guys will excuse me. I'm going to see my mother for a minute. Hi. Pete, do you have a tissue or a handkerchief or something?
No, Fred. You're not getting misty, are you?
Isn't that awful? The ceremony hasn't even started.
You're not going to cry at our wedding, are you?
I don't even promise to be conscious at our wedding. I don't want you to worry about a thing. I'm going to be so happy. Denny is the only man in the world who can give me what I want out of life.
And that is?
Well, everything. Hey, come on. What is wrong with you? I mean, you don't have doubts still about Denny, do you?
No. It's just that I'm wondering if it's such a wise idea for you to marry Denny so quickly.
Oh, Mom, it's a wonderful idea. Trust me. Oh, Grandpa, hi. Should I look or not?
No peeking.
Your grandmother.
Oh, Grandpa.
Your grandmother wore these on her wedding day. Just 1 second. Have a wonderful life, Sally.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're all here. We can begin.
I'll tell you later.
What is in the envelope?
Stock.
In black, huh?
Lots of it.
Dearly beloved, we are gathered here together
Where is that car?
Excuse me. Excuse me. Are you from the garage?
The garage?
Well, my husband said they were going to send somebody over here, but I guess he just got impatient.
Oh?
Well, he took the car over to the garage himself. I think you two just passed each other, or...
Much obliged.
Now then, this meeting must be kept strictly private. No notes, no talking to anybody outside of this room about what we discuss here, no matter what the justification may seem to be. Understood?
Yes, sir.
Fine.
Would this be about Mayor Stein?
As you may know, he stopped by today. Brian and I had a meeting with him. We showed him your article, the evidence to support it.
I must say the mayor didn't seem too surprised. It seems we're not the only people with informants.
You mean he has someone inside Corey tipping him off?
Well, that's not what concerns me at the moment. What concerns me is the material that he wants to run in the space that we've offered him to use.
Well, I'd love to see him try and deny what we have.
Actually, Sandy, it isn't a denial. He didn't even pretend that he could refute anything that you and Blaine had come up with.
Well, if he's not denying it, Mac, what's the problem?
This is the problem, Sandy.
Oh, boy.
Well, at least we know now who took the picture, don't we?
I'd rather not show the others.
Others? What others? We chased the guy off before he had any chance to take any more.
Well, then these must have been manufactured in the darkroom.
Oh. Look at this. They pasted our faces over pictures from a magazine. It's so crude it's laughable.
Unfortunately, it's only Mayor Stein who can derive any amusement out of the situation.
He doesn't seriously expect you to run this garbage in Brava, does he?
No, it's his crude way of showing us how much harm he can do to us. All he has to do is release these publicly.
Then what?
Well, obviously, he's trying to get at me, my campaign, through you.
Well, I say we call his bluff. Mac, what do you say, Blaine?
I agree, Sandy. I mean, I think if Stein is so stupid as to actually publish these, the people are going to be disgusted by his tactics.
Right.
He's going to go down even harder in the election.
I appreciate what you're both saying, but you haven't had time to think this through. I mean, aside from the personal humiliation to both of you, what would happen, Sandy, if you got into a custody battle with Cecile for your child? I don't think a judge would be too favorably influenced by this kind of thing, do you?
So we're just giving in? Is that what you're saying?
Mac, can I get a word in here?
Yes, of course.
What Stein's saying is that he won't release these photos if we don't run the article, right?
Right.
The point of the article is to get rid of Stein, true?
True.
But even without this being released, sentiment's already running against him. So maybe the article's not necessary.
Oh.
Wait a minute, son, you're not suggesting that we yank the article.
I'm suggesting that perhaps we can accomplish what we want to accomplish without you and Blaine getting worked over in public.
Oh.
Yes, that's the alternative that I've considered.
Well, it's not an alternative I can live with.
Sandy, it's my campaign. It's my magazine. I must make the decision. And actually, I've made it. Ask Mayor Stein to come in, please. Mr. Mayor, won't you sit down? We have a lot of talking to do.
You have one last chance to guess my name, said the evil dwarf with a gleeful laugh. If you don't, I shall take your child away, and you shall never, ever see her again. So the princess thought and thought, and finally she said, Rumpelstiltskin? What did you say? The little man asked. Rumpelstiltskin? The princess repeated, and Rumpelstiltskin, for that was indeed his name, disappeared into a cloud of smoke, never to be seen again.
Into a cloud of smoke?
Poof. Oh, look, I know you're too old for fairy tales, but I just love to read them to you.
I'm not too old.
You're not?
No, I like them.
Oh, honey, thank you.
Hey, can I have some of those hugs?
Oh, hi, darling.
Hi. Hi, sweetheart.
We were just reading Rumpelstiltskin.
Oh, that's the one with the giant, isn't it?
No, the dwarf. He goes poof into a cloud of smoke.
Oh, well, such are the perils of being a dwarf. Right, Bridget?
Well, what happened about the car, honey?
Well, they couldn't take it today to bring him back tomorrow.
Well, that's funny, because there was a man from the garage here today.
When?
Well, while you were out.
Stanley?
No, it was some new fella.
How do you like that, Bridget? I go over to the garage with the car, they send a man over here. What kind of way is that to do business, huh?
Listen, I think you better sit down and put your feet up, okay?
And what are you going to do?
Well, I'm going to finish cooking dinner.
And what are we eating tonight?
Corned beef and cabbage.
Oh, I can eat that.
Mm-hmm.
Been a long time since I've seen that sitting in front of me.
Right.
Why so shy?
I don't know.
I'm not going to be a grouch anymore. Promise. You see, one of your fairy godmothers waved a wand over my head. You know what happened? Made me into a handsome prince. Yeah, that's what happens when you wave a wand over a guy's head. Only trouble is the spell works if something else happens. You know what that is? I gotta have a kiss from a princess. What do you say? Yeah. Yeah, it's working.
My. All these people.
Well, they are concerned, too.
Yes, two of them in particular, eh?
I have considered your rebuttal. It doesn't come up to our editorial standards. Of course, we realize that you are free to peddle it to anyone who has an appetite for smut. As for the page I offered you, I've decided to use it myself. That's where I'm going to announce that I am no longer a candidate for mayor.
Mac!
Oh,
Wait a minute,
no.
you can't do that.
Well, it's a pleasure to do business with you, Mr. Coy.
I have not finished, Mr. Mayor. I am also urging the people of Bay City to pick a good reform candidate to run against you and to defeat you. I am also turning over the article and the evidence that supports it to the proper authorities. The upshot being, I will not be mayor of Bay City, but neither, in a short time, will you. Now, Sandy, Blaine, when we turn this criminal evidence over to the DA's office, and if it should become public, it's entirely possible these photographs are gonna surface again. You must be prepared for that.
As I said before, Mac, this is just a smear. And whatever it takes to get rid of this guy, it's worth it.
I agree, Mac.
So you're still eager to clean up this city?
You better believe it.
And it's time for me to call the DA's office and arrange for an appointment. This is going to be one case I'm going to be so glad to see the prosecution win.
Harry, you know what I think you should learn how to be a mechanic and fix our car yourself.
You think so?
Sure, you could open up your own business. Harry's Garage. Hmm?
Would you keep the books for me?
I don't know. Yes, I would.
part of another world was brought to you by dark, rich, sparkling Folgers Crystals, the coffee that tastes as rich as it looks. Join us each weekday at this time for the continuing story of Another World.
RJ, don't try anything, you hear me? This guy's a pro. He can move faster and better than anybody in this room.
Thanks for the compliment, Morgan. But those steamers slowing down a little here. Made a couple of dumb moves on this job. One thing, I sure am smart enough to grab your kid when it's important.
Let him go, Steamer.
Are you kidding? Your boy wants to take a trip with me. Ain't that what you said, RJ? Well, now's your big chance. That's just what we're gonna do. Okay, my man. You and your buddy there. Just slide your hardware out. Nice and gentle. That's it. Now you drop them to the floor. Now, put your hands up and kick them over here. You boys are so cooperative, I might just give you some more orders. And I expect you to follow them.
Somebody here to see you.
Who? Oh, yeah, sure. Come on in, Hobson.
How you doing, Joe?
I've been better. That's all right. You don't have to stay. This guy's my lawyer.
I told you before I'm not going to represent you.
Oh, yeah? What are you doing here, then? Was it a good get-well call?
I want to talk to you about our last meeting.
Yeah? What about it?
You mentioned a nasty little suggestion about smearing my name in public. Whether or not you had hard evidence. I want to make sure that doesn't happen.
You know, I might be facing a murder rap, Hobson. You really think I'm worried about your good name?
I also want to remind you that even if you could prove that I made payments to you, I never knew what you did with the money. There's no way you can implicate me in Loretta Shea's murder.
I see. You're gonna leave me high and dry while you get out of this nice and squeaky clean, huh?
Can't help you, Joe.
You know, it looks like everything's gonna come out, Denny. I mean, they say that cop out there is for my police protection. And I don't think anybody thinks I'm gonna be running in my present condition. And suppose they grab Steamer alive. You really think he's going to keep his mouth shut?
Believe me, Joe, I'd help you if I could, but conflict of interest.
Yes, you bribed me, and it's not in your interest to have that come out in court, is it?
There now. Comfortable?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm just a little scared.
You'll be fine. We've called Dr. Harrison, and he's on his way. Be sure to time the contractions.
Yeah, I will. Hey, listen, can you see that all right from there?
Yeah, it's fine. Oh, boy, it's funny how in class it all seems so easy. But now that it's really happening, I just don't see how looking at a beautiful picture of a park is going to help me to ease the pain.
Hey, look, everything we do is going to help, okay? I'll take care of that.
Will you hold my hand, please?
Everything's going to be okay, all right?
Are you worried?
Well, I mean, the baby is coming a little bit early, you know?
Well, you know, 3 weeks or 4 weeks, I mean, it doesn't... it's not that strange. After all, I have been under a lot of stress lately, right?
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Oh, contractions time.
Okay, all right. Now, get set. Okay, take a look at the picture. Take a look at the picture.
Right.
Think pretty thoughts, okay? Have a pretty baby, right? Okay, deep cleansing breath first, okay? Okay, good girl. Now start your breathing just like we practiced, okay? That's right. Come on, good. Okay, all right, yeah, contractions slowing down. Atta girl, you're doing great.
Oh, Sandy.
Come on.
Oh, the pain doesn't matter to me.
Now, don't talk. That's right. Shh.
Oh, to be having your baby. Oh.
Another World. This portion is brought to you by Downy, the fabric softener that makes your clothes smell April fresh as it softens them.
I don't suppose there's any point in calling the station house again.
Oh, they just give us the same answer, that Larry and Bob are doing police work, and when they hear from them, they'll call us. You never get used to this, do you?
Never. And if that's not bad enough, I haven't been able to track down my RJ either. I've called every place he might be. Nobody's heard from him all night.
Well, it's not that late.
Feels late to me.
If Larry or Bob are in trouble, we would hear about it.
Funny, isn't it? Sometimes things go along so smoothly and you think about the pension and what you'll do with early retirement, all the good things. Then there's a night like this. You start cursing the moment he put that badge on. Strange to hear me talk like that. I guess you're wondering what's happening between Bob and me.
Oh, that's not really my business, Henrietta. But I do wonder.
See, I don't know if I'm going to win, Clarice. How do you fight for your husband? Quinn is a very attractive woman. I can really understand what there is about her that keeps burning in Bob.
Henrietta, you've got a lot to offer, too.
Oh, sure. Home, family, obligations, that's no kind of trade-off.
You've got a whole life that you've built together. I mean, that's bound to look good to him again. He's not the kind of guy who would just throw away all those years of work.
Maybe that's the problem. We've got an investment instead of a marriage.
Why don't you do something about it?
Like what?
You're an attractive woman. Use Quinn's weapons. Make Bob realize what's at home. That's already part of his life. Instead of retreating into your work and waiting for him to come back to you.
I'll have to think about that.
Okay. You, throw me the keys to your car. Nice and easy. Good. Now, RJ, you kneel down real slow. Pick him up. I hand him here. Okay. One more little job for you gentlemen. Get out your handcuffs. Now you each put one cuff around that bench. Nice. And guess where the other cuff is going? Now throw those keys to the floor. RJ, you go over there You collect those handcuff keys. Smooth and easy, like before.
RJ, move quick! All right, Steamer, the game is up. All right, you've already made enough stupid mistakes, so don't make another one. All right, throw it down. Throw it down! All right, RJ, take those handcuffs off.
Got second thoughts, huh? When you saw how mean a man you almost hooked up with, that right, kid?
Okay, Steamer, turn around. Nice going, Wallace. Bob, I think you better call headquarters.
I'm already doing it.
The rest of you guys clear out of here.
I know all their names, just in case you need witnesses.
Thanks a lot, Wallace.
Yeah, thanks, brother. Funny. After all these years, I thought I knew what a skunk smells like.
All right, sit down, man. Bob, did you call in?
Yeah.
Keep an eye on him. I'm going in the back. Back in a sec.
I think you ought to know that your kid, RJ, has been straight all along.
Yeah, what's he been doing for you?
I just worked for me a few days, racking up. Doing a little cleanup, but nothing more.
I'm real glad to hear that, son.
I'm real glad you're all right. I didn't know you were turning me like that.
Yeah, well, that's what you get for hanging out with scum. What could you have been thinking of, anyway?
You saw lasting it to me already.
Well, what do you expect? You've been acting like an idiot for the past few weeks. Now you almost got yourself killed.
If I did get killed, whose fault would that be? Look at this arsenal of hardware he's got back there. This is only part of it. What do you do anyway? Well, to start with, it looks like murder one, among a few other things.
Like I told you, baby, you're looking at one mean man.
Okay. All right, Dr. Harrison's in the hospital, okay? He's gonna be here soon.
When is he gonna come here?
Real soon.
Oh.
Listen, now the important thing to do is just to hold on, okay? You're doing real fine. You're doing real fine.
Sandy, I had a couple of contractions without you.
Oh, baby, I won't leave you again, okay?
I'm just getting scared. I'm getting scared.
Well, don't be. Don't be. The important thing is just to hang in there.
It's crazy, you know. I never thought I'd hear myself saying this, but I wish I could talk to my mother.
Oh, Cecile.
I guess it's the picture, looking at the picture. It reminds me of this park that we used to go to and my parents used to take me to when my father was still alive, and it was always so pretty there. I used to think that they loved me.
Well, of course they loved you.
Then why did they give me away to Elena when they lost their money? Why did they do that, Sandy? All my life I have wondered what's wrong with me. What is wrong with me, Sandy? I mean, what am I missing that my parents had to give me away?
Oh, no, come on, babe. There's nothing wrong with you.
Traction, huh?
Yeah, they're starting to come more frequent. Okay, take a deep cleansing breath.
Well, let's have a look. See how close she is to delivery?
Sure.
Oh, Sandy! Sandy!
I'm right here, sweetheart. Right here.
Oh, well, I guess I better make another pot.
No, that's all right, Ada. Why don't you go on home and get some rest?
Well, that's okay. I told Nancy's sitter to bring things in case she had to stay overnight.
You're a smart lady.
Oh, I'm not so smart. I just get a feeling when somebody needs somebody around.
Pete, come on upstairs. Go to bed.
I don't want to leave you alone.
Go ahead, Pete. I'll stay with you, Father.
I guess I am kind of tired. Tense.
Yeah, go on. You'll need your rest tomorrow.
I'd like to say goodnight if that's possible for any of us. Good night.
Are you sure you don't want to reconsider? I could be up all night, you know.
Oh, that's okay. Anyway,
sometimes staying up all night is a good thing to do.
Yeah, I know what you mean. If she were here, she'd be checking on the girls.
What's the matter?
Nothing. I thought I heard a noise. Must have been Pete going upstairs. But I could have sworn After she checked on the girls, she'd come downstairs. She'd come into the kitchen here. She'd throw a swipe of hot water over the dirty dishes and just stack them until breakfast next morning. Then she always turned to me. Ada, she's dead. What am I gonna do?
You're gonna do what she'd want you to do. You're gonna love your children and take care of them. And always remember her.
You know, that's simple enough. I remember the moment I met her. School dance. She came with another guy. I asked her to dance. We had another dance. Before I knew it, the poor guy that came with her just gave up. Richard, honey, what's the matter?
I can't sleep.
Sweetheart, I'm gonna fix you some warm milk.
Oh, good. Can't sleep myself.
It's already made. What do you think of that?
Terrific. What do you say, you and me, we stay up all night and play Parcheesi? Huh? Or Monopoly, which? Huh?
Parcheesi.
Parcheesi.
There you go. I've never seen it fail. You drink that right down now, okay?
Thanks, Ada.
Maybe I better go and see about Terry.
Daddy, is Mommy in heaven?
Well, of course she is. Don't you remember I always used to say your mother was born with the angels? Huh? And she's gone back to be with them now.
Terry keeps talking like she's gonna be here tomorrow. But she won't be. Will she?
Now, Bridget, you know, your mom wants us to be happy, not unhappy. You can be sure that she's very happy where she is now. What she wants us to do is to really try to just get along the best we know how, you know?
Will someone take her place?
What? Someone take your mother's place? Never happen. No, sir. May have to hire a housekeeper, so you prepare yourself for that, but no one could ever take your mother's place.
I could do it.
Maybe next year? Thanks for the offer.
What are you doing standing out here?
Still not sure I want to come in.
What are you talking about? This is your home, isn't it?
Yeah, it used to be, but things were different then.
Look, RJ, would you do me a favor and don't start? Now, I got a note from your mother. She and Mary Sue are over at Clarice's. I gotta go pick them up. Now, will you go on upstairs to bed and not make this night any longer than it already is?
Anything to make your life easier, that it?
RJ!
Look, I can't believe it. We both came this close to being killed, and you're still giving me your same old hype. Are you ever going to spare any couple of your precious minutes to sit down and talk to me?
Yeah. When you learn to stop torching gyms and stay out of pool halls.
Yeah, well, at least I found people who were interested in me there.
Yeah, like Steamer, who almost gave it to you in the back tonight.
Well, why shouldn't he? You can give it to me and Mom in the back for months.
All right, now that's enough, RJ. Are you gonna go upstairs to bed or not? Look, son, I don't like this any more than you do. Maybe we're gonna have to fight to get back to each other, but I'm willing to try if you are.
Sure, I'm willing. I've been willing all along. The thing you gotta do is stop talking big and prove it for a change. Dad.
Well, here's one with pastry puffs with meat filling, if you can use that.
Sure, in my business, I always need something new.
Oh, thank goodness. Oh, honey. Harriet and I were so worried about you.
You didn't need to be. My partner and I did a fine piece of work tonight. No injuries.
Where's Bob?
He said he was going home.
Oh, good. I left him a note that I'd be here. He'll probably be by to pick me up. I hope you don't mind that Mary Sue and I stayed here. She's sound asleep like she was in her own bed.
I don't mind at all.
What happened tonight, honey?
Well, we finally apprehended our man, Steamer. It was quite a scene.
Larry, did you or Bob hear anything from RJ?
Yeah, he was at the pool hall when we nabbed Steamer.
I was afraid of that.
I think he handled himself quite well.
How did Bob treat him?
Okay, I guess.
He can be kind of rough on him.
Yeah, well, sometimes that's what a kid like RJ needs.
Oh, honey, I'm so glad that you're home.
Yeah, me too, baby.
Love you. Is this what it's going to be like? Just stolen minutes?
Can't think about that right now. Too much else to think about. But we'll work something out, I promise.
I don't like working things out because of other people.
Well, then maybe we're just gonna have to do what our fathers say and cool things for a while.
Is that what you want?
What I want is a few minutes peace. Is that too much to ask for?
You know, I've been under a lot of stress, too. You know, you might think about me. I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. Oh, I feel so rotten. I'd forgotten about the funeral tomorrow. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It's all right. Sorry I snapped at you.
Pete, are you up again?
Coming right up, Dad.
I love you. I do love you. I'm with you the rest of the night.
Imagine that. Me, Daddy. And what a baby, too. 7.5 pounds. Can you imagine if she'd gone full term? Whoa.
Well, let's just be grateful she's healthy. There are no problems,
Yeah.
no incubator,
Yeah.
nothing like that. Sandy, there's something else that I have to know about.
What?
I have to know about you and me.
Hey, Cecile, come on. This isn't the right time to talk about that. I still feel the same way I did. What we had between us, well, it's over.
But you saw that baby. I mean, you were the first one to hold her. You held her even before I did. Doesn't that mean anything to you? Doesn't that make you want to give us a chance?
Cecile, look, you're too tired to be doing this.
No, I don't. I don't want to rest until you tell me what your plans are.
I'm going to talk to Brian about a divorce.
Well, then I'll make my plans, too. I'll fly to Elena.
And the baby?
You'll get custody of the baby. Just like I said you would. I'll have Brian take care of it as soon as I leave the hospital.
Well, if that's the way it has to be, I'll I'll go along with it. You know, I think it's a shame for that new baby to be separated from its mother. I mean, Mac and I'll do the best we can, but you should think about staying.
You don't even seem to care how painful this is to me.
Yes, I do. I'm sorry.
I just want you to know that you are forcing me to do this. Well, can I at least, name the baby?
Oh, baby, of course you can name the baby.
I'd like to name her Margaret after my mother. And we can call her Maggie, okay?
Maggie. It's a pretty name.
Had a busy evening, young lady. Time for a good sleep. Then we'll move you to your room. You can visit again later.
Will you? Will you come back?
Sure I will, I promise.
Congratulations again, Sandy.
Thanks, Doc. Well.
And you too, Cecile. You must be very proud. A perfect daughter. 7 pounds, 6 ounces, 23 inches long. Blood type, AB positive. Sure, I understand. You're beaten. Well, you get a good night's sleep, and tomorrow morning when you see your baby, you'll feel right on top of the world again. Good night now.
Now, we talk lots about hair and clothes and stuff, but I want to know, how do you grow your nails so long and pretty like that? You really got to keep after them every day, huh? I bite mine. That's one thing I know is wrong. They say
Gina, it's late. Do you mind holding off on the questions?
Yeah, sure. I know what's on your, who's on your mind. Who is it?
Me, Bob.
Thomasina.
Bye.
I just came by to tell you that, we caught Loretta Shea's killer. He was with RJ.
What?
RJ's all right. Look, honey, I can't stay.
Oh, I'd hope.
Well, Henrietta and is at Clarice's with Mary Sue. I've got to pick them up. Quinn, I just wanted you to know that I've got to get my life back together.
Back so soon?
I don't like staying all by myself.
But maybe Bob could drop you off home on his way to pick up Henrietta?
Yeah, that's okay. I'll find my own way.
Well, at this time of night you won't.
Doesn't matter much. Either my aunt will be busy and won't want to be disturbed. I'm going to be locked out anyway.
Then don't you have a key?
Nah, she never gave me one. No, keeps me from walking in on her and disturbing her.
You can sleep on the couch. It's okay. I don't feel much like being alone anyway. I better get going.
I'll be seeing you.
Yeah.
Oh, Sandy, I'm sorry that you missed Mac and Ann, but they will by the nursery to see the baby. See, Mac, he's so wild about it.
Yeah?
Oh, what about you, or do I need to bother asking?
Are you kidding? The proud papa? You better be careful. I'm allowed to shove a cigar in your mouth or something.
Well, even more important, at least to me, have you and Cecile come to any conclusions?
We're going to go ahead just as we planned.
She's going to leave you the baby,
Right.
and she's still going to France.
Yeah, that's it. Right.
Well, how do you feel about that? Honestly, I mean.
Honestly, I'm kind of nervous about raising a kid.
Yeah.
But of course I have Mac to help me. He's had a little practice, I imagine. You know, ever since I've seen Maggie, that's her name for Margaret.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty.
Mm-hmm.
Well, ever since I've seen her, I realized I could never leave her. I do feel kind of sorry for Cecile, though. You know, if I could, I'd try and talk her into staying. Because she's going to miss her chance of being a mother, you know, miss her chance at helping me raise Maggie.
There are other people to help, you know.
Nurse Bailey?
Thank you, sweetheart. You know, I really do have deep feelings for you. But, at least for the time being, I think this is a job for Mac and me.
Okay, I understand, I guess. But I want you to know that I'm here for you when you ever need me. Listen, I think we better go. It's late. We need a few hours sleep at least, huh?
Yeah, well, you know, Loretta Shea is being buried tomorrow morning.
I know.
And I was thinking that maybe I should go to the service just in case we do that article for Bravo.
Yeah, I think I'd better go, too.
Okay, well, why don't I drop you off at your house?
Why don't you just stay so you can get more sleep? Then you don't have to worry about picking me up in the morning.
Thanks. But, you know, I think maybe we ought to take it easy right now. I mean, I really could use a couple of hours all by myself.
Yeah,
know?
okay.
Hey, listen, but before we go, I really want to stop by and see Maggie again in the nursery. Come on, you want to see her?
Yeah, all right behind you.
Okay, great.
I'm worried about you still.
I have a lot on my mind. People die too soon. Pamela, Loretta, they should have lived longer.
Oh, I know, honey. It's so hard to know why some people have to die when they do.
Just ends. So short. Myself, I haven't done enough. Hardly anything in this world.
Hey, you have an incredible business. You rose from nothing, all by yourself. You have wealth, power, respect.
It's not enough, babe. Not nearly enough to make up for the mistakes I've made. The mistake I made with James. And I haven't done such a great job there either. If I were to die tomorrow, I'd make one sorry-looking balance sheet, I can tell you.
I don't think so. There are other good parts of your life. Our love. The chance to do good work in the community. Stephen, you have so much. Much more than you realize. Come on upstairs and get some sleep. We'll have a nice breakfast before the Mass tomorrow.
Maybe I shouldn't go.
That's up to you.
The thing is, I want to go. I don't care what Harry says. I want to go for Loretta.
I know you do. And I think that's what she'd want.
Well, at least they got the head man. Some consolation. Everybody involved with this thing is going to burn. Mark my words.
Well, don't think about it anymore today, Harry, okay? Let me fix you some breakfast.
Oh. You're all dressed. Requiem Mass is until 10 o'clock.
Well, we're due for the final prayers at the funeral home at 9. Thought I'd go see that everything's okay there. And I thought I'd spend a little time alone.
Yeah, I had the same idea myself.
Harry, I just wanted you to know that we picked up steamer last night.
Yeah, we just heard it on the radio, Bob. Come in.
Hi, Ada.
Bob.
You remember my son, Pete?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, we got him. All we have to do is nail the people behind him. Then I have a little talk with Masterson myself.
He's in the hospital in serious condition. Steamer almost killed him.
Joe? Joe shot? All right, now that we've got Masterson, we can certainly get Steve framed then.
Dad, Steve is innocent. I wish you would lay off on that.
Pete! This is no time for an argument, Pete. I'm going to get ready. Thanks for coming by, Bob.
I gotta be going too. Ada, I'll see you at the services.
Well, you're here pretty early.
Yeah, I haven't been asleep. Been driving around all night, you know, thinking about Quinn. I just can't seem to stay away from her, Ada. Although I know I've got to try.
Well, I know it won't be easy. But it's a toss-up between hurting yourself or hurting your family.
Yeah, the thing is, I love them both.
Who's the person most likely to suffer? You?
No, it's RJ.
Well, then maybe you should concentrate on him. And the pulling between Quinn and Henrietta will clear itself up.
Yeah, you're probably right, Ada. I don't know, I feel myself tugged at in so many different directions. And I'm not helping anyone, including myself. But you're right, I've got to go talk to RJ. I can probably talk to him before he goes to school this morning. Thanks a lot, Ada.
I'm glad you're up, Steve. I've been awake all night trying to decide what to do about Joe Masterson. He's still demanding that I represent him.
What's he being charged with?
Nothing yet, but I did advise him to turn state's evidence.
I can't believe that you're still concerned about this man. Didn't I make it quite clear you're to have nothing more to do with Joe Masterson? Do I have to remind you, Denver, that you are exclusively employed by Black Hawk?
You let me act as Cecile's attorney.
Cecile wasn't trying to kill my best friend. Which is apparently what Joe Masterson did, isn't it? Look, Denver, if you defend him, you can regard yourself as unemployed. Is that clear?
Hello, yes. I'd like to check on the condition of one of your patients, Joe Masterson.
All right, Steamer, I'm tired of being polite. Now give.
I got no story for you.
Why'd you kill Loretta Shea?
I killed no one.
It was Harry Shea you were after, wasn't it? Wasn't it? Come on, big man, start talking. Because we got enough on you to put you behind bars for the rest of your life.
Oh, I am real scared, baby.
And I've got it in for you for letting my boy hang out with you.
You gonna blame me for that little all-American boy you raised?
Look, I ought to wipe that mouth right off your face.
Go ahead. Use that fist. Go ahead, Morgan. I'll have this case thrown out so fast your head'll spin.
Looks like the bad cop routine isn't working too well.
Yeah, well, why don't you give him the good cop routine and see how far that gets you?
All right. Hey, Steamer, how's it going? Want a cup of coffee?
Keep it.
You know, I hear you're not being too cooperative. You ought to use that head of yours. We've got plenty of evidence on you.
Yeah? Well, go ahead and use it.
Oh, we will. It's gonna be tough. A voluntary confession would make things a lot easier for you.
Yeah, baby, for you. Look, Bright Eyes, do me a favor. Quit playing this good cop, bad cop stuff. I ain't no amateur. You want to pin something on this dude, you boys gonna have to work for it.
There's nothing I can do, Joe. Steve absolutely refuses to let me take on your case.
You know what's going to happen if you don't?
If I represent you, I lose everything. And there's no way I'm going to let that happen. So you see, Joe? Your threats just won't work.
All right, I'm willing to be reasonable, Hobson. But you're not going to walk away from this. No, so what I will settle for is cash, and enough to buy the best criminal lawyer in Chicago. And I want you to make the arrangements.
You've already bled me dry.
Yeah, well, you better find a few more drops, because if you don't, I'm going to have a lot more than Loretta Shea's death to talk about to the DA this afternoon.
Joe. Hello, Adelaide. Thank you so much for coming.
And, I brought up these mass cars over from the funeral home. What do you want me to do with them?
I don't know. Put them in the back bench. I'll take care of them later on.
About the pallbearers, I don't even know who you want yet.
I've spoken to them. It's all taken care of.
I think I better take him inside.
Okay. I'll be right in. We'll sit down.
Come on.
Harry, again, I'm so sorry.
Alice. You have no conscience. You dare to come here to her funeral mass?
Harry, I love Loretta.
You killed Loretta. If you didn't pay off the killer, you were right there starting the process.
Harry, that's not true. You're only torturing yourself.
You tortured me. You tortured my family. In this house of God, I swear to you, I will never forgive you. And I swear I will have my revenge.
Dad, stop.
Get out of this church.
Harry, I love Loretta. I'm here.
Get out!
Steve, please.
This part of Another World was brought to you by new advanced formula Crest Gel. New Crest flavor, same Crest fight. Join us each weekday at this time for the continuing story of Another World.
Are you all right?
Yeah, you.
Yeah. I mean, a little dust never hurt anybody. Oh, what I wouldn't do for a glass of water in the shower right now.
Take a break, Rachel. You've earned it. Come on, sit right down here and tell me a funny story.
I don't remember any funny stories.
come on, let's go back to work. It makes me feel like we're getting somewhere. You know what this reminds me of? Oh, one of those old prison movies. Where everybody's on work detail and they just move rocks from one pile to another. Oh, boy. With no reason.
That's with the warden always standing there with his gun drawn?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's exactly what it feels like.
Are we accomplishing anything?
Want some coffee?
No.
She didn't come all the way over here just to talk about the movie.
No. I was hoping that you'd take a look at my script and tell me what you thought. But if it's not a good time, if you're too busy, really, I can come back. I don't...
All right. I think I'm impressed.
Oh. Well, you haven't read very much.
No, enough to know it's good. It's just strong, very strong. It's scary.
Gothic novels aren't for the squeamish. It's supposed to be scary.
You know something? You ought to write a horror film.
What?
No, man, I'm serious. There's a big market for horror
Oh, are
movies
you
right now.
kidding? A horror film?
I'll come back later.
No, Jim, come here. Show you something. Cecile's written this really dynamite,
No, really, never mind.
Come on, let him see it.
Maybe some other time, okay?
Oh, show it to him.
I would rather not.
Why not? He's a much better judge of writing. At least that's what he keeps telling me.
You know, Vic, you should never force a writer to show his work.
This is good. I mean, she's very talented.
Well, that doesn't surprise me. Cecile is filled with hidden talents.
Thank you, Jamie. My goodness. That's the sweetest thing you've said to me.
How did this happen? I didn't do this, Sandy. Could I have done this in my sleep? Is that possible?
No, sweetheart, no way.
And both the matchbooks were in place.
They certainly were.
Great. Well, it looks like we've got a resident ghost then, huh?
Yeah, maybe we do.
Sandy, I didn't do this.
Oh, I believe you, sweetheart.
No, you don't.
Look, I don't know what to believe anymore.
Go ahead, say it. Come on, just say it. You think I'm losing my mind, don't you?
Another world. This portion is brought to you by Mild Ivory Liquid. Ivory Liquid's mildness helps your head stay young-looking.
Sandy,
Yeah, baby.
let's move all the stuff off the couch, okay?
I'm with you. Let's do it. All right. Let me do this, too. Okay, watch out. This thing is heavy. Oh, brother, I hate this furniture. Why did we ever buy this
I
stuff?
don't know. You bought it, not me. Well, nothing's missing anyway. That's good. I mean, it's bad enough knowing that my every move is scrutinized.
Yeah, well, I hate to disappoint you. Something is missing. A number of things, as a matter of fact.
Great. A ghost who steals things, right? Well, I hope it was nothing of value anyway.
It's my mother's picture.
Sandy, no. Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure. Not only that, but there are also some old cufflinks and a tie tack I hardly ever wore, as you can well imagine. You know, the only thing that really gets to me is my mother's picture. I mean, what is this with my mother's picture?
I don't know. This is not funny anymore. Somebody is coming in here and they're breaking into our apartment and they're stealing things. I'm beginning to wonder if we've got a magic passage, a secret panel somewhere.
You know, maybe what we need is one of those cameras like they have in banks, you know?
Ghosts don't show up on film.
What is this fixation of yours with ghosts, honey?
I don't know. I've been having a lot of dreams lately about people who are no longer among the living. Like my father and Buzz. I don't believe in ghosts anymore anyway. It doesn't...
Well, I'll tell you. Somebody is getting in here. And you know what's really driving me wild is that I cannot figure out who or what or how.
It's driving me even wilder.
You know, have you thought about maybe seeing Dr. Cole again, you know, thrashing this out with her?
No, honey, I don't want to. I think if I tell her about all of this, she won't believe me. And then I'll be depressed. I mean, all of this is very bizarre. It's a little too bizarre to tell anyone. So, I'm determined to work it out myself.
That's good. I'm very proud of you, sweetheart.
Well, then I think you're the one who needs your head examined.
Oh, you think so, do you?
I do. I mean, if you're proud of a woman who hears music that no one else hears and sees dolls with their heads ripped off that don't exist and gets hysterical laughing when she's in horrible pain, well, I think you're a little stranger.
Don't start doubting yourself or you'll be in real trouble.
Well, there's one thing I have no doubt about. And that is that I am as smart, as clever, and as original as Cecile.
Cecile.
Yes, my love. It has to be Cecile. I mean, we already ruled out spirits. We refuse to believe that I'm losing my mind. So who else could it be? Tell me, Sandy. Who else?
Well, it's certainly been an eventful summer. Here I thought we were going to be able to sit back, take things easy in the sun.
It's gone so fast, Mac. You know, we're going to turn around. The summer's going to be gone.
You've been such a help, Elena. I just don't know how I would have managed without you.
Well, Mac, I told you when I arrived that I enjoy being active and useful. Most of all, needed.
You're sure we haven't imposed on you too much?
Oh, Mac, yes, I am sure. I love working with you. I love being here with Maggie. I feel good. So don't you go and worry about overburdening me.
All right. But I myself will feel better when Cass joins us. Then you'll be free to devote all that wonderful energy of yours to the art series.
Well, I can't deny that I'm looking forward to that.
And to seeing Cass, I'm sure.
Tell you the truth, I have some mixed feelings about seeing Cass. It's going to bring back a lot of memories, some of them not very happy memories. You know, his father and I go a long way back. He knows all the deep, dark secrets of life.
It's hard to believe there's anything dark in your life.
Well, you didn't know me then, Mac. I managed to do some very foolish things. Very foolish.
Well, which of us didn't?
Hey, Brian.
Brian.
Elena, sorry I'm late.
All right.
My office is a madhouse.
Is there anything else on the Bel Air situation?
No, not really. Yeah, look. Still no word from Steve or Rachel. It's very strange.
Yes. You know, I probably ought to stop by to see Alice. She must be terribly worried.
Brian, why don't you have my iced tea? Here, I haven't touched it.
Thank you. You know, it must be 90 degrees out.
Oh, Brian, before I forget, I wanted to ask you to dinner tonight. You know Cass is getting in today? Oh, as a matter of fact, Brooke should be meeting him at the airport just about now.
Well, thanks, Mac. I'd love to. You must be very excited about your trip.
Oh, yes.
You know, I haven't been to London in so long. I really envy you.
I do, too. I really do. London is one of my favorite cities in the entire world. Look, I hope you're not planning on working all the time. Promise me something. You're going to get out to the countryside, and you're going to try and go see a few plays.
I will do my best. That's a promise. Oh, by the way, I'm meeting a gentleman who knows you very well.
Oh, really? I have a lot of old friends in London. Who is he?
Well, his first name is Louis. Why is it I can never recall his last name? Louis? That doesn't ring a bell?
No.
St. George. Louis St. George, that's it.
He is not an old friend of mine. In fact, I barely know the man. Do you think we could call the waiter?
Break is over.
How'd you guess? How do you feel?
Physically or mentally?
I'm proud of you for staying so calm, Rachel.
Well, what's to get excited about? Besides, once panic sets in, I have a feeling it's not so easy to get rid of. I'm determined not to panic.
Atta girl.
Guess it's mostly because of you.
How's that?
I don't know. Blind trust, I guess. I don't know. It's working, so I'm not going to examine it. All I know is that if I were here with somebody else, we're all alone. It'd be a basket case. Let's get going.
Rachel. I'm gonna make this up to you, I promise.
Since when did you take up writing?
I haven't taken up writing.
What are you being so modest for? It's a good script.
A script? Well, this is getting better and better. Have you sent Frank back to Beverly Hills?
It has nothing to do with this movie. You're really paranoid, aren't you?
I know. What's the script about, Cecile?
Don't tell him.
It's just a promotional idea for some Gothic novels at Corey, that's all.
Gothic novels? Well, I hear that's a very hot item.
Look, I don't pretend to be an experienced writer, and it's not very impressive, so why don't we just drop the whole
All
subject,
right,
okay?
anything you say, but you gotta let him hear the tapes.
Tapes? Well, that sounds very intriguing.
It's just another idea for the ad campaign. Vic is going to hire some actors to do my script, and it's not very
ready on the set. The
okay.
break's over.
Thanks. You know Cecile Corey?
Hi.
Hi.
Yeah.
All right. Let me have the script. I promise I won't show it to a single soul. See you now.
Jamie, have you heard any news about your parents?
No, nothing.
Oh, Jamie, I'm sorry. I got sidetracked with Vic, and
Yes,
I forgot
I'm sure,
to ask-
Cecile. Well, the police have taken over now. I've completely run out of ideas. No one seems to have heard anything from them.
Well, did you tell the police that you're here so they can reach you if they have to?
Yeah, I'm going to check with them every couple of hours.
Chris, Vic tells me that you're a wonderful actress.
Yes, she'd be even better if she had a decent script.
Oh, Vic seems very pleased with the script.
Well, you did a good job on him. He brought the whole package.
Oh, come on, Jamie. I gave him one or two suggestions, that's all.
Is that a fact? Well, they must have been very powerful suggestions because the script is almost unrecognizable.
Really?
Yes.
There's a call for you in the production office. It's from a Mr. Eldon.
Oh, really? Thank you. I'll be right there. Keep your fingers crossed.
I'll wait for you here, Jamie.
You like him a lot, don't you?
Yeah, very much.
Well, he has certainly grown up in the last year. He's not the boy I married.
That's what he tells me.
Have you heard that Cass Winthrop is coming into town? Mac tells me your parents know the Winthrops very well. Is that true?
Well, my mother is best friends with Mrs. Winthrop.
Oh.
I have not had the pleasure of meeting Cass, but I've heard a great deal about him.
to meet your parents. Maybe we could all go out to dinner sometime if Jamie wouldn't object.
Well, Cecile, I don't really socialize with my parents. But I'm sure I can arrange for you to meet them. I'd be happy to.
Hi, listen, I can't really stay. I have to go meet Curtis right away, okay? I'll catch you later, okay?
Good luck, Jamie.
It all sounds so terribly eerie. I wish Larry had been here. I'd love to hear his reaction.
I think Larry's a little bit tired of all my stories.
Well, you can't blame him. I mean, we probably feel the same way. You know, you don't realize how outrageous this stuff is until you actually say it out loud.
Really? If I didn't know any better, I'd say that you were living with a ghost.
Oh.
See that? I'm not the only one.
Yeah, well, that's a great theory, Clarice. The only problem is we stopped believing in ghosts about 20 years ago. Yeah. Now, this is someone who's playing these weird tricks, someone very careful and someone very clever.
Well, maybe you should report it to the police just to see what they have to say.
I know what they'd say. They'd say we should have our heads examined.
Well, have you thought about moving to another place?
No. No, I won't let her.
I have thought about it, yes. But I decided not to. I decided, why give Cecile that satisfaction?
But are you convinced that Cecile's involved?
Of course, Clarice. Who else could it be? She wants Sandy back, and she'll do anything to get him.
Come on. Look, I gotta get back to work. Can you stay with Clarice? Is that okay? If that's okay with her?
Sure, I'd love to have you stay. You can help me with Matthew after he wakes up.
Oh, that's right. You have 3 kids to take care of.
I don't mind. Corey loves playing with Nancy. They get along so well. There's not been one argument all day.
Great.
That's great. Well, listen, I'll see you later.
Okay, then. Listen, don't forget to call that professor at Bay State, okay?
An expert on ghosts?
No, not an expert on ghosts. He's an engineer. His specialty is caissons and what happens when they're defective. Caissons are structures that help hold up buildings. Anyway, I keep missing this guy.
See you, sweetheart.
Okay, no.
Don't work too hard.
I won't. Thanks, Clarice.
Sure, bye.
Bye-bye.
Oh, Blaine. Imagine how you feel going through this without Sandy.
I think I'd be in a straitjacket by now. Oh, wow, Clarice, if he ever stops believing in me, I am going to be in serious trouble.
Well, why would he?
Because there's a limit as to how much people can take. I mean, things are taken out of my apartment, people break in, but there's no sign of forced entry. And then all of a sudden, mysteriously, my clothes end up in a cleaner's, but I didn't take them there.
That sounds real spooky. Is it a scary movie, Mommy?
No, honey. Where's Nancy? Did you leave her all alone?
She wants some cookies and milk.
Oh.
Can we?
Yeah, sure.
Here, sweetheart, I'll get it for you. Excuse me, Mama.
Okay.
What was she talking about?
Well, Corey, it's just a dream, honey, just a bad dream.
Bye.
Bye, Brian.
What are you thinking about, Mac?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, don't apologize.
I've just got so much on my mind. Part of me wishes I weren't going to go at all. The other part can't wait to get started.
Yes, I think I kind of know what that feeling is like. But I think this trip's going to do you a lot of good. It's good to kind of step back from the routine. See another place, meeting new people.
Well, one person I'm no longer looking forward to meeting is Mr. St. George.
Mac, forgive me for that. I think I overreacted a little. It's just that I haven't thought of Louis in so many years.
May I know what happened?
Well, it was nothing personal, believe me. We just had some very unfortunate business dealings.
Ah, was he unscrupulous?
Yes, he was.
You'd rather not talk about it?
It's just that there really isn't very much to say. Louis St. George was an art collector. When we opened the gallery, he wanted us to sell some of his paintings, which we did. Later, there were rumblings that those paintings were copies.
Oh.
And I never trusted him after that. Perhaps he's changed, but be careful, Mac.
I will. And thank you very much for the warning. Apparently, Mr. St. George is very interested in the art series. He wants to discuss his ideas for promoting it in Europe. Well, we'll see.
Mac, I trust your judgment. Do you know that we are going to miss you?
We?
Yes, we. All of us. Me, Brian. He looks wonderful, doesn't he? I think being the mayor really agrees with him.
Yes, I agree. You're very fond of Brian, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Very, very fond.
Now, Mac, if I really didn't know better, I would say that you are feeling a little competitive.
Well, I am. Can't you tell?
Brian is a good friend.
Yes, I know. But I'm going to be away for a while. And while I'm away, I'm going to be wondering about that friendship.
And I'm telling you, Curtis, I've seen this before. Same situation. A section of the building collapses. Then everybody sits around waiting for the rest of it to come down, and it doesn't. It simply doesn't.
And I've seen the exact opposite. Section collapses, the wrecking crew moves in with no warning, the whole thing comes down, and the whole crew's dead.
Well, somebody has got to make a decision. Take an action, something.
That's why we're waiting for the mayor.
The mayor? Brian doesn't know anything about the construction of a building. He's a lawyer, not an engineer. Can't you guys agree on a plan?
Take it easy, James. Losing your temper isn't going to solve anything.
Sorry I'm late, gentlemen. Is there any further word?
Nothing. The APB hasn't even located Stephen's car.
Curtis.
Thank you, Harry.
Could you explain to me what the options are? I mean, other than waiting for the rest of the building to collapse?
There's two things we can do. One, send in a wrecking crew, very slowly and carefully. We take that rubble out one piece at a time. Two, clear the area, dynamite the whole thing down. That's it. Those are the choices.
Well, why are you waiting for me to make the decision?
You're Steve Frame's son, Jamie.
Well, I don't know anything about the construction of a building. You guys are the experts, not me.
All right, of the two options, which is the safer, the more practical?
Take a crew in and start to clean up. Do you go along with that, Curtis?
I guess so. All right, gentlemen. You have my blessings.
Good. How soon can we start?
First thing in the morning? But please, let me know if there's any possibility of anything going wrong.
Don't worry, there's nothing that could go wrong.
Well, I sure hope not, Harry. Because this project means a lot to my father. I'd hate to see for his big dream to come crashing down.
Don't you ever stop.
Sure I stopped, Cecile. What is it? What do you want?
How's Blaine feeling?
Blaine is just fine.
Good, glad to hear it.
No, you're not.
Oh, Sandy, can't you even be civil to me?
Look, I'm in a rotten mood, all right?
You're worried to death about Blaine, aren't you? Why'd she stop seeing Dr. Cole?
That's Blaine's business, okay?
You know what I think? I think that you feel so sorry for Blaine that you can't leave him. I don't believe for a minute that you really love her.
Well, you just happen to be dead wrong,
Well,
Cecile.
I won't argue with you. I hope that when Maggie grows up, she'll have your hair color. Oh, it's amazing
What is amazing?
that I am so physically attracted to you still.
Gee, that's too bad, Cecile.
No, it isn't. Makes me feel alive. Very alive.
Look, Cecile, I'm trying to work, all right?
I'll be very quiet.
Look, you're making me very uncomfortable. Yeah.
Wonder why that is.
Well, why do you think it is?
I think that you haven't gotten me totally out of your system. That's what I think. Oh, Sandy, I know you so well.
How's Maggie?
She's just fine. Developing a very distinct personality, like her daddy. Very strong, stubborn, self-willed.
You know, I've heard that you haven't been spending very much time with Maggie. Well, you've been spending all your time with, what's his name, that director?
Vic Strang.
Yeah, right. I hear that you wrapped him around your little finger so that he'd change your image in the movie.
Been talking to Jamie, have you?
It's true, isn't it? I mean, what'd you do, Cecile? Drag him off to bed?
Sandy,
That's true, too, isn't it?
my private life is none of your business.
Oh, yes, it is my business. If your private life begins to affect my daughter's life.
Now, wait just a minute. I happen to love your daughter more than anything in this world.
Anything, Cecile? She's not a thing. She's a sweet, helpless, innocent little baby. And if I find out that you're neglecting her...
I'm not neglecting her, and how dare you say that to me?
What's the matter, Cecile? The truth hurt?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Sorry.
Just get out.
Oh, I didn't mean to hurt you.
Don't make me lose my temper, Cecile. I promise you, you'll be very sorry.
I love you so much.
Get out of here. I want you out of my office.
And out of your life?
That's right.
I don't think so.
I don't care what you think. Just get out.
All right, I'll get out. But I meant what I said. I do love you. And I have loved you since the minute I met you. And I will never stop loving you.
Please, Cecile, this is very embarrassing.
Not embarrassing at all to me. I mean, I stood in that doorway, Sandy. And I watched you. And this overwhelming rush came over me. You know what that feels like. It's an incredible sensation. It sort of takes your breath away.
This is not going to work, Cecile.
Yes, it is.
Well, if you won't leave, I will.
That's it, my darling. You go run and hide. Play your little games with Blaine. But I'm not going anywhere. I'll be patient. I'll wait as long as I have to for you to come back to me. And you will. You will.
She's a beautiful child, isn't she?
Oh, Mac.
Aren't you?
She certainly is.
Don't bite off that giraffe's head. Has Cecile gotten anywhere with getting a governess for her?
Oh, I don't think she's done any more since I last spoke with her. But then she doesn't share very much with me.
There he is!
Oh,
well.
Cass!
Hi, Elena.
Oh, welcome. It's so good to see
Hello,
you.
Mac.
Welcome home.
Cass. Welcome home. Thank you. It's good to be back. You both look wonderful.
Thank you.
And this must be the famous Maggie Corey, huh? What a love.
Obviously, she likes you.
Yes, and she takes after her very pretty mama. Oh, Cass, how are you? How was your flight?
It was very smooth, thanks. And Mac, the hotel suite is perfect. Elegant and most attractive.
Good. Well, until you can make a decision about where you want to live, I thought that was the best place. Look, can I get you a cold drink?
Well, thanks, Mac, but I think I'll get back to the hotel and unpack. I just wanted to say hello.
Fine. Brooks will be glad to drive you, but I'm expecting you back for dinner.
Yes, Mac has arranged a very small gathering. It's going to be a lovely dinner.
Oh, just tell me when to be here.
Say about 7?
7 it is. Elena, I'll see you later.
Cass.
I'll see you out.
Okay.
Darling, I'll see you, and why don't you take a nap? I mean, you've got plenty of time. Oh, he looks wonderful, doesn't he?
Yes, handsome as ever. Oh, that darling.
Oh, Mac, I really wish you weren't going. I am going to miss you.
I'm going to miss you too, Elena. Very, very much.
You're going to give me a call just every once in a while, won't you?
Yes, of course I will. What is it, Elena? What's troubling you?
I don't know. Well, all of a sudden, I just thought about Rachel, and I really hope that nothing's happened to her, and I keep thinking I should call Ada or Jamie, and then something stops me. I just don't want to hear any bad news. I'm not prepared for it.
What are you still doing here, Cecile?
Straightening up your desk. I'm making everything nice and neat.
Yeah, well, I don't like my desk nice and neat. Now, come on, get out of there, would you? Thank you.
Sandy, are you still angry at me?
Yes, I'm still angry at you.
Why? I apologized.
Yeah, sure, you apologize, Cecile. This never should have happened in the first place.
What shouldn't have happened? The fight or the kiss?
What is it with you, Cecile? What is this, some new prelude to something else you have up your sleeve? What is going on in your head?
You want to know, I'll tell you. I will tell you the absolute truth. I mean, there I was sitting in my office working, and I suddenly began to think about you. I thought about all those wonderful memories we shared, and how happy we once were. Next thing I knew, I was standing in your doorway, watching you. And I wanted to be close to you and touch you and hold you.
Just out of the blue, huh?
No. I think about you all the time.
Really? How does your boyfriend feel about that?
He's not my boyfriend. He's a friend,
Yeah,
that's all.
well, I don't care. It doesn't make any difference to me at all.
He knows that I still love you. I've been very honest with him.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. You've changed.
Sandy, do you still find me attractive?
Cecile. Cecile, you're a very beautiful woman.
But not what I asked. Do you find me attractive?
I don't want to make love to you anymore.
I don't believe you.
Cecile, I've got to get back to work.
Sandy, it was so good. I want to still make love with you. I miss it.
Please. Stop.
I'll stop.
Thank you.
It's not over, Sandy. We are not finished. I don't believe that.
Cecile, I want you to listen to me. I loved you very much once upon a time. But we fell apart. And I don't love you anymore. Now, I don't know what brought on all this nostalgia. But it's over. We're over. Now, for Maggie's sake, I want us to be on good terms. But that's all. Do you understand?
Oh, this feels good.
The sun? Oh, it's wonderful. Jamie, what are you thinking?
I'm trying not to.
Oh.
Think, that is. I picture them splattered across some highway, kidnapped by some crazed maniac. Name it, I've thought it.
Look, if something really horrible had happened to your parents, don't you think we would have heard by now?
I don't know what to think anymore. Vic has them in Tahiti. It's anyone's guess.
Jamie, look. We have got to try to believe that no news is good news, as crazy as that sounds.
I'm trying. So, how was your day?
It was good. I had a pleasant conversation with Deke, believe it or not. You know, he can be pretty likable when he wants to be.
Trouble is, he never wants to be. I'm superstitious.
Well, I never allow a peacock in my dressing room.
I've never heard that one before.
It's an old, theater superstition. Like never saying good luck to an actor before a performance. You never allow a peacock in your dressing room. Why do you ask?
Well, I don't know. Ever since I wrote this book, it's gone downhill.
Like what?
Good friends of mine have left town. Ann Whitelaw, Mary Ann, Pat. My little brother was kidnapped. My father's building comes tumbling down. Things like that.
Jamie, I don't buy it.
Of course, if I had written my book, I never would have met you.
See? Are you glad you met me?
You bet I am. I don't even have to ask that.
You know, someday, Jamie Frame, I'm going to wake up and believe in myself. It's bound to happen. Ow! You haven't told me much about your new book. How's it going?
I started it too soon. I haven't been very inspired lately.
Jamie? I think I'm falling in love with you. You don't have to say anything. I just wanted you to know. I wish I could make you feel better.
I do, baby.
Stay tuned for the conclusion of Another World.
No visitors. What a lovely surprise.
Yeah, I'll check the bedroom. Listen, how was your visit with Clarice?
Oh, honey, I had a great time. Ugh, kids are so wonderful, you know? They're so free. They say anything that comes to their mind.
That's all clear.
Let's have a whole bunch of kids someday, all right?
Two.
We'll talk about it. How was your day at work? Did you get a lot done?
No, there were, too many distractions.
What kind of distractions?
Cecile?
Now what? Did you two have words?
Yeah, you might say that.
What's her problem now? She's getting a little bored with the little trick she plays on me, perhaps?
Ah, come on, I don't want to talk about Cecile.
You brought her up, babe, not me.
You know, I'm convinced she's behind all this blame. I mean, the more I think about it, the more I believe it. She is the one with the emotional problems. I'm sure of that.
What did she have to say?
Just the same old stuff.
I get the very distinct feeling that you're not telling me something.
She, slapped me.
Why?
I guess she didn't like what I had to say to her.
Oh, baby, I'm sorry. It must have been awful.
Yeah, it was. Say, how about some lemonade?
Say, how about a kiss first?
How about it?
Loves me not. Loves me, oh yes he does. And he desires me. And it's just a matter of time before he comes home to me. Oh, just a matter of time.
This part of Another World was brought to you by High Point, the decaffeinated coffee with deep brewed flavor. High Point, it's the coffee lovers decaffeinated. Join us each weekday at this time for the continuing story of Another World.
Cass can't do this. There's got to be a law against it. Are you sure about this, Jason?
I wish I were making it up, believe me.
Well, there's got to be some way we could stop it.
There's no chance. The man's got an ironclad contract.
There's got to be a loophole.
No, Vic is right. I'll take it to a lawyer tomorrow, but I don't think we have a prayer.
Vic, what does this really mean for us?
Well, in terms of somebody important coming to see this movie, forget it. There's not a respected critic in the country who would set foot into one of these places that Cass has committed us to.
Well, there goes my paperback sale. Without a review, forget it.
Reviews? The newspapers won't even include us in the listings.
I may have to look for a new line of work.
Oh, Jamie, come on. Jamie, I have read your new book, and you are not about to give it
I
up.
have to eat. I don't even know if I can pay my rent.
Yeah, we'll join the club. It's going to be a long line at the unemployment office.
Why can't we buy Cass out?
With what?
With the money that I'm about to inherit.
I don't think we have a provision for buyback, that's all. And also, we've made a deal with Essence. It's finito. It's over. So are we.
You know, why do I have this feeling this is not an accident?
What are you talking about?
I think Cass did this on purpose.
Cecile.
Oh, Jamie, no.
She's a very fast worker. She doesn't want the world to see what I wrote about her. She'd do anything to stop this movie.
I don't know. Cass is a very good businessman. Now, I think he's only trying to protect his investment in a very flaky business.
Are you defending him?
I'm not defending him. I'd like to wring his neck, Liz. I just wish I had a solid argument that I could confront him with.
It should be enough that A View of the Bay is a great movie.
That, my man, and a token will get you on a Bay City bus.
Cecile,
Hi. Listen, can I talk to you just for a minute?
Yeah, all right, just for a minute, but, be quiet. I mean, she just drifted off to sleep. I don't want to wake her.
How is she?
She's okay.
Is she really okay, Sandy? I mean, you don't have to lie to me.
I'm not lying to you. She's okay. Dr. Cole said all she needs is a little rest.
Sandy, can't you face the truth? That's not all she needs. She needs help. The woman is ill.
Well, if she is, we owe it all to you, don't we?
Don't you start that with me. Not after the way she wandered in looking like she did. I mean, I was there. You weren't. I mean, she was wild. Sandy, she was incoherent. The condition she was in, I mean, her hair, her clothes, she was filthy. Heaven knows where she would have been.
I'm sure it wasn't all that bad, Cecile.
Well, don't start accusing me. I'm on Blaine's side. I mean, after I saw her coming in like that, my heart went out to her. I mean, she looked so fragile and so vulnerable. Sandy, I just want to know that you're doing the right thing.
I think I'm capable of doing that.
You see, you love her so much that you want her to be better. But don't let her fool you, and don't fool yourself.
I really do appreciate your concern, Cecile, but I think I better get back in there,
Sandy,
all right?
why are you so hard on me? I mean, I'm a woman. I understand what Blaine is going through. At least I am trying to imagine it. She'll want to be well. She'll cover up her illness so that you won't worry. But please, Sandy, for both your sakes, take it slow. Why don't you check her into a hospital somewhere so that she can get the care she needs?
Cecile, I have to do this my way.
Sandy, you'll never forgive yourself if she's not taken care of. If you do love her, you owe her that.
I don't even know which way is up right now,
Exactly.
Cecile.
That's just what I'm talking about. That's my point,
Cecile,
Sandy. You have got
I
to...
realize that you are only trying to help. But I've got to do things my way. Now, I've got to get back in there. Well, thank you, Cecile, and I'm sorry if I've been hard on you.
You remember me, don't you?
You get away from me!
Go away, sweet darling.
You're dead! I know you're dead!
Well, sure I am. But you don't have to worry anymore. Because I'm going to take you with me and we'll never be apart. We're going to hell. To hell.
Blaine, honey, please. Please, you know, take it easy, babe. Take it easy. I'm here with you now.
Well, Liz looked like she was ready to fall apart. I think I've had it, too. Are you ready to call it a night?
No, I think I need another drink.
We could join Dick and Julia and go for a little dance, if you'd like.
I'm not sure I'm ready for that.
What are you ready for?
You still going to L.A.?
I guess. It's going to be harder to get work. But there is one added benefit. I'll be getting away from my darling mother.
You don't have to go to L.A. to get rid of your mother, to get away from your mother. Stay here with me.
Oh, thanks. What about my acting career?
There's acting in Chicago.
Now, wait a minute. I thought I was supposed to convince you, not the other way around.
I like it here. Everything I care about is here.
Everything?
Chris, it's bad timing. Out in Hollywood, I'd just be another screenwriter out there scrambling
Jamie, you would
for
be
work.
a terrific screenwriter.
Yeah, so are a lot of other guys. Chris, I'm not interested in that kind of lifestyle. I want my typewriter in my room with my view of the bay outside my window.
You guys come up with any brilliant ideas yet?
No. We've just been discussing travel plans.
Sounds like a brilliant idea to me. Why don't we all leave here and catch the next plane back to L.A.?
Is that what you're gonna do, Tim? You gonna go to the coast?
No, I'm staying here in Bay City.
You're really sure?
Yes.
Well, it's been a long night.
Wait. Don't leave.
Hey, James, I can never figure out the pull the Bay City has for you. I mean, from your novel, I think you take the first chance you had to get out of here.
Well, I'm not sure I understand it either, but I do know that this is home. And anything I accomplish here is going to be very important, and I've got to stay here.
Oh, and you'll do it, too. You're very talented and very stubborn. You're so awfully stubborn, Jamie.
Well, I'll miss you.
What, you going to L.A. too?
Yep.
What?
Yeah, I'll take my grandmother with me. It'll help her forget about Milo. And Vic says I can get a lot of work out there, right?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, you ought to maybe you'll get something, get a small part and work up from there.
What? That's not what you've been telling me.
Well, I'm not going to promise you the moon and the stars and I'll never work out. Sure. You get something. I mean, you got a lot of fantastic film in the can. Come on, cheer up, hey. Come on.
You do think I've got a chance out there,
Are you kidding me? With me right behind you? Huh?
Well, I hope you come visit us.
Yeah, maybe I will. And maybe some of you will come back here and visit me.
Yeah, well, why don't we all meet someplace in the middle, like Salt Lake City on the weekends?
You coming to bed, honey? It's awfully late.
Man, I'm just thinking about Blaine. You know, my mama wandered off once. She never came back.
Well, Blaine did come back, and she's gonna be okay. You'll see.
Yeah.
You know what I think?
What?
I think that everything she's been saying is true, no matter how funny it sounds.
I hope you're right. I don't see how you can be.
Honey, we gotta keep on trusting her. She's our family. She's gotta know that we stand behind her.
Hey, come here. Come here. You want to know what I think?
What?
I think that baby girl of ours is going to be real lucky. I think she's got the best mama in the whole world.
Oh, you think she's gonna be okay? I hope and I pray. You know what? I talk to her all the time. I tell her how much we love her.
No, she's going to be fine. You just wait, just wait. I mean, it can't be any other way.
What if she isn't, Larry?
We're still going to love our baby. You know, it doesn't do any good for us to worry. Honey, you know, I mean, just cheer up. That's it, you know? You're going to give our baby wrinkles. You keep frowning like that.
Beautiful.
Do you really like it?
You are lovelier than you were the first time I ever saw you.
Oh, that's very sweet.
Very true. You get more beautiful every year, you'll break my heart. I'm trying to tell you how lucky I am.
We're both lucky. We've both been given a second chance at life.
Yeah. Another chance.
Are you okay, darling?
Honey, how did all of this happen?
No need to talk now, okay?
I'm so confused.
No, you're just a little woozy, honey. Dr. Cole gave you something.
I was back in my farmhouse, you know, in the living room, and my father was there.
Blaine, I don't want you to get worked up now, okay? You need to rest.
I gotta figure this out. I gotta remember. That rag doll. The rag doll was there, and I kept hearing my father's voice, Sandy.
Oh, now, come on. Take it easy, babe. You're fine now. You're with me where you belong.
I went there, just like you said in your note.
What note?
I waited for you to come, but you never came.
What note, babe?
The note you sent me at the office. The one that said to meet you there.
Blaine, I never wrote you a note.
This part of Another World was brought to you by Pert, the shampoo for clean, manageable hair that bounces and behaves. That's Pert shampoo for bouncing and behaving hair.
Tonight, don't miss the season premiere of Little House. Over the years, we've watched Laura grow from a little girl to a fine young woman. This fall, as Pa says goodbye, Laura Almanzo and some new friends face the drama of life on the prairie. Then, if you ain't ready yet, you better get ready for Willie Nelson as he stars in On the Road Again with Diane Cannon and Amy Irving, first time on TV. Weekdays, dare to fantasize with the new and exciting Fantasy, starring Peter Marshall and Leslie Uggams.
Join us each weekday at this time for the continuing story of Another World.
Sooner or later, she's going to start to think that she's crazy. Then little by little, that's exactly what's going to happen to her. Now, I'm not going to let that happen, Larry. And if you doubt her, then maybe you ought to join the other side.
Look, I don't doubt my sister. You know, just let your guard down, Sandy. You know, we're both in this together.
Well, then stop trying to punch holes in her story.
Look, the only thing we know is that whatever happened in the shack leads right back to Claxton.
Well, as much as I enjoy being best, truest, dearest, I had hoped of becoming something more than a friend.
Well, that's easy. I'll take a part in the movie.
It's beneath you.
Well, it's not beneath you, is it? I want to work with you. A team, always and forever. Isn't that what you said?
Yeah, a team, but eventually.
Why don't you just come right out and say it? You're trying to dump me, aren't you? I loved that doll. I took her everywhere with me. She was really my only friend.
And that's why when my dad...
Yes?
When my daddy would get drunk and start tearing her apart, that's why I could never stop crying. Dr. Cole, the doll in his shack was real. And it was big, and it was horrible. It couldn't have been real, though, could it?
Why don't you tell me?
It could have been a person. It could have been a person dressed up in a costume, you know? When I was a little girl, I always wanted to dress up on Halloween like that because I wanted to match my doll.
But you're not a little girl now, are you, Blaine?
Somebody could have found out what that doll meant to me, and they could have figured out that they could use it to scare me.
Who would know that?
I don't know. Nobody knew how I felt. Not even Larry. I only ever told my diaries. I was too ashamed to tell anyone else.
Do you still have them?
No. I burned them all before I left Claxton.
Blaine, I know how important it is to you to prove that you saw that doll. But to me, it doesn't matter that you saw the doll or that you didn't see the doll. The effect on you is the same. I want to explore the private thoughts that you had in your diary. Your father, for instance. The man who ripped up your favorite doll. How did you feel about him?
Dr. Cole, you might have sympathized with him. You might have even understood him. But I always hated him.
Brian. I'm sorry I'm late, but it took me a while to find this place.
I'm sorry. Not one of our usual haunts. I just couldn't risk seeing anyone I knew.
Now, what is it? You sounded so upset on the phone.
Brian,
All the secrecy?
I just simply have to talk to someone. I can't keep this inside any longer.
Well, what is it? Cecile giving you problems again?
Yes. No. I mean, it's about Cecile, but she's not at fault, Brian. I didn't know who to turn to. You see, I can't talk to Mac. You're the only person in the whole world I can trust.
Slow down. Now, I'm right here, and I'm ready and willing to listen.
You promise that whatever I tell you will be kept in the strictest confidence.
Are you consulting me professionally?
No. As a friend. As a very dear friend. I hope you won't be too harsh on me, Brian. You'll always be my friend, won't you?
Elena, you know nothing could ever change that. No matter what your problem is, I know the kind of woman you are. Now, does all this have to do with Cecile?
Brian, I am so ashamed.
Well, the fact that Cecile is your daughter is nothing to be ashamed of, Elena. I know you had to keep it a secret. I understand that. You were a woman in a very difficult position.
But, Brian, you only know half of the truth. I am Cecile's mother. But what you don't know, what nobody knows, is that the Count de Polignac was not her father.
This part of Another World is brought to you by Coast Soap, the refreshing soap that brings you back to life. Coast Deodorant Soap, the eye-opener.
You'll forgive me if I'm a little confused. Didn't you just tell Cecile?
I have told Cecile lies and half-lies. You see, the only one who knows the whole... Well, the only one who knows the whole truth except
Except? Oh, the real father.
I met him in Paris, Brian, when I was very young. And very romantic. And very in love with Paris. And he was a beautiful part of a very wondrous time.
And of course he couldn't help but love you.
Well, I thought he did. But I was wrong. I was a very naive young woman who found herself pregnant and alone. And then I met the Count, who was very good to me and wanted to help me, see me through the pregnancy, wanted to marry me on one stipulation, that we wait until the child was born, that I give up the child and never see it again.
I can't believe you agreed to that.
I don't think I knew what I was doing. And then when that nurse put Cecile into my arms, well, I knew I couldn't do that, so I arranged for her to be adopted by very good friends at the embassy. That way I could go on seeing my daughter without anyone, not even the Count, suspecting.
But did marrying a Count mean so much to you?
He was incredibly kind, Brian. And it allowed me to keep Cecile in a very loving home, thinking that someday I would claim her.
But that day never came.
When her adopted parents were killed, I convinced the Count then to bring her into our home. By then he wanted a child. Well, of course, he never knew Cecile was mine. If he ever suspected that I had violated that agreement.
But after the Count died...
Brian, it was too late. It was too late. I had told Cecile so many lies. I was afraid that she'd be so angry with me if I told her the truth. And don't you see, that's what I'm afraid of now. Her father has come forth and wants to claim Cecile as his daughter.
The man has the nerve to contact you after all these years?
Oh, that's one thing. He was never without nerve.
Oh, what can I do to help? Can I contact someone in Paris?
Brian, he's not in Paris. He's right here. In Bay City. Cecile's father is Louis Saint-Georges.
And your father would hurt you. And everything that was close to me. My doll, my cat. I could never stop him. Nobody could, not even Larry.
Did you blame your brother for not helping you?
No. Larry was so good to me, I could never blame him.
He was your brother. He didn't come to your rescue. I think you had every good reason to resent him.
No, well, maybe a little bit.
He could have tried.
But he was so little. What could he do? It wasn't Larry I saw in that shack anyway. It was a rag doll. Now, how can I explain seeing a rag doll? How can I explain thinking that I was in a farmhouse in Claxton?
Excuse me, Dr. Cole. You all right, babe?
If you could come back later, Sandy?
I just wanted to let you know that Larry and I are going over to the shack today. And if we have to rip the place apart, we are going to find the proof.
Honey,
We'll
what if
show
you
what was
can't
done to
find
you.
the proof? What if you can't?
Baby, I'm not going to stop until I do. Now, if it takes me 10 years, I will find whatever it takes to show everybody what happened to you. And once we've got that, sweetheart, we will find whoever did this, and they will pay 5 times more than was ever done to you. I swear I will see them in hell before I'm done. I'm sorry, Dr. Cole. You know, just sometimes I get so mad, I think I could strangle whoever did this.
What? What did you say, Blaine?
Buzz. Before he died, he tried to kill me. I dreamt about that when I was in the farmhouse. What I thought was the farmhouse.
Oh, Blaine, everybody has feelings like this, but most of us let them out in some way, just like you did, Sandy. It harms us when we hold back our feelings.
Are you telling me that I've kept everything inside until it's finally come out in nightmares?
It wasn't a dream, Blaine. It really happened, and we're going to prove it.
I hope you can, Sandy. But my job is to help Blaine understand her feelings, so that maybe we can begin to distinguish between what was real and what is imagined.
All right, Doctor. You find your clues, I'll find mine. You take it easy, sweetheart. Because nothing is ever going to happen to you again. I promise you that.
Aren't you going to ask me my real feelings about Sandy?
All right, Blaine. How do you really feel about Sandy?
Dr. Cole, that's easy. I love him.
I studied this picture, I memorized that face, but I haven't seen it around Bay City.
Albert Nordman was much younger when this photo was taken. Try to imagine him without the German uniform and with gray hair now.
Mr. St. George, there's just no sign of him. The man must have slipped into town and settled quietly so no one would know where he was.
But we must know where he is and what his next move is. We must find him before he finds us.
He's already found us. He or his henchmen have stolen one painting. They won't rest till they get the entire collection. Again, I urge you to leave Bay City.
Oh, Vincent. I've come many miles and many years to settle this with my daughter. And I will not leave till that is done.
Well, Norden may have different ideas.
It's very strange. I have never met him. He was a high-ranking German officer in Paris, and I was a boy. A signal guard at a suburban railroad crossing. Strange, huh? All these years, and our lives have been tangled.
Who else was there with him?
His son, Frederick. I had this photo sent from Zurich. He has the dress and the bearing of a Swiss banker, but he is as dangerous as his father.
Why don't you run then?
Oh, no. I've had enough of that. I'm going to stand and fight, and this time my way.
I'm looking for Cass Winthrop. Is he here?
Who's calling?
His sister. He knows that I'm coming, but I didn't say when. You must be Louis. Cass has told me so much about you.
Of course, and you are Stacy Cass's little sister, huh?
Oh, yes, didn't he tell you I was coming? Well, that's just like Cass. I mean, but the least I expected was a ticker tape parade and some champagne.
Well, I'm sorry. We are all out of ticker tape, but perhaps Vincent can get you some champagne, huh?
Coffee. Coffee would be wonderful.
Okay. Coffee, Vincent, please. Go.
Please don't let me interrupt.
Oh, that's all right. This is Mr. Hastings.
Nice to meet you.
We were just concluding our new business venture. I'm sure you can proceed, Mr. Hastings.
Oh, yes, right away, but I'd like to acquire some assistance.
I feel confident that you can handle this by yourself. Just make sure that you check the banks and any of the newer businesses in town.
I'll do the best I can.
Good. Thank you very much. Au revoir. Well, now, I must call Cass and tell him immediately that you are here.
Oh, maybe I should go to my hotel first and freshen up a bit.
Hotel?
Oh, well, Cass would never hear of that, and besides, there is more than enough room for you here.
That's very kind of you.
No, please. You are new to Bay City. I am new to Bay City. We are both strangers, and we must stick together, huh?
Well, since you put it that way.
Good.
Thank you.
Welcome. Now, let me call Cass. Oh, Elena. Elena. Come on. It's all right.
No, it's not all right. Now I've gone and disappointed you, too. That charming woman you loved to take to lunch. Not the lady you thought she was.
She's every bit a lady.
I only wish the lady had confided in me years ago.
Brian, I can't lose Cecile's love now. Not when I have come so very, very close to winning it. Brian, I want you to talk to Louis for me. To tell him that I just need a little more time, you see, until Cecile and I become close again.
Elena, the closer you get, the harder it'll be.
You see, Brian, he'll listen to you. Everyone does. Even I do.
Oh, Elena. If you only would. All right. All right, I'll talk to Louis.
Oh, Brian, thank you. Oh, you are my best, my very truest, and my very dearest friend.
Well, as much as I enjoy being best and truest and dearest, I had hoped of becoming something more than a friend.
Well, I'm no lawyer, but I've seen a contract or two, and this one looks ironclad to me.
Yeah. Maybe after I win a few Oscars, I'll dig up a view of the bay and put it in a retrospective of my early work.
So, when are you leaving us?
Ah, booked on the first plane back tonight. My agent's got a meeting lined up tomorrow. Prestige producers, name cast, good financing.
Really? Is there a part for me in it?
No, you wouldn't. Actually, it's the Pits. I'm going to direct a low-budget horror flick called Brothers in Blood. About an entire fraternity that gets hacked up by some lunatic because he isn't pledged. What, you think I'm kidding?
No, I think it'll probably get better distribution than A View of the Bay.
Well, at least you two can laugh about something.
Honey, if we don't laugh, we're going to cry.
Tell me about it. Well, I guess I'll probably see you before you leave. Chris said something about one last swim before they drain the pool.
Okay.
I didn't realize you were leaving so soon.
I was going to tell you, privately.
Well, I'm glad I know. Maybe I can still get a ticket.
Why don't you, I think maybe, why don't you wait for a little bit? I mean, you should wait around when Liz is feeling so low, you know?
Well, okay, when were you planning on me coming out?
Well, we'll just kind of leave that open. You can call me when you're ready.
Okay, where do I call?
Oh, number right here. Here. There you go.
It's your answering service.
It's the easiest way to get a hold of me. You just call, leave your number, and I'll get back to you as fast as I can.
Oh, Vic. We have so much time together when I come move in.
You know something? I've been thinking about that a lot. I'm not the roommate type. I mean, I don't do dishes, I don't do my share of the laundry, and I don't want to tie you down so soon. I think you should see some of the world for a while.
I've seen enough of the world. I want to spend my time with you.
But you're not going to see me at all. I mean, I'm doing this new movie. You're going to be alone most of the time.
Well, that's easy. I'll take a part in the movie.
No, that's beneath you.
Well, it's not beneath you, is it? I want to work with you. A team, always and forever. Isn't that what you said?
Yeah, a team. But eventually.
No.
Why don't you just come right out and say it? You're trying to dump me, aren't you?
Of course I'm not dumping you.
This is just because I wouldn't sleep with you, isn't it?
Why can't you be like every other actress in the world? Why do you have to be so sweet all the time? Sit down. Sit down. Now listen, I'm not used to looking out for anybody but myself. What's good for me is always good for the other guy, but I'll tell you something. I'm going to tell you something that's good for you.
You are good for me.
Wrong! I cannot believe I'm saying this. Now listen. I care about you, Julia, and I'm going to tell you. Stay away from me and stay away from L.A. You're not ready for either of us.
I don't want to stay in Bay City. I want to work. I want to be a part of the world.
You will be, but L.A. is a place where you go to put what you've learned to work when you're ready. And if you're not ready, that place will eat you up and spit you out. I've seen it happen. I don't want to see it happen to you.
But I belong with you. I mean, we had it all planned. It was perfect.
All right. I gotta talk to Cass and Jason. I got a plane to catch. I'll be in touch, all right? I'll never lose touch with you.
Vic, what's the matter with her?
The kid hates goodbyes, you know? So do I. Julia?
Jamie!
Oh, it's okay. I know it sounds impossible, but everything's gonna be okay.
So what went wrong? You know, I always liked George Lomax.
I know you did. He wore expensive suits, gold pins in his collars, and had a very impressive portfolio.
Well, that would be enough from some women.
Yeah, but those women didn't live with him. I did. Up until the morning when I looked past the perfectly sectioned grapefruit at the Capitol Club and had the overwhelming desire to squish it in his face.
Oh, Stacy, I hope you didn't.
No. No, I simply said goodbye, politely, after summing up the pluses and the minuses of our relationship. We parted like two attorneys settling out of court. Then I decided to part from New York and my job at Dunbridge, Fox, and Dunbridge. Yeah.
Stacy, it shows a singular lack of career planning to turn your back on a prestigious New York law firm before you even have your next job.
Cass, I tried it the Dunbridge way, the decorum, the polish, the well-heeled clients, clocking in my time to the tenths of hours. I want to be part of something alive. I want to practice law.
Oh, Stacy, every Winthrop runs from money and society once in their life. Remember my days in the Peace Corps?
Of course I do. My brother, the hero.
Now, let's get one thing straight, okay? You've come here to talk to Brian Bancroft about finding legal work in Bay City. That's fine. Defend the weak and the poor, and do it with my blessing. Just understand that I'm not the same kid who came into your room that night with stars in his eyes. Is that clear?
You've grown up, haven't you?
I found myself a nice place here, and I mean to make the most of it. It's your turn to save the world.
So what do you think, Larry? Could this look like your old place back in Claxton?
The times were tough, Sandy, but they weren't this tough.
No, man. I mean the shape of the place, you know, the overall layout.
Yeah, it's not that different. But in order to make this look like the farm, you'd have to know what the old place really looked like. Cecile wouldn't know that. Nobody would unless they came from Claxton.
Someone like Alma.
Alma, come on, Sandy. After Mama left, she was the only thing that stood between my pa and Blaine. She protected her. She loved her just like she was her own kid.
Yeah, well, that was before her brother was killed. I mean, Alma could be carrying a grudge.
You know, the thing is that Blaine's problem started long before Alma ever showed up in town.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Anyway, she's been real good to Blaine since Blaine got sick.
Yeah, so let's concentrate on finding some evidence. You know, evidence first, suspects later.
All right, don't overlook anything, though, man. I mean, you know, a burnt match might mean something, okay?
Yeah. Sandy, you know, this could take all day, and even then...
I don't care if it takes all day or all week, Larry. We've got to find something that proves that Blaine wasn't making this up.
What is it? Did you find something?
Did I find something? You bet your sweet life I found something. Take a look at that.
What? Sandy, don't get your hopes up. I mean, this just might be a piece off the last owner's slipcovers.
Yeah, listen, it could also be something from a rag doll's costume, right? Larry, we got to start somewhere. If we can't prove that what Blaine was saying is true, do you know what's going to happen? Sooner or later, she's going to start to think that she's crazy, and then little by little, that's exactly what's going to happen to her. Now, I'm not going to let that happen, Larry. And if you doubt her, then maybe you ought to join the other side.
Look, I don't doubt my sister. You know, just let your guard down, Sandy. You know, we're both in this together.
Well, then stop trying to punch holes in her story.
Look, the only thing we know is that whatever happened in the shack leads right back to Claxton.
You know, you're right. So maybe we're looking in the wrong place. And maybe the right place is in Wyoming.
That's exactly what I'm thinking.
Right, that's right. I mean, if we can find a connection between your old hometown and Bay City, then we'd really have something, wouldn't we?
Right. Now, the obvious connection is Alma. But we know that's not right. So let's dig a little deeper. Say, Cecile gets in touch with a newspaper in Claxton. Says she's doing a little article in Bravo, wants to know about some small-town lifestyle. She can get all the pictures, all the interviews she wants. Totally innocent to everybody, except Cecile.
Well, Cecile's got a lot of charm and a lot more money. She could probably get enough people to tell her all she'd need. And I think that we have finally figured out how she did it.
So wait a minute, where are you going?
Well, I'm going to go tell Blaine that we might be taking a little trip to Wyoming. And I'm going to talk to Dr. Cole, see what she thinks of the idea.
Sandy, I'd go with you, but it's so close to Clarice's due date.
Hey, listen, man, don't worry about it. You take care of Clarice, and I'll take care of Blaine.
Okay.
You know, man, this is the first time in a long time that I felt like I could really help. At least I can give her some hope.
It's just tea.
Yeah, I thought you wanted tea.
Yeah, I know, but I thought you put something stronger in it. Like arsenic.
Oh, Julia. Julia. Oh, Julia, darling. Jamie called me. I came just as soon as I could. Now, lean against me, darling. Just cry. Just cry.
I don't want to cry, Grandma. I don't want to be held like a baby. I just want...
Julia, please. Oh, Jamie.
I think she wants to be left alone, Liz.
You know, when Milo left, and I didn't think I could ever face anybody again. Julia made everything so much better. I wanted to try and do the same for her.
Ah. Oh. Anybody seen Julia?
Yeah, we've all seen her, Vic. You know, maybe you should see her. See what a swell job you did with her.
I don't know what you're talking about.
A girl just ran out of here heartbroken.
Before you all stone me to death, may I say something? I came back here because I was worried about her.
Oh, yeah, you were so worried about her. That's why you told her to get lost, right?
I told her to stay here and not go out to L.A. and end up like every other teeny-bopper loser on Sunset Boulevard.
When have you ever been concerned for any of your conquests?
Since I met Julia. That girl can really be something. She just needs a little time. She doesn't need me.
Why don't you tell her that?
Well, I tried. When it comes to being honest with women,
Don't expect miracles, okay? Besides, it might mean a lot more if it came from somebody she trusted, like you, James. Excuse me. Catch a plane. Haven't even packed.
Who would have thought it? Big Strang. Just an old marshmallow.
There's nothing for me to do around here anymore. This house. It seems so empty without the actors, the crew, all the other. If Junior comes back here instead of going home, would you ask her to call me there, please?
I will.
I'll be waiting. Bye.
I'm going to miss this place, too.
Is that all you're gonna miss?
It depends on you, doesn't it?
I guess it does. Guess what?
Honey, I'm really not in the mood for
Guess what is made out of cloth and looks like this?
Where did you get that?
Back at the shack. Does it mean anything to you?
Does it mean anything to me? Yes, it does. This is from the costume. It's from the ragdoll costume. I know it. Oh, no,
Right.
thank you,
Hey, how about a little of that for me? I mean, I found that.
Oh, God, I love you. Oh, thank you. This is just when I was ready to give up, too.
No, honey. No, we are just getting started.
Well, who's wearing this? Who wore this horrible thing?
I don't know, but I think we should do what your brother suggests. Forget about suspects and concentrate on the evidence.
Yeah, honey, I have been. You know those voices I heard? My father's voices when I was locked in the closet.
Yeah?
All those horrible things he was saying to me. No one ever heard him say those things. Not even Larry.
Babe, you must have told somebody about it.
No. Just my diary.
Your diary?
Yeah. I used to keep lots of diaries when I was a little kid. From the time I was 9 till the time I left. But I burned them all the day I left for Bay City.
Babe, maybe you didn't burn all your diaries. Maybe one of those diaries was left at the farmhouse until somebody found it.
Oh, honey, that has to be it, doesn't it?
Yeah, listen, it's something that we have to check out, Blaine, and to do that, that means we're going to have to go back to Wyoming. Now, I'm going to check with Dr. Cole and see if she thinks it's a good idea for you to travel.
No. I don't think I could stand to go back there.
Blaine, if you can't go, I'll go alone. But finally, we've turned things around. Now we're the hunters.
Will you come visit me in L.A.? I mean, if they make a movie out of your next book.
Yeah, I will. I'll visit you.
I will never forgive you if you don't win a Nobel Prize. Jamie?
I know. I know. You too. Bye.
Bye.
Mayor Bancroft, it was very kind of you to see me.
Now, first of all, the name is Brian. And Cass Winthrop's sister is always welcome in this office. And after the glowing words that Cass said about you, I've been very anxious to meet you.
Glowing words from my brother?
Does that sound strange?
Well, we haven't always seen eye to eye.
Oh, well, when it comes to your legal talents, you have no greater champion. Please, sit down.
Well, thank you.
And from your letters of recommendation, my only question is, what has our little town to offer such a high-powered attorney?
Oh. Well, let's say the high-powered world of Wall Street bored me to tears.
Really? What doesn't bore you?
People? People with little money and big problems.
Well, you forgive me for saying so, but that does sound strange coming from a Winthrop who was an editor of the Harvard Law Review. I only wish I had something to offer you in the city administration.
I was hoping you would.
Well, I'm not going to let you leave us now that we have you here. I have an idea. An old friend of mine, John Randolph, he died a few years ago. He had the kind of practice you're talking about, but it was never properly picked up. Now, if you're interested, I'll do everything I can to help you get established.
Well, I couldn't ask you to do that.
Oh, now, you'll need an office, of course, and some furniture, and I'll talk to some people about...
You get carried away even faster than I do.
But we'll talk about it at dinner, tonight. Somehow you landed here, and Bay City needs you. And it's my job to keep you here.
Well, I think it's splendid that Stacy plans on settling down here.
Yep, she's come to town determined to be her own woman, and she has her own ideas about things.
Sounds like the Stacy I used to know. Something tells me you're not terribly thrilled with the idea of her arrival.
Well, let's just say that Stacy and I got along best when we captained opposite sides of the family 4th of July tug-of-war contests.
Cass, she's grown up. Maybe she's looking for someone else to play tug-of-war with.
Yo, Mac,
Oh, Liz, hello.
Elaine, I'm sorry. Excuse me. I need to talk to Mac.
Sorry, he's out all day, sales meeting.
No, he can't. I have to see him today, please. It's very important.
What is it, Liz? What's wrong?
Well, you're a fine one to talk. Because of you, my granddaughter is absolutely dissolved in tears, and everybody else's life has just fallen to pieces.
I beg your pardon.
Liz, I'm sorry you're so upset. Just calm down a
Cass
bit.
has ruined the distribution of View of the Bay. Therefore, Julia can't get to Hollywood with Vic Strang. Not that I mind that. I really didn't want her to go. But, of course, she wants to go very much, and I can't stand to see her disappointed or hurt.
Liz, I'm really very sorry to hear that Julia's so upset. But my first obligation was to Mac and to his investment. Now, you can't blame me for looking out for Mac, can you?
For heaven's sake, no, of course not. I mean, I care about Mac. Mac has always been very good to me.
And he always will be.
Elena, do you know that Mac said he'd keep my job open for me. I really do need a job.
Liz!
Well, I think a woman with your experience deserves an even more responsible position, Liz.
You do?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you see, Mac put Cass in charge of the Corey administration, so if he says it's so, it's as good as done.
Oh, my goodness, after all the terrible, horrible things I just said.
Oh, please, don't give it another thought.
Oh, he's marvelous.
Has anybody seen my father?
You know, I'm starting to learn Mac's secrets. Like, never be in the office on days when everyone needs you.
Cass, look, something really important has come up. I need an immediate leave of absence.
Now, first, let's get down to particulars. Sandy, what schedule are you working on? What story do you have outstanding? And what's Bravo's closing date on this issue? Well, come on, people. We do want to publish a magazine, don't we?
Welcome back, Liz.
Stay tuned for the conclusion of Another World.
Please, come in. Louis, I want to apologize for dropping by on such short notice, but I have a request to make of you.
That's quite all right. Anything I can do. That will be all, Vincent. Thank you. Well, what can I do for you? Name it and it is yours, Brian.
Elena spoke to me today.
Mm-hmm. And what is on Elena's mind today?
A great deal, I'm afraid. It's about your daughter. Elena's told me everything. Elena's pleading to you through me not to tell Cecile the truth. Elena wants you to promise her that you won't tell Cecile that you're her father.
Well, once I do some tests on this, we'll know where it came from.
We already know where it came from. We got to find out who it came from.
Oh, well, you're in a fighting mood today, aren't
Oh,
you?
I sure am. I mean, even if it means I have to go back to Claxton and face all my ghosts, I'm going to fight until I find out what's been happening to me.
Yep, there she is again.
Who?
Oh, a tough little cookie I knew once named Blaine Ewing.
Oh, yeah? Would that be the same Blaine Ewing who used to crawl up the crabapple trees in the backyard and throw apples at you and you used to call her names?
Don't remind me. I think I still have the bruises.
Say, brother, can I ask you something?
If it has to do with crab apples and you hit me on the head, you can forget it.
No, it doesn't. Sit down. Remember when I was a little kid? Pa used to lock me in the closet. Say all those terrible things to me. Why didn't you ever try to stop him?
I wondered when you'd ask me that. I tried to stop him. Every time I did, he pulled me aside and said, you just added another 12 hours to her time in the closet. So the only way I could hope to get you out sooner was to do what he said.
Why didn't you ever tell me that?
I never could tell you because I couldn't bear your hating me for it.
Hating you? I could never hate you. Oh, I'm so glad you told me. I'm so glad to know what a wonderful brother I have.
You mean me?
Of course I mean you. And you watch me. I'm going to show you. I'm going to fight, and I'm going to win. I'm going to be a little sister you can be proud of.
Baby, I am already proud of you.
Oh.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
This part of Another World was brought to you by Gleam, the toothpaste made for adults. It fights cavities and adult bad breath. Join us each weekday at this time for the continuing story of Another World.
Aha! Go to the way you are, do you, hot shot?
You both changed so much. It does seem a shame to see this place go.
Well, it doesn't have to go. I want you to have the house.
What?
It's yours as much as it is mine anyway.
The longer Amanda stays with Rachel, the more Mac realizes that he really needs Maggie. All of which makes your future nice and secure.
Well, that's putting it rather bluntly, but
Oh, no, I think it's very clever. And very reasonable.
then you'll help me.
Ho, ho, ho. I don't know about you, partner, but this looks like a fresh trail to me. Well, let's get it.
You're not dressed.
No, I'm staying here today, near the phone. It's the first place we'll hear anything about Sandy and Blaine.
Oh, Mac, I hate seeing you like this. Did you get any sleep?
Not very much. Oh, Elena, it's just so frustrating. Here I am, a man with every advantage and totally helpless to save my own son. Yes, Elma?
Sorry, Mr. Corey. I just came in to see if there was any news.
No, not a word.
Are you sure? We ought to have heard something by now.
Nothing, I'm sorry. I had no idea you'd be so concerned, Alma.
Well, I surely am, Mr. Corey. Believe me.
This part of Another World is brought to you by the first powder detergent with a full-strength fabric softener built right in. Bold 3. Cleans, softens, controls static. Bold 3.
I'll let you know as soon as we hear anything, Alma.
Thank you, Mr. Corey. I best go fetch Maggie her bottle.
I don't know why people worry about Alma. She always seemed kind, considerate to me.
Will you take her with you when you sell the house?
I haven't thought that far yet. You'll be needing someone yourself.
Well, Mac, I'm not making any plans to move until Sandy is home, safe.
Thank you, Elena.
Has Cass found a buyer for the house?
No, not yet. I'm afraid his prediction is correct.
And what was that?
Nobody wants a huge place like this anymore. And mortgage money is tight. Costs a small fortune to maintain and heat it.
Surely there must be someone.
Cass has explored every possibility. Estates are just too difficult to maintain these days.
Then what are you going to do?
I hate the idea of selling it. Everywhere I look here, I'm reminded of how happy I was here with Rachel.
Then maybe you should reconsider.
No, it's too wasteful. It's not right for one man. This place should be filled with life, children. Amanda's only gone one day. Already it seems empty. Besides...
What?
Well, it always seemed Rachel's house more than mine. I really only bought it because she loved it so.
Then why don't you give it to her?
Give the house to Rachel?
Well, consider the options. You don't seem to have a family that wants to buy the house. The only other possibility would be a foundation or a company. They'd break up the space, try to make a center, a convention center out of it.
No, I wouldn't like that.
Then what's left?
Rachel. But would she want it?
You just said yourself that she loves the house.
Yes, but don't forget the expense of maintaining it.
Mac, if she was living here, she wouldn't have the burden of an apartment, a studio, and a gallery.
No.
Mac, just think about this space. If Rachel really wanted to, she could have artists come here, and she could create a space where they could work and live for several months out of every year.
You mean like the MacDowell colony in New Hampshire?
That's right. It would be a perfect atmosphere. And just think, you'd be making a terrific contribution to art, besides giving Rachel something that you think is hers anyway.
That's a magnificent idea. I'll talk to Cass about setting up the money for it, and then I'll see what Rachel thinks of it. But it'll all have to wait until things are settled here.
Well, Mac, you can start having the conversations now, can't you?
Elena.
Look, I know you are beside yourself with worry, and time's going to go a lot faster if you are occupied with something.
It's just much too difficult to concentrate on anything else now.
I know. If only that telephone would ring.
You're just as worried as I am, not letting on, aren't you?
Sure I am, Mac. But we got to keep hoping.
That's what I've been doing. But I'm simply terrified I'll never see my son again.
The role of Fred Krebs is now being played by Adrian Sparks.
Yes. Yes, it is a very difficult situation. There is no way to dispose of the 2 paintings we have back so far.
Well, perhaps we can find someone to handle it for us.
That's too dangerous. We must find a way to return them to Europe and then get rid of them there.
Well, the sooner the better. Our funds are beginning to run a little low. John and his men must be paid.
In due time. In due time. We will soon be rid of this matter, Fred. Believe me.
Paintings, 2 paintings.
Hi.
Cecile, I'm surprised to see you. I thought you were at home today.
Oh, well, I had to stop into town and pick up a few things for Maggie. I'm glad I caught you in.
Me too. I'm always happy to see you.
Really?
Well, there's so many good hearts around here. I find you refreshing. Hey, are you all right?
Oh, well, I guess I'm not in a very good mood today.
Of course, Sandy. I should have realized. Sit down.
Oh, Cass. I love him so much. If anything were to happen to him, I don't mean to burden you with all of that.
No, that's all right.
Actually, I came by to consult with you about something.
What is it?
Well, this whole business with Sandy, I've been thinking about it all night long. Aside from the way I feel about him, there are certain realities I have to face.
You mean if something should happen to him?
Yes. Something should happen to him. I'd be completely dependent on Mac, me and Maggie.
You do have that very substantial trust fund from Maggie, and I know you've been drawing from it.
Trusts have been broken before, Cass.
Cecile, do you think Mac would do that?
I don't know. Everything's changing. He's thinking about selling the house, moving into town, into an apartment.
Does he plan to include you?
Well, he's mentioned it, finding a place big enough for all of us, but I don't know if he really wants that.
Yes, he can't go on sheltering you and Maggie forever, can he?
Except that a place that he would find for himself, it'd be big and it'd be wonderful. It'd be a wonderful place, much nicer than anything that I could find for myself.
The pampered life is a little hard to give up, isn't it?
It's not just that. Once we're away from him, I'm just afraid that he may see things differently. He could even change certain things about the trust fund.
Oh, I don't think he'd ever do anything to jeopardize Maggie's security.
No, but he could put a stop to my access to those funds.
And that's less likely to happen if you're there to keep an eye on things.
I'm also concerned about Mac's feelings for Amanda.
Concerned? Why, Cecile? She's his daughter.
Yes, I know. But he's so extremely fond of her. Perhaps too fond.
I still don't follow you.
Well, maybe it'd be better if he realized that Maggie could give him everything that Amanda does right now.
You mean take her place?
Well, to some extent. Yes. And now would be a perfect time.
Now that Amanda's staying with Rachel?
Exactly.
The longer Amanda stays with Rachel, the more Mac realizes that he really needs Maggie. All of which makes your future nice and secure.
Well, that's putting it rather bluntly, but...
Oh, no, I think it's very clever. And very reasonable.
You do? Then you'll help me.
What can I do?
Try to use your influence on Mac. Try to convince him that Amanda should stay with Rachel right now for an indefinite period of time.
All right, I'll do my best.
I'm sure that you would. Thank you. Thank you.
Now, wait. That's quite a few you owe me.
I know. And I appreciate it, Cass. What can I do to repay you?
Well, for one thing, you can let me take you to dinner once things settle down.
Okay, it's a deal.
And then there's also the matter of all your legal affairs.
I know. Well, could you handle that for me, too? That along with this trust fund. The fees, of course, will be generous, I'm sure.
I think we can work something out.
I think so. Bye.
Goodbye.
General store?
That you, Ella?
Alma, what do you want?
What do you think I want? Information.
I don't know anything.
Don't you lie to me, Ella Fitz. You just tell me what's going on with Sandy and Blaine.
Sheriff sent someone out looking for him, that's all. That's all I know.
Is it a big search?
Routine. Couple of deputies, that's all.
Yeah, that's a relief. I can't believe Sandy's stupid enough to go up in them mountains by himself.
How can you laugh at a thing like that, Alma Rudder?
Don't you start picking on me. You remember who your old friends are, don't you?
Yes, I do.
Good. I certainly do.
Well, be a sort of a shame if you got confused or something. Told the sheriff's things best kept to yourself.
I ain't gonna say anything. I promise.
You remember the Winslow family knows how to pay friendship with friendship. Just like we know the right way to pay back our enemies.
Off for Julia.
Oh, she'll like these, thank you.
Yeah. She's not here yet?
No, but, I'm glad you stopped by. Come on in.
Oh, thank you.
I wanted to thank you for that good talk we had yesterday.
Oh, yeah, I enjoyed it, too.
I feel so much better knowing that we basically feel the same way about Julia.
Yeah, well, I feel so much better knowing that we basically feel the same way about Hemingway.
Oh, yes. We did go on, didn't we? The other people in the restaurant must have thought we were real eggheads.
No, I enjoyed it. In fact, I enjoyed talking to someone, well, about something adult for a change. We'll do it again soon.
Sure. It was fun.
Yeah. You know, there's a festival in Chicago this week on Hemingway. And since we're Hemingway buffs, I thought you might like to go with me. The Old Man in the Sea?
Great. I've never seen it.
Oh, it's great. Spencer Tracy.
Oh, excuse me.
Hi, Susan.
Cass, hi. Come on in.
Thank you. Hi. Hi, Jane.
All right.
How you doing?
All right. Good.
Susan, you got a couple of minutes?
That's okay. I'm on my way out. I'll see you, Cass. Make sure that Julia gets those books.
Right. I will.
Okay.
Okay. Thanks for bringing them by. Bye-bye. Well, come, sit down.
Thank you.
What can I do for you?
I'm here to throw myself at your mercy.
Why?
Stacy's really dragging her feet about this party.
She doesn't want it.
She hates fuss.
Call it off.
Oh, I'm already committed. There's no way I can back out now.
I don't really see how I can help.
Talk to her, will you please?
Well, if she really doesn't want to bother.
All she has to do is realize how many people will be disappointed. Cecile's been working on this. I've been working on it. We've
We've already notified several people. We have the invitations engraved.
All right. You convinced me.
Well, that was easy. Thank you, Susan. I really appreciate it.
Sure.
In fact, maybe I can repay you. How about dinner or drinks or something?
Oh, Cass, you don't have to repay me. Stacy and I may not know each other very long, but I consider her a very good friend.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that, but...
But?
What's wrong with going out anyway?
Oh, well, I'm planning to work every night this week, except for one night, and I'm saving that for Jamie.
Oh, for Jamie, huh?
Well, it turns out that we're Hemingway fans, and there's a revival of The Old Man and the Sea in Chicago this week.
Maybe Stacy and I can join you.
Would you like that?
Well, sure. We'll make an evening of it. I've been concerned about Stacy anyway. She just doesn't get out as much as she should.
You're right about that. Well, look, I'll check it out with Jamie and get back to you.
Great,
okay?
yeah. Susan, there's one other thing.
Yes?
Mac's been talking to me about the problem with Rachel over Amanda.
Oh, what about it?
Apparently, he's still very concerned.
Well, I thought it was all settled.
Well, I did get him to realize that right now Amanda's better off staying with her mother.
Well, then what's the problem?
I don't know. I just want to make sure that he continues to feel that way, since it's the best answer all around. And I want you to know that that's exactly how I'm going to advise him. Anyway, we'll be in touch, huh?
Right.
Okay.
Okay, bye-bye.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Well, there you are, Blondie.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to force them into those heavy water currents. There's some deep white water up ahead. You won't be the first to get smashed to death on them rocks.
Make your choice! Sandy or me!
You went over every inch of the office.
There's no sign of the paintings anywhere.
And you're certain you weren't seen leaving?
I know my job, Vincent.
I was almost discovered myself at the Nordman's Hotel.
But you took a good look around?
Yes, of course. Now, this means that there's only one place left where the paintings must be hidden.
Yeah, I know, the warehouse.
Precisely. Now we must make our move there.
When?
Tonight. We go together.
I don't like this, Vincent. They're bound to realize we've been tracking them sooner or later.
We've been careful enough so far. Still, I can't say I'm very pleased myself. I am not, by nature, a man of violence.
Violence doesn't bother me, as long as we stay one step ahead of them.
You've had your man watching the warehouse?
Oh, yeah, there's several workers there. They'll stay till about 6 o'clock till the place closes down.
Excellent. Now, we wait until they're all gone. Then we move in after nightfall. And this time, we're going to get those paintings. What is it?
Either you're overly concerned about money or too concerned about your boss's feelings.
I care about both, Hastings.
I'll tell you one thing.
And what's that?
If you didn't promise such a generous cut, I would never back these people against the wall so far.
You really are that much afraid of the Nordmans?
I do?
Yes. But I try to be philosophical. By the end of tonight, either we'll all be very happy, with lots of money to spend, or we'll all be someplace else, where you can't spend money anyway.
I feel like a peeping Tom.
It is driving Matthew Starr crazy. And Michael and Kit become the stars of a stunt show that's sabotage.
What?
Knight Rider. And Laura and Remington discover a video arcade with a difference. Murder. Remington steals.
Tonight is going to be great on NBC.
Go on anymore. I gotta rest.
You've got exactly 60 seconds. Then we're gonna remount.
No, Buzz, I need more time than that.
You're stalling, Blaine, ain't you?
No. I'm good with that, too.
You give your fair-haired boy a chance to get his strength back.
I'm not, Buzz. I swear to you, I'm not.
You better not be. Because I'm just about tired of your tricks, you hear?
Buzz, you're hurting me.
That horse is valuable that you left on the other side of the river. Now, I've just about lost my patience. Hell, I should have let you just go off down that white water.
No, you don't mean that.
Well, just don't test me, all right? I'm willing to go through a lot for you, Blaine, but even I've got my limits.
Buzz, haven't we all had about enough?
Not till we get rid of old hotshot out there, no.
It's never going to work.
It'll work because I say it's going to work.
Sandy is a lot stronger and a lot more clever than you'd think.
Don't make me laugh.
true. You thought it was going to be so easy. But you haven't got him yet, have you?
Yeah, well, I do give him credit for a little fight. But then, that's half the fun, ain't it?
Buzz, why don't you just take off right now, while you can?
What?
No, I mean it. Just leave me here. By the time Sandy and I find each other, you'll be long gone.
Oh, sure, and then what am I supposed to do? Go live in them mountains all by myself?
But you'll be alive.
It ain't no kind of life, Blaine. Besides, I ain't the one that's gonna end up dead.
Buzz, please.
Come on, let's go.
No, I can't go now.
Then move! I got the advantage now, and I don't want to lose it.
You don't even know where Sandy is.
Oh, yeah? I spotted him up on that ridge there a while back. There's only one place he could be headed. Up by the cliff.
What are you going to do?
I'm gonna circle back around him up there and take him by surprise.
That's pointless. What can you possibly do? You don't even have a gun.
So what? Neither does he. That makes us just about equal, don't it?
Please. Let me go now, please.
No way, Blaine. You're gonna spend the rest of your days with me. And as for old Sandy, well, I think he may be looking at his last day right now. Come on. I said, come on.
Well, took me a long time. Finally found it.
Oh, good. She's really missed that. Thank you.
Yeah, it's funny how attached we get to certain things.
What are you talking about?
Come on, tell me how Amanda's doing.
Oh, she's doing really well. I think she really is enjoying being with us.
Bet she gets a kick out of Matthew.
Oh, they play so well together, and Steve is right in there with them.
Oh?
Don't worry, she misses you. But you should be grateful that Steve gets along with the kids so well.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Any word from Sandy?
Nothing. It's very discouraging.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to give it the rest of the day, and then if I have no word, I'm going to fly to Wyoming and organize my own search party.
Oh, I hope that isn't necessary. Well, if it is, you let me know if there's anything I can do to help, okay?
Right. Thank
Anything
you.
at all, just call.
That's much appreciated, Rachel. Now, listen, Rachel. Actually, there is something that I have to discuss with you if you have a moment.
Sure, what?
Please, sit down again. I put the house on the market, but there's not much interest for it.
I didn't realize you'd gotten that far.
You still don't like the idea of my selling it.
Oh, it's just so sad, Mac, to think of strangers living in this place.
Yeah, I feel the same way.
I've always loved this place so much. I think especially this time of year. I was just thinking before you came down, remember those huge piles of leaves we used to put out in back for Amanda to run and jump in?
Oh, yeah.
And then I was remembering teaching Jamie how to ride and riding over the fields.
I also remember promising sculptor first discovering how talented she really was.
Yeah. Seems like a different lifetime, doesn't it? We both changed so much. It does seem a shame to see this place go.
Well, it doesn't have to go. I want you to have the house.
What?
It's yours as much as it is mine anyway.
Oh, Mac, that's very generous. I couldn't accept. I couldn't possibly.
Well, maybe it's not all that generous. I have yet to talk with Cass about setting up the financial side of it. But there might be certain conditions if you were amenable to them.
Like what?
In exchange for having the house and the grounds and a fund to maintain them, I would like you to establish a sort of low-key artist colony here. How does that sound to you?
You mean, Well, I mean, artists from around the country coming here to stay for a while?
That's right. Maybe just a few months out of the year and just 2 or 3 at a time.
And they could stay in the West Wing.
That's right. You have your own studio. You'd have complete privacy. Meanwhile, they'd have a chance to concentrate on their work without everyday hassles.
But they have to have a place to work.
Well, there's several buildings on the property. Shouldn't take much to turn those into studios.
Well, sounds like you've got this all worked out.
Entirely up to you.
But what if I couldn't keep it up, Mac? I mean, you know, my life, I don't know what I mean, I might not be able to, you know, who knows?
In that case, the estate would become the property of the colony. The fund I set up to maintain it as long as you want to stay here, that would become an endowment, so the colony could keep on going.
Well, it's a great idea. Do you really think I could do it? I mean...
All you've got to do is make sure the house and the grounds are kept up. You sure had plenty of experience in that.
Yeah, I did.
And then maybe you'd want to share some of your time with the other artists. You know, have workshops, seminars, things like that.
Oh, it's just like a dream.
Is that a yes? Or isn't it?
Yes. It's wonderful. It's a wonderful idea.
Well, it's practical. I mean, it's a practical way to make sure this place keeps going on in a really meaningful way.
No, it's much more than that. It shows just how selfless you still are. Still the same selfless person that I fell in love with. It's one quality I'll never forget about you.
Thank you, Rachel.
I just hope you find happiness, Mac. You deserve it more than anybody.
I don't know, Mac. It just seems so hard to picture this big, wonderful place with artists crawling all over it.
Can you come up with a better solution?
Yes. Why don't we just stay here?
You already know my feelings on that, Cecile.
Mac, it's just that it's all happening so quickly. Are you sure you've thought it all out?
I never do anything without thinking it out first.
I'm sorry. It's just that Maggie's so happy here.
Maggie is an infant. She'll be happy no matter where she is, as long as she gets the proper care.
Well, yes, that's exactly what I'm worried about. Well, I guess if we find a big enough place close
Cecile,
enough to town, we...
Don't you think it's about time you started thinking about setting up your own household?
Mac, I think it's important for Maggie to have a family life.
Well, you've been invited to move in with Elena.
But you're Maggie's grandfather.
Yes, and Elena is your mother. Really, Cecile, you've got to start coming to terms with that, no matter how hurt you've been.
I just can't do that. I'm not ready to do that yet, Mac.
Well, you've got to do something. I mean, having you stay here in this big place is one thing, and believe me, you've been more than welcome. But once I move into an apartment...
Well, it's only for Maggie's sake that I'm thinking about him, and for yours.
Mine? How?
Well, I just feel too selfish leaving you here. Leaving you all alone and depriving you of seeing Maggie, especially now that Amanda's with her mother.
Well, she's not going to be there forever, remember?
No. Now, I do think that was a wise decision of yours to let her go.
Yes, I realize now it is better for her, for the time being anyway.
I hope that you're not thinking of having her come back too soon. It's bad for a child. It's unhealthy, I think, to have them bounce back and forth a lot.
She'll stay there till I'm settled in, till I can provide a solid home for her again.
Solid home. Do you really think that's possible if it's just going to be father and daughter?
Cecile, I don't have all the answers yet, and I hardly think it's critical to make all the decisions now. So let's put off this discussion till later, all right? You don't mind?
Yes. Of course, Mac. I'm sorry. But, Mac, I know how much you miss Amanda. And I want you to remember that no matter what you decide about me, I'll always make Maggie available for you to see, to help fill some of that emptiness.
Yeah, I think it's a very interesting story.
Interesting? That's not so good, huh?
Well, no, I think it has a lot of potential. I do think you have to learn how to get to your key points. In other words, don't just make things happen. Tell us how and why.
Flesh it out a bit more, huh?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay. I'll remember that for my next story.
No, no, no. Do it for this one. Rewrite this. You know, see your improvement.
Okay. Thanks a lot, Mr. Frame.
Sure.
Oh, excuse me. Is this a good time?
It's perfect. It's perfect. Kathy was my last student appointment for the day. Come on, sit down.
Oh, okay.
Well?
Well, what?
What's the big grin for? Big commission.
No, it's better than that. It's just really incredible. You know, Mac was going to sell the house, right?
Yeah?
Yeah, well, now he's not going to. You know what he's going to do?
What?
He's going to give it to me.
To you?
Yeah. No, well, he's not really giving it to me. He just wants me to live there, and he wants me to start up this artist colony
You're
there.
kidding.
No, I'm not kidding. We're going to build studios outside, you know, where the outbuildings are.
Yeah.
And I'm going to invite all of these, you know, artists to come in from all over the country. And I'm going to teach seminars and
Wait,
work
you're going
there
too
and-
fast. When did all this happen?
It just happened. It just happened just now. Just happened.
What'd Dad say about it?
Well, I haven't seen him.
What?
He's not home yet, and I just had to tell somebody. You want to live there with us?
Me?
Sure, you'll get out of that dump. It'll be a great opportunity for you. A great environment. You can work there. Oh, and it'll be so good for Amanda and Matthew. They'll have more room. And Steve will have his office
Wait,
there.
you're going too fast here, Mom.
Why aren't you excited? Aren't you excited about this?
Because you haven't told Dad. Yeah, of course I'm excited.
Oh, he'll go for it.
You think so?
Oh, sure. It's an opportunity of a lifetime.
Mom, don't start making plans until you have a long talk with him.
Oh, well, I'm there to do that.
Well, you know what his reaction's going to be.
I know he doesn't like accepting favors, but this is so much more than that.
All right, this also came from Mac.
Yeah, I know. Well, he's just going to have to think of it differently as though it came from an anonymous philanthropist.
You won't see it that way.
Oh, sure he will, Jamie. I mean, if he loves me, he's going to know how much this means to me.
Stay tuned for the conclusion of Another World.
Aha! Don't know where you are, do you, hot shot?
This part of Another World was brought to you by Charmin Bathroom Tissue. It's so cushiony, so squeezably soft, and softness is what Charmin's all about.
Thursday night on Father Murphy, young Sam Clemens arrives in Jackson to start a newspaper. Then Robert Urich is Gamelin. He likes a quiet evening and polite conversation. The ladies flip for him and vice versa. But just because he used to be a super secret agent, someone's always dropping by to spoil his fun. Catch Gamelin Tuesday. Then don't miss the show everyone's waited for, St. Elsewhere. It's funny, it's harrowing, it's real. Weekdays, dare to fantasize with fantasy.
Join us each weekday at this time for the continuing story of Another World.
What are we going to be, the caretakers?
This is really amazing. I'm really amazed.
You're amazed? Why? Because I'm not jumping for joy?
No, because you've already made up your mind. You haven't even heard me out yet.
Wait a minute, Rachel. Wait a minute.
Too bad they didn't leave the light on here instead of the back office.
Yeah?
Let's try this grate first.
Well, blue's over. Very unlikely.
That's your right. You take that side. I'll take over here.
Aha! Don't know where you are, do you, hot shot?
Mac, what is it?
There's the Wyoming police. Still no word of Sandy or Blaine.
Oh, no.
No, mostly I'm mad at myself. I should have gone on out there, organized my own search party.
Well, is it too late for that?
Not for me. I've already arranged to have a search party meet me this time tomorrow in Claxton if we don't hear before then.
Mac, what will you do? I mean, Alma's told me that the wild areas out there are enormous.
Well, I've got to find Sandy.
Well, I know. I just hope you can. Seems like we may have lost Blaine, but we can't risk losing Sandy, too.
No, Sandy loves Blaine very much. I can't imagine him leaving Wyoming until he's found her.
Of course not. And I wouldn't give up on either one of them. I'll finance whatever size operation is necessary to get them back.
This part of Another World is brought to you by Dry Formula Secret. Strong enough for a man, but made for a woman.
Sure. Come on.
No, wait.
What's the matter?
The light we saw when I looked through the back window. I still don't have a good feeling about it.
Probably forgot to shut the light off, that's all.
I don't think so. You saw the way that fellow checked the lock. They don't seem the sort that would overlook anything.
They probably keep the light on all night to scare away guys like you and me. Come on, let's go.
No. Give it a little more time. To be certain.
Yeah, okay, maybe you're right.
I'm sure I am, Hastings. I'm even more sure that this warehouse is where Nordman has hidden the 2 paintings he stole from Louis. Come on. It'll be worth the wait.
Oh, hi, darling.
Hi. I hate to interrupt.
No, it's all right. I'm just double-checking the dimensions on Jason's club.
Again?
Pays to be perfect. This may not be the biggest job in the world, but it's pretty important to me right now.
You're not going to be worth much of anything, all tired and hungry.
How did you know I was hungry?
Because it's lunchtime, and the kids are asking for you.
What? Hey.
Oh, listen, before we go, I want to tell you something that happened today that was really wonderful.
All right, I can always use some good news.
Well, you knew that Mac was moving out of the house, and he's looking for an apartment.
Yeah.
Well, he's offered me the house.
What house? His house?
Yeah.
Well, even if we wanted it, we couldn't afford the garage, let alone the boathouse and the greenhouse and the...
Wait. You haven't heard me out yet. He wants me to live there rent-free for as long as I want to.
What am I supposed to do?
You're supposed to live there with me.
In Mac's house?
Well, you know, he really bought it for me. It was just that I refused to accept it when we got divorced.
Then why accept it now?
I thought you would really be delighted about this.
Delighted to be on Mac Corey's list of charities?
Wait a minute, it isn't a charity. You haven't heard me out yet. He wants me to set up a sort of a little artist colony. He wants me to invite a few artists, you know, 2 or 3 a year to come stay there for a few months.
Well, what are we going to be, the caretakers?
This is really amazing. I'm really amazed.
You're amazed? Why? Because I'm not jumping for joy?
No, because you've already made up your mind. You haven't even heard me out yet.
Wait a minute, Rachel. Wait a minute. Look at this. Right here, this is the start of the only kind of life we need together. And between this and your work, we're going to be just fine. We don't need help from Mac Corey.
It's not help. It's not charity. Look, I understand where you're coming from, but you're not giving me the benefit of the doubt. You're not even listening to me. Your mind is made up. Well, that's fine. I'm sorry I disturbed you. Your lunch is ready whenever you want it.
Look at the pretty boy now, huh?
How do you feel?
I don't know yet. Grateful. Oh, so afraid I would never see you again.
Well, here I am. Come on. Now, we're both alive, and we're together. And that's what really counts.
But you came so close. You were pretty terrific out there, you know.
Hey, listen. Oh, you weren't so bad yourself. The only thing that has me a little shook up, seeing Buzz go over the edge of the cliff.
No. No regrets. It was you or him. He was ready to kill you without blinking an eye. Me too, in spite of everything he said.
Hey, what's the matter?
I just keep thinking. I just keep thinking of everything he wanted. Every single minute, all I could think of was you. And how much I wanted to just hold you.
That's all I thought about, too. So you just hang on for as long as you want.
I better go find that cabin.
No, wait. We'll go in a minute. Right now, let's just hang on to each other.
Steve was very specific about the spaces. He knew every dimension, every curve. In fact, he knew every detail before he had me draw up the blueprints. Now.
What?
Well, these second-floor revisions, all these new bedrooms.
That came from Ilsa. I suppose they're expecting a lot of out-of-town patrons.
Maybe. But I wonder. Didn't Ilsa used to run an escort service?
Yeah. But I doubt that's the case now. She'd never be able to get hookers in and out without attracting attention.
Maybe you're right.
Besides, if it weren't straight, Steve wouldn't get involved in it.
Yeah, I get the feeling he's that kind of guy. You know, I really like him.
He's the most remarkable man I've ever met. Well, with one exception.
Bob Morgan.
How did you guess? I hadn't said anything specific.
You didn't have to. It's the way you mentioned him.
Perceptive, aren't you?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think we'd better get back to work. Hi, baby. How'd it work out today?
Okay, I guess.
You know Roy, don't you?
Hi.
Yeah, hi.
Hey, what's wrong?
I'll get myself another cup of coffee. Excuse me.
What's the matter?
It's just that RJ's been out drinking again. He doesn't even like to drink.
Why did he do it?
To get attention from his father.
Thomasina, is there anything you can do to help him?
Hey, I'm not the one to talk to. Why don't you see Bob? Tell him to lay off that trip about sending him to a military school.
Yeah, I know. There are a lot of other things RJ needs first. They can only come from Bob.
Yeah, Bob just isn't giving, is he?
Do you know where RJ is?
Yeah, hanging out. I just came by to, check in with you, and I want to go back, see if I can sober him up and talk to him myself.
All right. If you have a problem, you call me. Give me a kiss.
Okay. It's funny. Bob is so right in so many ways. I mean, he's right for you, but when it comes to RJ...
Just worry about RJ, not about Bob and me, okay?
Yeah, looks like you're too busy to worry about Bob yourself.
Thomasina, I don't want you saying things like that.
Should I disappear again?
No, that's okay. I'm leaving. But you know, Quinn is pretty tired. Might not be a bad idea if you guys called it a day.
I'm sorry. I'll have to speak to her later.
It's not, I'm not exactly one of her favorite people.
Well, it's just that she doesn't like to see me with anybody but Bob, even if it's work. She's got this dream family constructed in her mind.
Ah, I see. Well, we better get back to work.
Fred Krebs is now being played by Adrian Sparks.
My contact in Germany tells me he can get rid of the two paintings for at least several $100,000 each one.
Much better than I thought. Oh, if only we could find out how many paintings Louis has left.
I believe we have an incredible fortune right back within our grasp.
Well, we will have to see how many buyers actually show up.
Lucky for us, you set up such a good surveillance at the Rachel Davis Gallery.
We will soon be able to do as we please. Once we have all the paintings that St. George stole from you after the war.
Fred, my son, do you believe that we will soon be holding $100 million?
Well, we will have to find all the paintings first.
Fortunately for us, the two we already have are safe.
Yeah, it's pretty safe now.
Let's move.
Is it an easy look?
Well, yeah, it is for me. All right. Come on.
Too bad they didn't leave the light on here instead of the back office.
Yeah?
Let's try this crate first.
The lid's open. Very unlikely.
Yes, you're right. You take that side. I'll take over here.
Vincent, I believe. Interesting. Just when I was beginning to feel quite safe from your boss's scheming. But this falls out better than I could have planned. Who would have dreamed you'd fall so neatly into my hands, huh?
Well, it seems you spoke too soon. Of course, that's always been the problem with you and your father, hasn't it? You speak before you think. Come on, back to the office.
Well, we made it. Suppose there's a light here someplace?
Yeah, right here.
Oh, good.
There you go. What do you think?
Well, it's not exactly the Bayview Towers, but it looks pretty good to me.
Yeah, they usually keep these places pretty well stocked with all kinds of supplies, stuff, whatever you need. Look at that. They've got a fire all laid, ready to go.
Fantastic.
Matches.
I got them right here. It's a good thing about this fire, 'cause it's going to get cold out there tonight.
Yep. Ooh! Goes, doesn't it?
Lights right up. Suppose they have a phone?
Yeah, honey, I saw one over on the table where I put the lantern.
Yeah, I must be blind.
It's probably connected right to the sheriff's office or forest ranger or whoever.
Well, I've got a dial tone.
Honey, you probably have to click it to get the operator,
Oh.
okay?
Operator? Hello? Hello? Could you connect me with the sheriff's office, please? Thank you, operator. Hi there. My name is Sandy Corey, and my girlfriend and I are... What? You are? They're already looking for us. Where? Well, we're in a cabin. I don't know, somewhere in the mountains. Hold on just a moment.
I'll do it.
Okay.
Hi, yeah, this is Blaine Ewing. Yeah, we're in a forest ranger's cabin. We're off Glacier Trail, about halfway up the mountain, I'd say. Yeah, okay, good. No, we're all right. No injuries. Yeah, okay. We're fine, really. All right. Good, we'll be waiting for you. Okay, thank you. They know exactly where we are.
When will they get here?
Not till tomorrow morning. We're going to have to spend the night here.
That is fine with me. Come on. Oh, man, doesn't this beat having to stay up half the night telling them our story? Oh.
Honey, you think I should have told them about Buzz over the phone?
No, there's no reason for it. They're going to have to bring in a helicopter or something to pick up his body.
I can't believe all of this really happened.
No, it happened, all right. I've got the bruises coming up on my face to prove it.
Oh, sweetheart, you do.
You! Oh, look at us both. We're really a mess, aren't we?
I've put you through an awful lot, haven't I?
I'm not complaining. It was worth it, baby, and you know why?
No, why?
Well, number one, because I love you. And number two, because you proved something to yourself out there and you haven't even realized it yet.
What?
The whole time you were with Buzz. You were always one step ahead of him. You were cool and rational. You played every trick that you could, and in the end, it was both of us that won out over it, not just me.
I didn't crack.
No, you didn't. And if that wasn't stress, I don't know what is.
You know, it's funny. When Buzz first appeared, I felt like all my nightmares were coming to life. But I didn't think about it. I just fought.
You know why? It's because you're a survivor. You know something? I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you. You saved my life.
All those things that I thought were wrong, not really true, is it?
No. You are the sanest, healthiest woman I know. We're going to find whoever it is that was trying to bring you down.
Honey, we haven't found out anything at all yet.
Well, not yet. I think your friend, Ella Fitz, will talk to us before we leave Claxton.
You think we can get her, too?
Hey, we beat out Buzz, didn't we? We're on the winning side now.
Yeah. I guess we're all right, as long as we have each other.
You know, there is only one thing that you and I desperately need right now.
Oh, yeah? What?
A shower.
Oh, good. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
And then a good hot meal. We make it out of, dehydrated, whatever it's got.
Dried up stuff.
Yeah. Okay. I think I'll go. Check the hot water situation.
Okay.
Okay.
Hey, listen, you think I could reach Bay City on that phone?
I don't know, baby. Give it a whirl.
Oh, boy. Hello, operator.
Corey residence.
Alma?
Yeah, who's this?
Hey, Sandy. Alma? Hello? Alma? Alma? Hello? Alma?
Is that the Wyoming police?
No, it's your son.
Sandy?
Hi, Dad.
Sandy, you all right?
I am now, yes.
Well, where are you? Still in Wyoming?
Man, are we ever.
Is Blaine with you? Did you find her? How is she?
She's just fine, Dad. And yes, she's with me right now. We're in a ranger's cabin up in the mountains.
Oh, I can't tell you how worried I was. I was going to come out there tomorrow.
No, sir, there's no need for that now. You know, the sheriff is coming out in the morning. He's going to take us back to Claxton.
Well, tell me what's been happening. What have you been doing? Yeah, I remember from some years ago.
Is this news about Sandy? He's talking to Sandy right now.
He what?
But he's all right, I knew it. What about Blaine?
Well, what
Apparently Sandy found her. She's alive?
Oh, I don't believe
Fine
this.
as can be. Thank goodness. Mac, give them both our love.
Yeah, go on, son.
Well?
Then I ducked, and he went over the edge, Dad. That's all there is to it. It was either him or me.
Oh, I can't tell you how relieved I am you're both all right.
Yeah, me too. But, you know, someone is going to have to break the news to Alma.
Baby, maybe I better do that.
Blaine says that she'll do it, Dad.
No, I don't think that ought to be done over the phone. Let me handle it here. Look, you two take good care of each other tonight, and call me first thing tomorrow, will you, please? I love you too, son.
Mac, what is it? They are both all right.
Yes, they're fine. Alma, come sit down. I want to talk to you a minute.
What is it?
Alma, your brother, well, Buzz was still alive, hiding out.
Buzz?
In the mountains, and once he heard Blaine was in the area, he kidnapped her. But Sandy got on their trail and finally caught up with them. Alma, there was a terrible fight on the edge of a cliff, and Buzz almost pushed Sandy over, but Blaine was able to help him, and instead of Sandy going...
No, I don't want to hear this.
Alma, I'm so sorry.
No, I don't want to hear this.
Alma.
I don't want to hear this. I don't want to hear this.
Go with us, Cecile. You know her best.
Your supper is cold and the kids are in bed already.
Rachel, I want to apologize. I should have at least given you enough consideration to think this through before I exploded.
You thought it through?
Yes, I have.
Come to any conclusions?
Yeah. I love you, you know that.
Yes.
And I have some very big plans for us. I want us to make it together in every way.
Yeah, I know.
But it has to be us, Rachel. You and me. We don't need anyone else. And we especially don't need Mac Corey.
So your feeling is still no?
Honey, I'd do almost anything in the world for you. But asking me to move into Mac Corey's house, to live there, you're asking too much.
Well, I'm sorry you see it that way.
Where are you going?
I need to do some thinking, too.
I remember when you and Dennis were growing up, you loved the outdoors.
Well, I still do, but it's hard to find the time.
Julia loves the outdoors. Oh, Dan and I used to take her biking, hiking, sledding.
We never do talk about Dad.
Well, that's a topic I'd rather not get into.
All right. But I'm a good listener if you need to.
Thanks, Jamie. It's just that I'm not such a good talker. At least not on that subject.
We really appreciate you dropping over.
Well, Quinn and I were working late. We thought you might appreciate knowing the work's ahead of schedule, in spite of the addition of those bedrooms.
Oh, there's only one minor problem. You know those heavy doors and big locks that you planned on the stairs at every floor? They really aren't necessary.
We planned it for security.
Well, that's no problem. As a matter of fact, I want to put some more work into those stairways.
Oh. In what way?
Well, carpeting, some nice wall covering, good lighting. I want them as attractive as the rest of the place.
Well, why would you want to do that? We'll be using the stairwell.
Well, let's just say it's a personal thing. I want everything about this club to be impeccable.
Yes, it's going to be a world-class operation, strictly for the elite.
Hey, Jason, you got a job for me?
Oh, Jay, come on.
Can't you see him talking to the man?
Quinn, maybe you can help.
Help what? All I want is a job, man. I know what's going down around here. So talk to me, and this guy's buddy's been flashing money all over the place. Man, I want some too. I'm sick of people getting in my way.
Cut it out now.
Yeah? Well, maybe I'll just get out of your way for good. Like that you wanted me to shove around and...
Excuse me.
Maybe I'll go and see if I can help.
Yeah.
About it, man.
Sit down. You are really feeling your oats, huh?
Just a couple of beers, that's all.
Yes, well, you look to me like you're a boy who knows what he wants. Talk to me when you're sober.
No way, lady. I don't want to work for you or Silk. I don't want that kind of money. Maybe Jason can use me.
You think his money is better than mine?
You know, I could use you in the game room, RJ. As long as there's no trouble from your old man.
Hey, I don't even have a father anymore. Man, I'm on my own.
Yeah, you really think so? RJ over there asking those people for a job?
We'll call Bob and have him come down and get RJ out of here.
Well, not to worry. They'll have a permanent home from now on.
What do we do with these two then?
Yes, that's a problem. I think we begin by tying him up. Albert can't do much trouble in that condition.
Come on. Come on, I'm better than that. Come on, hold the gun. Come on.
He's dead.
Remove the body.
Then we will have a long talk with Vincent.
You saved my life. And I saved your life. Now, how are we ever going to follow an act like that?
Well, I think we should do what people in the Orient do.
Oh, yeah? What do they do?
Well, they believe that when someone saves your life, you belong to that person for as long as you live.
I like that.
Yeah, me too. Of course, we would have belonged to each other no matter what, right?
Right. Unless somehow I lost my grip right before we came here. Back in Bay City, there was one point when I was sure I was going to go crazy. I guess it's lucky for me you're so stubborn.
Yeah. You know what I've been thinking? The way that Ella Fitz and that newspaper editor suddenly seemed to turn against us.
Yeah.
Well, maybe Buzz caused that somehow. Maybe he threatened them.
Yeah, maybe we'll find out soon enough, won't we?
Yeah.
Right now, though, let's just stay cuddled up here, okay? I love you so much.
Oh, hey, come on, don't cry.
I'm not crying. Oh, well, not because of what happened. Because I'm so happy to have you.
Honey, you'll get chilly. Here.
Oh, you washed it. I was going to do that. We share the housework.
Then how come I do the laundry?
Well, hey.
Here he is now.
Well, if I can help you, just give me a call.
Where's RJ?
He's in the men's room trying to get his act together.
What happened?
Why don't you ask him? I'm not sure if I want to deal with him anymore. Come on, honey, I want to get you home.
Well, if you wait a minute, I'll give you a lift.
Don't worry about it, Lieutenant. I'll see to it.
Just worry about RJ, okay? I'll talk to you later. Come on, honey, let's go.
RJ, I want to talk to you.
You mean you want to talk at?
Come on, we're going home.
Just get out. I don't have a home anymore.
All right, RJ, you want to tell me what your problem is now?
Man, same as it's always been, only worse.
Now, what does that mean?
You and your easy answers to everything. You think we can ever sit down and talk between us? No, you just see me doing something you don't like, and the first thing you think of is send him to military school. They'll straighten him out. And you really make me laugh.
I was only doing that for your good.
It was for your own good, man. Just that way you could sweep up my problems and me out of Bay City and out of your life.
I didn't mean it that way, RJ.
Sure you did, man. And you wanted to forget you have a son? Well, guess what? Up to now, I'm forgetting I have a father. And that's the way I mean it.
All right, now, RJ, don't you push too hard. Because believe me, I'll take you at your word.
And that is my word. Why don't you just get out of here? Go check out Quinn or something. But that's all you're really worried about anyway. You saw it with that architect guy. Just get out of here.
RJ, I don't want to have a scene in this place.
Well, that's just what you're going to have to do. I'll fight you with everything I got. I don't want you anymore, man. I'm leading my own life, and it doesn't include you.
Cecile, is Alma all right?
No. She's taking it very badly.
Oh, the poor woman. Imagine finding out that a brother you loved who you thought was dead is alive. Just to discover that he's been killed.
I feel for her.
Well, actually, I think the person we should feel sorry for is Blaine. Imagine going through another ordeal like this again. I don't know how she's going to come out of it.
Sandy says she's fine.
Oh, but Mac, even the strongest person would crack under that kind of stress. I don't know, it seems to me that she should at least be placed under some sort of observation for her own protection.
When are you going to stop trying to convince us that Blaine is unbalanced?
I haven't been doing that.
Oh, really? Then it certainly is odd, isn't it, that each time her name is mentioned, you automatically start talking about how she ought to be placed in a hospital or asylum. And each time it's because you say you're so concerned.
Well, I am concerned.
From now on, will you do me the favor of never so much as mentioning Blaine's name in my presence again?
He's wrong, you know.
Well, I really don't want to discuss this now either.
Wait, Elena, wait a minute.
I'm sorry, I have to go get some things together.
Where are you going?
Well, I'm going to spend the night in my new apartment.
Why?
Well, you knew I had planned on moving as soon as we heard Blaine and Sandy were safe.
Does it have to be tonight?
Yes. I need some time to myself.
Elena, you don't really think that I'd want to see Blaine hurt, do you?
Well, Cecile, I'll tell you, it is one of two things. Either you don't realize how very much damage you're doing by all the talk against her.
Or what?
Or you really are incredibly manipulative.
Well, which do you think it is?
That's why I need a little time alone. You see, there's a lot of things about you that I haven't figured out yet.
You're turning against me.
Cecile, I've given you the benefit of the doubt ever since I came to Bay City, but everything you say, everything you do just keeps leading to more and more questions.
All right, maybe I have been a little thoughtless or foolish every once in a while, but have you ever thought that maybe it's because I grew up without a mother?
Cecile, I accept the share of blame for that. But whether or not you knew I was your mother, I was always there if you needed me. I didn't tell you, although I wanted to 1,000 times, because I was afraid I'd lose your love.
Well, the fact remains that I never did know the truth.
But once you learned, Cecile, you wouldn't let me confide in you. You wouldn't confide in me. You wouldn't let me help you. Cecile, you won't let me get close to you, and I won't let you use me as an excuse for you to lead the kind of life you do.
Oh, I see. So your solution is just to walk out and abandon me again.
I never abandoned you, Cecile, and I don't intend to start now.
Well, what do you call this? You're leaving me just when I need you.
Cecile, I think the only reason you need me is because you're afraid of what Mac is thinking.
That's not true.
Then what are you afraid of? Yeah, I think I'd better go and sort out my feelings. And it might be a good idea for you to do the same thing before you lose the last bits of love that some people still have for you.
Stay tuned for the conclusion of Another World.
Roy?
No, Quinn, it's Bob.
Oh, Bob, I'm sorry. I thought maybe Roy forgot something.
He's getting pretty familiar with the terrain, isn't he?
Well, you know we have to work together.
Both here and at the connection?
Look, if you came here to start some
I
kind of
just
argument...
came here to see if you and Thomasina were all right.
We're fine. She's already asleep. But it's not us you should be worried about. It's RJ. Where is he, Bob?
I left him behind.
At the connection.
Quinn, if I had pulled him out physically, it would have only made things worse. He's growing up.
The question is how, Bob?
Look, Quinn, every time I try to talk to him, he runs the other way.
Is he the one who's running, Bob, or is it you?
Look, I really can't stay. A very serious call came in, and I just came by to see if you were all right.
Maybe you came to see if Roy was still here.
Quinn.
Just how serious is this call of yours, Bob?
Well, a squad car found 2 men in an alley near a warehouse, one dead and one very close to it.
So, there's a squad car already there.
Yes, the place is probably crawling with cops by now.
Then why do you have to go?
Because I'm a lieutenant in this precinct and it's my responsibility.
Don't you have a larger responsibility to RJ?
Quinn, he practically disowned me. The kid doesn't want to deal with me.
Honey, make him deal with you. You're his father.
Yeah. All right, I'll try to work something out. I'll see you tomorrow, huh? Good night.
Alma?
Alma, are you all right?
They're gonna pay, you know that, don't you?
Look, Alma, we just have to forget about any more plans now. We're gonna have enough trouble just covering our tracks.
They're gonna pay, both of them. They killed the one good thing I ever had in my life.
It wasn't Sandy's fault. He's not responsible. He was just egged on by Blaine.
He killed her. He's the one that killed Bus. Now they're both gonna pay. Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, life for a life.
Another World was brought to you by dark, rich, sparkling Folgers Crystals, the coffee that tastes as rich as it looks. Join us.
That's your idea of an apology. It's pretty weak.
Look, we can't have any ultimatums. That's what ruined it before for us.
I can't keep feeling like I have to give in, you know? I feel like I give in all the time. I feel like you run my life.
There's still something between us, huh?
You would like to think that's the case, but it isn't.
You are fighting the feeling.
I like all of his attention. I like the word games. I like the flirting. But I'm really not ready for any kind of a commitment.
The closest I come to making a commitment is a definite maybe.
Very good.
So, are we on for dinner tonight?
Oh, definitely, maybe.
Okay, come on. We have to bundle up because it is cold outside. Isn't it?
Leave time.
Yes, it is leaf time. That's right. Autumn is leaf time. Let's see, what do we have in here? We have our sandwich, and we have our crackers, and we have our pear, and we have our milk. Are you going to finish your milk? Do you promise me?
Promise.
Good girl. Morning.
Good morning, beautiful. How did you get to be so beautiful?
I don't know.
Well, she's all set for school.
How do you like living in your new house?
Good, but I miss the flowers.
Well, we'll get some flowers.
Steve.
Have you had time to think things through?
Well, I was just going to ask you the same thing.
No, the answer is yes. I think this whole thing with Matt Corey is a mistake. Sorry.
Well, I'm sorry you feel that way.
I'm sure we'll be able to talk this out.
I hope so, because as far as I'm concerned, I'm not about to change my mind.
Vincent's injuries are very serious. But he's going to be all right, Doctor? Well, I think he'll recover completely in time. He was beaten very badly.
Are there any internal injuries?
Yes, his spleen was affected. I can't tell just how seriously injured it is at the moment. We're keeping a close watch on him. He also has 3 fractured ribs, and there are contusions all over his body.
But you said he will recover, huh?
Short of any unusual complications, I think he'll recover completely.
Thank you. When can I see him?
I'm afraid you'll have to wait. He's resting now. Well, I have my rounds.
Yes.
You'll excuse me.
Thank you very much, Doctor.
Of course.
You're welcome.
Excuse me, Mr. St. George. May I have a few minutes of your time?
Yes, yes. Of course, Lieutenant Morgan. What can I do for you?
You can give me some answers.
You don't seem to understand, Lieutenant Morgan. I am right in the middle of something.
Oh, yes, I understand perfectly. And that's exactly what I want to know about.
What?
What you're right in the middle of.
You put away and then other people just... Oh.
Alma?
What? Can't you see I'm tending to my duties?
We have to talk.
Why is it that everything you say, every word that comes out of your mouth sounds like an order? Is that something you were born with, Countess?
You finished? Now listen to me.
Why, yes, boss lady.
I am not going to allow you to continue to plan on hurting Sandy. Do you understand that?
In my head. But not in my heart. See, it's my heart that tells me to do these crazy things I do. My brain tells me not to do these things. But then I get angry and my heart starts pumping anger.
Look, I don't care what happens to Blaine. But you have got to promise me to leave Sandy
I'm sick
alone.
of promising you. As a matter of true fact, I'm sick of you, Missy. The trouble with you is it's always me, me, me.
Look, Alma, I would advise you to get your brain in gear.
My brain is in gear. It always has been. If I hadn't promised you to let up on Blaine, she wouldn't be around here no more, and my Buzz would be alive. That's what I get for making promises to you.
Look, Alma.
You threaten me all you like, but I'm going to do what I have to do.
Okay. And I can always go to the police.
This part of Another World is brought to you by All Vegetable Crisco. For crisp fried foods that don't taste greasy and for flaky pie crust, you can trust Crisco.
You ain't going to no police.
I will do whatever I have to do to protect Sandy. Now, you'd better get it through your head, Alma, that we can't afford to be enemies. We have to stay partners.
I want to get them. That's all there is to it.
Fine, get Blaine. Get her. It's her fault. Sandy didn't do anything. He's just an innocent bystander.
I don't see it that way.
Look, Alma, what about Maggie? You love Maggie.
What's that got to do with anything?
Sandy is Maggie's father. She needs her father. Are you going to take that away from her?
I don't want to take nothing away from nobody. But I tell you something, Missy. I've had a whole peck of things taken away from me in my lifetime, and ain't nobody cared one little bit.
I care. I do. I care. I swear. Alma, look. I'll help you with Blaine. I'll help you do anything you want to with Blaine. Just promise me you'll leave him alone.
You're going to help me.
I swear I will.
All right. You're going to get your way again as usual. But I'm going to hold you to this. There ain't nothing or anything that I say to you that you ain't.
Now, are you satisfied the garden's well protected for the winter?
Oh, Mac, don't make fun. You have the most beautiful roses I've ever seen, and an early frost can be very destructive.
Yes, it's quite a garden. One of the things I'm going to miss most about this place.
Oh, I will, too.
Now, why don't you stay on for a while?
Yes, Elena, why don't you? I mean, no apartment could possibly compare to this place.
No, well, it isn't the space. I've just made up my mind, that's all. I need a change. And if there's ever anything I can do to help Alma, you will give me a call, won't you?
Why, yes, Countess.
Oh, it's really chilly. How about some coffee?
Yeah, I think that's a wonderful idea.
I'd love some.
Alma, do you think you might arrange that for us?
Why, yes, sir. I'll be glad to.
Thank you. And, of course, getting help isn't the easiest thing these days.
I know what you mean.
Oh, come on. She does her best.
I know she does. Yes, I know that. But I'm really going to have to seriously put my mind to finding another place.
Mac, how can you do that? You haven't even made arrangements for this house yet.
Well, I've made a very substantial start. I spoke to Rachel about taking the house over.
Rachel, here?
Yes, and from her reaction, I think she's going to take me up on it.
Yes, I should think she would.
I'm very glad to hear that, Mac. It really is a wonderful idea. I've always thought Rachel should live here. More than that, I'm glad you'll be closer to town. Living way out in the country can hardly be very good for your social life.
Well, I tell you, I haven't been in too much of a social mood lately with all that's been happening.
Well, we're just going to have to make a concerted effort to change that. Look, I could give a dinner party for you. As a matter of fact, I could give a whole series of wonderful, elegant dinner parties.
Well, wait a minute. Hold on, Cecile. There's no rush about it, you know.
I know, but it's an idea. Give it some thought.
I will miss this house.
And the house will miss you. You really brought a marvelous sense of life to this place, Elena.
Well, I'm not disappearing off the face of the earth, you know. You will see me in the office. You will probably...
Excuse me. Or excusez-moi. Right?
Right.
May we?
Sir, very good. Thank you for the coffee.
Thank you, Alma.
You may go now,
Well, thank you much. Go to all the trouble getting coffee, the paper, and what do I get? You can go now, Alma.
As I said, help isn't easy to find.
I am afraid the days of people like Louise and Brooks are long past.
What, Mac? What is
Something happened.
Look at this. How could anybody do a thing like that?
Well, whoever did this, they are very dangerous people. Would you excuse me, please? I think I'm going to take a rain check on that coffee. I'll see you later.
Wait a minute, Elena, where are you going? Why don't you sit...
Bye.
Mac, do you have any idea?
You think Ilsa has any idea what Steve's up to? She's been having him followed. Oh, brother. This gets worse every minute.
Yeah, but it's going to get better. I mean, as soon as he gets the evidence, it'll all be over with.
And where is this evidence that Steve is supposed to get?
It's in Jason's office in his safe.
Night. Nice hair.
Nice to meet you.
Bye.
Well, I think I just survived one of the most embarrassing moments of my life. I'll never answer the door in hair crumbs again.
I wouldn't move, Jason. My gun is pointed right at your stomach.
Yes.
Do you want to make me happy, Jason?
Yes. Yeah, sure.
Then place both of your hands flat on the table.
What is, Mac's new apartment like?
Doesn't look anything like Mac. It's stunning. But it's not at all the thing that I thought he would choose.
Well, Mac has very good taste.
I know, this is just the opposite of everything he's ever been comfortable with.
Well, sometimes change is very good.
Yeah, maybe. Is that Matthew?
Rachel, Matthew is sound asleep.
I thought I heard him crying.
This is the 4th time you've jumped up like that because you thought you heard him crying.
Yeah, but if he's crying...
Matthew is just fine. It's Steve you're worried about. You've been a nervous wreck ever since Steve called and said he was going to be late. What is going on?
If it's going to happen tonight. Or it never will happen.
What is going to happen tonight? Has this got something to do with that plan you told me Steve had to clear his name?
Yep.
You told me it was dangerous.
Yep.
Well, what's he up to? Where is he now?
He's at the Connection. He's trying to get some evidence on Ilsa and the company. He thinks he can close down the prostitution ring and run the whole company out of town.
What? Is he crazy? He is crazy.
You know what's really
To think
crazy?
he could try to pull something like that.
He's got Jason working on this with him.
Jason Dunlap?
Yes. Jason wants out of the company. He's agreed to help Steve. Everything depends on Jason doing what he promised to do.
Well, depending on Jason Dunlap really is crazy.
Oh, my head's not on straight today.
What's wrong?
Oh, I forgot the cream and sugar.
I'll get it. You forgot the spoons and apples, too. I'll get it.
Hello, Sally.
I just had you answer the door looking like this, didn't I?
It's a side of you I've never seen before, that's all.
I wish I kept it that way.
Listen, I got a couple of tickets for a good concert tonight, and I was wondering if you'd like to accompany me.
Sure, I'm ready. Just let me get my coat, okay?
Well, you see, somebody gave these to me as I was leaving the office, and I don't particularly feature going alone, so I thought if you'd go, I'd go too.
Well, thank you anyway, but I...
Sure, I understand.
I suppose you want me to invite you in despite the way I look.
Sally, he has already seen you. Cass, come on in.
Thank you, Susan. Well, look, Sally, why don't you take your hair down and then we'll go to the concert?
No.
No. Susan, how about a pair of tickets to a great concert?
No, thank you.
Right.
Why didn't you give them to Stacy? That would have been a nice brotherly thing to do.
Well, she already had plans. She's out tonight on a big date with Jamie Frame.
This part of Another World is brought to you by new Lemon Fresh Joy. New Joy lets dishes dry practically spot-free, down to the shine. A beautiful shine, even without towel drying.
So Jamie and Stacy are out on a big date? That's interesting.
Well, I'm exaggerating. It's not really what one would call a big date. You know, it's business.
Cream and sugar?
Hi.
Hi. Well, what kind of business?
Well, Jamie asked Stacy to help him with some legal research for his new novel. He's got this big trial sequence that he's worried about.
Oh, so you mean it's just court procedure and technical stuff?
Yeah, so I gather.
I don't imagine he's a paying client.
As a matter of fact, he is.
Are you serious? Stacy is actually accepting money for her work?
Well, I didn't say anything about money. I just said he's paying.
Well, what do you pay with if you don't pay with money?
Well, in this case, a steak dinner.
You're kidding. You're not kidding. Well, that's Stacy, all right.
fact, at this moment, they're probably at the Connection ordering her legal fees medium rare. Oh, Cass, how nice to see you. You're just in time to sample these date and fig squares. Oh.
Well, how was I supposed to know Cass is going to show up?
That's all right, Sally. I'm beginning to like you like this.
Well, in that case, I'm going to take it down.
Hurry back down, dear. These are filled with nature's own sweetness, purchased from the health food store.
I'll hurry this.
Julia's crazy about these, Cass. I'm sure you will be, too.
Does anyone else know about Steve's plan besides Jason?
Bob Morgan.
Bob Morgan? Well, I'm surprised Steve told him.
A couple of weeks ago, Steve found some evidence and he took it to Bob.
And Bob told him to let the police take care of things, right?
Yeah, but Bob knows Steve. He knows he wouldn't do that. Quinn knows.
Quinn? Well, Quinn was very upset when Steve took the job to restore the royal arms for Ilsa and Jason.
The only reason he took the job was so that he could get some evidence to run the company out of town. Quinn had to know the truth.
Well, does Quinn know what Steve is up to?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah? Why don't you call her? She's probably as nervous as you are.
I can't. She's at the Connection with Steve.
Steve let her go with him?
Couldn't talk her out of it. She thought it would look more natural if they went over there, you know, after work for drinks or something, that Ilsa wouldn't be so suspicious of Steve.
Do you think Ilsa has any idea what Steve's up to?
She's been having him followed.
Oh, brother. This gets worse every minute.
Yeah, but it's going to get better. I mean, as soon as he gets the evidence, it'll all be over with.
And where is this evidence that Steve is supposed to get?
It's in Jason's office in his safe. Steve is supposed to, go up to the safe. As soon as he starts up the stairs to the office, Quinn's going to leave the Connection. Bob Morgan's waiting, an unmarked police car right outside somewhere. And then Steve gets the evidence and he turns it over to Bob.
If Jason does what he's supposed to do.
Yeah. Jason was a wreck today.
Well, what is it that he is supposed to do?
Well, he gave Steve the combination to the safe, and he's supposed to keep everybody from going upstairs for 5 minutes.
5 minutes? Steve has 5 whole minutes.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
And then when Jason sees Steve coming down and going to the front door, Jason's supposed to take off to the kitchen and just keep right on going. He wants to put about, 200 miles between Ilsa and anybody else who finds out that the safe has been opened.
Well, if he's smart, he'll disappear forever.
Well, at least until after the arrest.
How did Steve get Jason to help him with this?
Jason volunteered. He wants out of the company.
Well, he seems to me he's in it too far to back out now.
I hope so. I don't know, I just don't trust somebody like Jason. He was really afraid today.
Well, I'm pretty afraid myself. I'm glad Steve didn't let you go with him.
It's better than sitting here wondering what's happening.
He told me that Bob Morgan was going to be outside nearby in a car. How near?
Just outside.
Well, that's something anyway. Hi.
Hi. Man, am I glad to see you. How's it going in there?
So far, so good.
Is Ilsa there?
Yeah, holding court. She's acting as if everything is okay. She doesn't look suspicious to me.
Well, with Ilsa, you never know.
I know.
How's Jason doing?
He looks like he's about ready to collapse. He's not very adept at covering his nervousness.
Is Steve in the office now?
Yeah, he went upstairs the same time I walked out. It's been about a minute, no longer.
Well, then we've got 4 minutes to wait. You don't think Jason's gonna freak out and throw this thing, do you?
Well, I didn't really look at him once he joined Ilsa. Hopefully he'll have a drink and just calm down.
Well, at least he's with Ilsa.
And another man.
What man?
I don't know. I gather he's an associate of Ilsa's.
Could be the guy that's been tailing Steve all week.
Well, no one moved at the table, so I guess that means they don't suspect anything.
Yeah. Is the place crowded?
Yeah, it's pretty full. Guess who's there? Jamie and Stacy Winthrop.
You don't think they know anything about what Steve's doing, do you?
No, it's a coincidence. They just happen to want a steak dinner and chose the connection. I don't think Jamie knows anything about what's going on.
I hope not. That's all we need is another amateur detective involved.
Your amateur detectives have made more progress than the Bay City Police Department.
You're right. I'm sorry I said anything.
You're sure the DA isn't on the take? I mean, suppose you give him the evidence and he just locks it up somewhere.
No, he won't do that.
I hope you're right.
Look, Jason's gonna give Steve 5 minutes in the office, then Jason's gonna get out of there. Steve's gonna bring the evidence here. On my way to the station, I'm gonna call a reporter friend of mine.
Oh, time is going so slowly.
You're just not used to stakeouts.
How do you stand it? How do you make the time pass?
Well, I usually talk with my partner about something else.
Well, tonight I'm your partner. What do you say we talk about something else?
Okay. Actually, I've been wanting to talk to you about us. Now, I know this isn't a very romantic atmosphere.
It's okay.
Quinn, will you marry me?
Oh, didn't I give you the answer to that question a week or two ago?
Well, you see, I'm the kind of guy who calls up the restaurant to check the reservations.
So you're just calling to confirm my answer?
Yeah.
Yes? Yes, of course. I'm just holding out for one thing.
What's that?
Proposal from you by candlelight. I'll even provide the dinner and the candlelight. All you have to provide are the sweet words and the date you want to say them.
Okay. How about Wednesday?
A reservation for one candlelight dinner at Quinn Harding's on Wednesday. Oh, Bob.
What?
You don't have to worry about confirming that reservation.
Of course I do. Getting engaged and getting married are two entirely different things.
The one thing that separates them is RJ.
Yeah, I can't seem to get anywhere with that kid.
I have a confession to make, Bob. This is as good a time as any, I suppose.
What is it?
Please don't get angry with me. I only did what I thought was right.
Well, just tell me, Quinn.
I asked Larry to talk to RJ as a friend.
I see. Suppose that's something I should have done. Well, did he talk to the boy?
I don't know. He said he'd try to see him today.
Well, maybe he can get through to him.
It's worth a try.
You're right. Thanks.
You're not angry with me for interfering?
Look, after we're married, RJ's gonna be your stepson. You're part of the family. Besides, how can I be mad with you?
Oh, how do you stand this waiting?
Well, it doesn't get any easier. I've been on maybe 1,000 of these. That's always hard.
Well, thanks again for the coffee.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and thanks a lot for the date fig squares.
Oh, you're welcome. I bet you're going to stop on the way home for some pizza, huh?
Well, it's certainly a possibility. I'll see you tomorrow, huh?
Right.
Good night. Nice hair.
Nice tie you got on there. Bye.
Bye.
Well, I think I just survived one of the most embarrassing moments of my life. I'll never answer the door in hair curlers again.
You are crazy.
Why's that?
It's obvious to me, and it should be obvious to you. The guy is hooked on you.
I wouldn't say he was exactly hooked.
Well, you know, he might be if you gave him a little more room to maneuver.
Julia, Cass Winthrop does not need any more room to maneuver. He does it just fine on his own.
He's so good-looking.
I know.
And from what Grandma says, he
What did the Grandma say?
Well, go on. I'd be interested in learning anything I've said that registered.
Well, didn't you say that Cass was moving up in Corey? I mean, he practically runs the place, doesn't he?
Yes, I did say that. Julia, I want to thank you for telling me about herbal baths. I'm looking forward to having one tonight.
Grandma, we were talking about Cass.
Mac is very pleased with Cass's work. And there's a possibility that Cass will replace Mac as the head of Corey, in partnership with someone else, of course.
That someone else being Sandy?
Well, I wouldn't bank on that.
Well, why? Sandy's Mac's son.
Well, things are very bad between Mac and Sandy now.
Is that because of all the talk about him seeing Cecile?
It isn't talk, it's the truth. Sandy is seeing Cecile, and Mac is very upset. Oh. I'm on my way to take a hot bath, girlies. Good night.
Good night. Good night.
So all the more reason.
What are you talking about?
Cass!
Oh, don't give me a hard time about it,
Come
please.
on, Sally, I'm not blind. I mean, obviously you respond to him when he comes into the room. He comes in and he's got your full attention.
If I have learned anything over this past year, it's that it's not always smart to give in to your feelings.
So you do have feelings for him, don't you?
Look, they're not feelings that I trust. At least not yet. Listen, Julia, I am really not interested in having an office romance or an affair.
Yeah, but what if his feelings about you are really serious?
He's only serious about what he wants from me. My bet is that Cass only has his eyes on the future. And at the moment, there's no room for anybody else.
Bob?
What?
In 1 minute, Steve better be coming out.
Holiday. You get me a drink when you get a chance.
Jeremy, there's a very interesting point in law. One person cannot be held for murder when two people have already confessed to the crime, and when the evidence is circumstantial to begin with. There's no... Oh goodness, I'm sorry.
That's
Medium rare?
Medium rare for the lady and rare for the gentleman, right?
Yes.
Ah, wonderful.
Oh, these look delicious.
Would you like wine with your dinner?
No more wine for me, thank you.
No, thank you.
Okay, enjoy your dinner.
Thank you.
Well, what do you say we put aside this research and enjoy?
Oh, that is fine with me.
That's a what?
Oh, yes, please. I'm starving. Jamie, it's the best steak I've had in a long time. What are you staring at?
Well, there's something very peculiar happening at that table over there.
Should I take a look?
No, I don't think that's a very good idea.
Well, what's so peculiar? I mean, what's going on over there that I'm not supposed to look at?
There are 3 people over there looking like they just stepped out of a wax museum. They're frozen in their seats.
Frozen in their seats.
Yeah, that's the only way I can describe it. I know 2 of them.
Who are they?
Jason Dunlap and Ilsa Fredericks.
Well, who's the third one?
Never seen him before, some tough looking guy.
Well, from everything I've heard about Ilsa, maybe he's one of those, company people, huh?
Oh, I'm sure of it. It's weird, I've never seen anything quite like it.
Come on, I want to take a look.
No, I wouldn't advise that.
Well, then maybe you just better stop staring at them.
Yeah, right.
So what are they doing now?
Nobody's moved. You know, it's really weird. Jason, he's usually up and around, making the rounds, you know, talking to people, greeting people as they come in.
Oh, he was friendly enough when we first came in?
Yeah, I know it. So he doesn't look very friendly right now.
All right, well, look. Maybe Jason and Ilsa and that very strange man had a terrible argument and nobody's happy. Hmm?
Yeah, maybe. Well, looks tender.
It is better than tender. Take a bite.
Is it?
Mm-hmm. Wonderful?
Wonderful.
I want you to talk, Jason. Act natural.
With you holding a gun under the table on me?
I wouldn't move, Jason. My gun is pointed right at your stomach.
Ilsa.
Do you want to make me happy, Jason?
Yes, yeah, sure.
Then place both of your hands flat on the table.
Jason, make Ilsa happy now.
Can I have something to drink?
Later, darling. You can have as much as you want to drink.
You'll never get away with this, Ilsa.
You and Steve Frame should have known better than to try to cross me and the company, Jason. Especially you. You've been a good company man for such a long time now. Jess Cooper had high hopes for you. So did I, darling. I am very disappointed in you.
You and Mr. Dugan here aren't quite as smart as you think you are.
I was smart enough to know that Steve Frame was up to something. And I was smart enough to know that you'd turned into a rat and joined his little undercover operation.
When Checkers goes to the office to kill Steve, the sound of the shots will cause a riot in here.
Checkers has already gone upstairs to the office. And no one will hear the shots, Jason. Because Checkers is a professional. He uses a silencer. As a matter of fact, Steve may be dead already.
Stay tuned for the next part of Another World. And now, the next part of Another World.
Hold it right there, buddy. Freeze. Now, this is what you're going to do. You're going to take those papers out from inside your shirt. We don't want to mess up those papers with blood and bullet holes, do we? The papers. Move.
Checkers should be down any minute now.
Then we'll take care of Mr. Dunlap here.
Oh, yes. Poor darling Jason. It'll soon be over for you, too.
What are your plans for me, Ilsa?
Well, Dugan here will escort you to the car, and then you'll drive to the bay.
You're not going to fire that gun in here. It would be all over for you, too. You know it.
that, a car backfiring?
No, that was a gun. Don't you move from this car.
Bob! Be careful!
She's dead.
Where's Steve?
Upstairs. Jamie's headed there, too.
Jason, watch out! Watch out, he's got a gun!
This is an emergency. Officer needs assistance. Emergency. Officer needs assistance.
No! Howard!
Get his hands behind his back, Jim. You all right, Steve?
Yeah, I'm all right. Don't let any of those people in here, huh?
Jamie.
No, don't go in there.
No.
Call the police and an ambulance. And Quinn's outside in my car. Let's check on her.
Yeah. She shot me. I didn't think she'd shoot.
Take it easy now, huh?
Yeah.
Help's on the way. You in a lot of pain?
No pain. Did you get what you were after, Steve?
Yeah, got it.
So did I. I'm free.
Yeah, you're a free man now, Jason.
Free from Ilsa, free from the company. I got plans. I got lots of plans now.
You don't need to talk about them right now, partner. Just take it easy, huh?
I'm gonna sell the connection. I'm gonna go back out on the road scouting talent. That's how I got started, you know.
Yeah?
Yeah. I was 23. 24. I went out on the road, looking for singers. I had good instincts. I was pretty lucky, too. I signed a few people. I started my own agency. And I met Tracy. And I knew I was going right to the top. Because Tracy was the best there ever was. She's the very best. She's the only woman I ever loved. Tracy. Tracy.
Here, Stacy, try some tea. Thank you. But I just can't seem to stop shaking.
Well, I don't blame you.
You know, it all happened so fast. I mean, at first, nobody knew what was going on, and then everyone just sort of acted on instinct.
Yeah, well, with all those people there, you know, it's a lucky thing that a lot more people weren't hurt.
How badly hurt was Jason? He was shot in the stomach. It must have been pretty bad because he was unconscious when they put him in the ambulance. What about Steve and Jamie are at the police station?
Yes, and Quinn's there too. Well, was Quinn in the connection when all the shooting happened? She was outside the connection in the car with Bob.
And Steve and Jamie are okay?
Yes, they are, Rachel.
Hello? Oh, honey. Are you all right? Oh, thank goodness. Yeah, and Jamie? Oh, yeah, Stacy's here. Well, I just had to hear from you. What? Oh, honey, I can't... What is all of that? Oh, are all the reporters? From the whole state, I hope. Yeah, honey? What have you heard about Jason? Oh. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't ever think I'd feel sorry for him, but I do. Oh, yeah? Uh-huh. What? Oh, okay. All right, well, thanks for calling. I love you. Yeah, hurry home. Okay, bye. Well, he's all right. And so is Jamie.
What about Jason?
He's not all right. He's dead. He saved Steve's life, though.
Well, it looks like he kept his word after all.
Yeah. I don't feel so good about not trusting him.
You were right not to trust him. He worked for the company.
Yeah, well, he's free now, isn't he? Maybe in some way this helped make up for all the other things he's done.
Ilsa is dead, too.
She is?
Yes, after she shot Jason, he knocked the table over on her, and the gun went off, and it killed her.
Well, I can't feel very sorry about Ilsa. I've seen some of the girls' lives she's ruined.
Steve said they picked up Silk. He says that the police say there are no girls on the street.
Sounds like the police are making a sweep of the city.
Yeah, he says that the police say that most of the girls just took off. They left town.
Well, Ada, without Silk or Ilsa to bail them out of jail, I guess we'll have a lot of girls to talk to tomorrow.
Well, maybe we can finally get a chance to help turn those girls around, you know, to a different life.
Yeah, I hope so. Listen, if you two, excuse me, I think I'm going to go home and go to bed.
Well, look, can I drive you home?
No, thanks. I'll be fine.
You sure?
Yeah, I don't have too far to go.
Listen, thanks a lot for coming over. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, well, we knew you'd be worried.
I'm sorry your date with Jamie turned out so unhappily.
It wasn't a date, really. We're just getting together. I'm going to help him do a little legal research for his novel.
Well, you can't have gotten a lot of work done.
No, I'm sure we'll get back to it another time. Good night, Rachel.
Good night.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah,
Ada?
okay. Drive carefully.
Can you fill us in on any of the collaboration, the extent... Mr. Frame, were you at any time aware that Ilsa Fredericks and the company had set a trap for you?
I knew someone was tailing me. That's all I was sure of.
How long you've been working with the police?
Ever since I agreed to take on the renovation of the Royal Arms Hotel.
Lieutenant Morgan, why have your captain and all the top police brass declined to give us a statement?
They'll have a statement for you tomorrow. Now, if you will excuse...
Can you tell us anything about Jess Cooper? Is he the top man behind the Vice operation?
The captain will comment on that at the press briefing tomorrow.
What kind of evidence was taken from Jason Dunlap's office?
I can't comment on that now.
Mr. Frame, can you?
No.
Was Mayor Bancroft a major factor in this undercover operation?
Yes, I'd say the mayor was definitely a major factor.
The man Dugan, is he a company man?
We're questioning him now.
I understand that one of the bartenders tackled him as he tried to leave the connection after the shooting.
He was carrying a concealed weapon.
What are the department's plans now in regards to the other Vice operations?
Look, I cannot comment on that now. Ladies and gentlemen, you have your statement. You've got your story. Please go write it.
Mr. Frame, would you give the Bay City Sentinel an exclusive interview on this story? The editor is prepared to offer you a handsome fee. I don't want anything about this story to be exclusive. The more people that know the company's being run out of town, the better. Thanks for the offer anyway.
You'd better call the phone company and have your number changed and unlisted. I think you're going to have a lot more questions to answer.
They always have one more question, don't they?
Are you sure you're okay, Jamie?
Well, I'm not okay, but I'm not hurt.
Well, if we're through here, I'd love to get home to Rachel.
Sure. Steve, the statement that you gave us tonight may need some additional facts, so you've got to be prepared to come down here tomorrow for another session.
Okay.
Jason made it upstairs just in time, didn't he?
Yeah. And you made it upstairs just in time. Thanks for helping me out. I'm proud of you.
Feelings mutual.
Thanks.
Dad, I want to apologize to you for being so angry with you for your working for Jason and Elsa.
I'm glad you were angry.
I wish you'd told me.
Part of deceiving, Ilsa was deceiving everybody else, too.
Well, at least everyone knows the truth about you now.
Well, part of the truth anyway.
Yeah.
Come on, let's get out of here.
Jamie doesn't have a car. Stacy took it to Rachel.
I'll give him a ride home.
Well, great.
You didn't have much of a steak dinner tonight, did you?
Well, 2 bites of a steak does not qualify as a steak dinner.
I owe you and Stacy 2 steak dinners.
Gotcha.
Bob, thanks for helping me out.
It's going to be nice to have a clean city again. And you deserve the thanks for that.
No. Jason.
Right.
Are you going to be in trouble because you disobeyed orders tonight?
No, somehow I don't think they're going to give me any trouble on this one.
You got a lot of calls from the brass.
I also got a call from the mayor. He's coming by to see me tonight.
Tonight?
Yeah?
You made all his campaign promises come true.
No, Steve, you did. And I'm going to tell him that.
See you later.
Good night.
Good night. Now, how are you doing?
You couldn't pay me $1 million a year to be a policewoman.
Some cops are worth more than that.
I love you. And I'm so proud of you, but,
But you wish I weren't a cop.
Mm-hmm.
It's my work, honey. You'll get used to it.
I know. How long do you think you'll be?
I don't know. Look, why don't you take my car and I'll get one of the guys to drive me home.
Okay.
Look, it was great having you on a stakeout tonight. You know, you're a lot prettier than Larry.
Oh, thanks a lot.
Now, what was it that we were discussing in the car before all this trouble at the connection?
I don't remember, so I guess it wasn't that important.
Didn't it have something to do with setting a date for when we're going to get married?
Was it?
Mm-hmm.
Stay tuned for the conclusion of Another World.
Mr. Mayor.
Don't bother get up, Bob. You've had a busy night.
What did our friends from Interpol have to say?
Congratulations.
For what?
For cleaning up Bay City without alerting the Nordmans.
We didn't clean anything up, Brian. We just walked in and picked up the pieces.
Oh, but you were involved in setting up a very successful operation.
If it had been successful, Brian, there wouldn't be 2 people dead. Anyway, it wasn't my idea. It was Steve Frame's and Jason's.
But if you hadn't agreed to help, then, Bob, they wouldn't have done anything without you, so you agreed to support them.
Yes, I did agree. Against orders.
And I'm very grateful.
Brian, would you have done the same thing in my position?
But the important thing is that the company will be out of Bay City entirely in a few weeks.
We hope.
I'll guarantee it.
Okay, so now we concentrate on the art collection of Louis St. George and the Nordmans, stolen paintings and war criminals.
The government and Interpol are claiming that's their game. Chasing war criminals and stolen art is not within the jurisdiction of the Bay City Police Department.
Brian, are you telling me to stay out of it?
That's what I'm telling you.
It will be my pleasure.
I thought you'd feel that way. Oh, and while you're at it, call Larry Ewing.
Now, that's going to be a tough job.
I know. But you've got to handle it, Bob.
Oh, Steve.
Oh,
Steve. Are you all right? I'm sorry. Are you hurt?
I'm fine. I just got a couple of bruises, that's all.
How?
Ah, just a little fight in Jason's office, nothing.
Do you need a doctor, maybe, huh?
No, I'm fine.
You're not fine, sweetie. You're shaking like a leaf.
I'm not shaking.
Yes, you are.
I'm shaking. Look at me, I'm shaking. It must be, what those detectives said.
What detectives?
When I was giving my statement to the police, a couple of detectives said that Checkers was one of the most dangerous hitmen in the country.
Who is Checkers?
The guy that was trying to shoot me.
Oh, darling.
Oh, some hero I am. I may never stop shaking.
I think you're a hero.
No, I'm no hero, believe me. I'm no hero. I just happened to be in the right place at the right time, and I just happened to be very lucky. We happened to get what we wanted, and it, oh boy, it could have turned out a lot differently.
It's through, though, now, isn't it? It's over?
Oh, yes. Yes. It's through. And now we can settle down to normal, boring lives.
I don't think my life with you is ever going to be boring. I love you, Steve Frame.
I love you, Rachel Davis.
This part of Another World was brought to you by Oxidol. Oxidol bleaches as it washes. For whites so white, they'll actually compare to new. Join us each weekday at this time for the continuing story of Another World.
She's been doing a great job, too.
You know, she's a great-looking lady, too. She married?
Separated from her husband.
Oh, that's good to know. Good night, Cass.
Good night. Oh, Peter.
Yeah, Cass.
Hands off.
When?
I was thinking New Year's Eve might be a good time.
That's too far away. Otherwise, it's perfect.
Mr. Davenport, I have already had dinner. Perhaps you would like to come here to my penthouse and we could have a meeting here, huh?
I am not inviting you to dinner, St. George.
I don't understand.
Don't play coy with me.
I can assure you, Mr. Davenport, I am not playing anything.
It's Smiley's, or nothing.
Hi.
Oh, hi, Jewett. Didn't see you when I came.
Yeah, I know. I was out running errands.
Yeah, I ran into your mom.
Yeah, she told me.
Yeah.
Did you want to see me that night?
Not that I can think of.
Oh. I thought maybe that was, why you came here.
Oh, it's always great to see you, but actually I came by to see Stacy.
Oh.
Flowers look okay? Everything's fine.
What about my house coat?
Oh, you are going to change, aren't you?
Just kidding. I'm going to wear the dress I bought last week.
Oh, that's great.
I know I'm acting like a teenager, but I want everything to be absolutely perfect.
I've never seen you this anxious about having dinner with Bob before. Not even when you guys were first seeing each other.
That's because tonight isn't just a dinner. Bob is going to give me a formal proposal of marriage.
That's great. great.
And then we're going to set the date.
I'm so happy for you. Well, no wonder you're on pins and needles. But are you sure you might want to eat alone? I could go and eat in my room.
No, Bob loves having you with us. And besides, I need you around for support.
Well, I guess after dessert I could kind of remember that I have something to do in my room.
Now you got the idea.
Well, maybe I should have accepted R.J.'s invitation.
What invitation?
Well, R.J. called and asked if I'd go out with him tonight.
Could you not see R.J. for a while, Thomasina? I mean, at least until we know he's going to drop those friends of his down at the arcade.
Well, how's that going to be possible after tonight?
What do you mean?
Well, if you and Bob are getting married soon, how could I avoid seeing R.J. even if I wanted to?
This part of Another World is brought to you by Spick and Span. Spick and Span. It helps your floors show its true colors.
I didn't realize you knew Stacy that well. I mean, for a social call.
It's not a social call. I'm here in business.
She your lawyer?
No, it has to do with the novel I'm working on. It's legal research.
Oh, right. She offered to help you.
I asked her for help.
Oh.
Oh, Jamie, I'm very sorry to be late. I met with a new client, and I should have known it was going to take more than an hour. Hi, Julia.
It's okay. Julie was keeping good company.
Oh, after everything that happened last night, I wanted to start off today on the right foot.
Oh, I heard that your father really saved the day yesterday.
Well, Jamie did his share last night, too.
Really? What'd you do?
Jamie ran up to Jason's office, and he kept the hitman from killing Steve.
Well, actually, Jason kept the hitman from killing my father. I just came in and tried to help, but Bob came in with a gun, and that really stopped everything.
You guys must have been terrified.
I still am. Every time I think about it, I get the shivers. Those guns going off, they sound like firecrackers. Oh, the whole thing was a nightmare.
Did you see Jason and Elsa?
Well, Jamie did. We were actually sitting very close to their table.
It's really hard.
Yes. You know, I deal with crime almost every day, but it is a completely different thing when it happens right before your eyes.
Well, it's over now, and we're all safe.
Yes, and you know what else? Bay City owes your father a great deal for putting his own life on the line the way he did.
Well, no one has to worry about Elsa's prostitution ring anymore. I heard on the news they're going to close the connection indefinitely.
Yes, and Royal Arms Hotel along with it. And the exclusive men's club. I just feel so foolish for condemning Dad for working with the company.
Jamie, you had no idea that your father was trying to expose the prostitution ring. You had every right in the world to be angry with him.
Yeah, I guess you're right. You know, he owes us a steak dinner. What do you say we take him up on it? Tonight. Tall boys.
Jamie, you do not have to take me out for dinner.
Wait a minute, that was our deal. Now, I pay for dinners, right? Because you won't accept a fee from me.
If you keep taking us to fancy restaurants, it will end up costing you more than if you had paid me a legal fee.
I know, that's why we're going to have to eat at my house next time. I'll fix you one of my famous pasta dinners.
Famous.
Oh,
Jamie, if you're ready to go, I can walk you to the elevator.
no, I want to show Stacy these papers.
Oh, okay. Bye.
Okay. I'll see you later.
Julia, thank you very much for the supplies.
Sure.
What do you say we get down to business?
Yeah, right. This is some of the blocking that I've worked out for the novel. If I might want to glance it over before we talk to them.
Yes, of course. Oh, that's a good idea.
Well, that's good work, Peter. That takes care of the contract assignments for the January issues of Bravo. Is that right?
Yes. I'd like you to take a look at these, too.
All right. All right, wait a minute. Why don't they have the advance money filled in here?
Well, we're still negotiating with Robertson and Murillo on the advance money.
Then why did you give them to me now?
Well, everything else is agreed on. I just thought you might like to look at all the current deals for our Fall '83 books.
Well, you stay on top of things. I like that.
Well, that's what I get paid for.
How long have you been here at Corey Enterprises?
Since September.
Do you have any complaints?
Yeah, the hours are too long and the pay's too short.
What about your plans for the future?
Past next week? I'm not sure.
Are you interested in staying here? It's a very prestigious company to be associated with, you know.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. And I like it here. I just haven't made any long-range plans yet.
Well, promise me one thing. That you'll come and see me before you make any move.
That's a deal. Thanks. Shall I take these back to legal?
Let me hold on to Robertson and Murillo. I'll get them back to you in a couple of days. Do you know the status of this contract?
Cass, do you have... Oh, I'm terribly sorry.
Well, that's all right, Elena. Peter and I were just going over some contracts.
Oh, yes. You're from the legal department.
Yes, ma'am.
Elena DePoulignac.
I'm sorry. Peter Love.
Nice to meet you. Cass, it won't take a minute. I saw Mac earlier to get his approval on this.
Oh, does he think it's as sound a deal as we do?
Well, he hardly looked at it at all. He said if we think it's a good deal, we should consider it approved.
So in other words, we can put this deal through without Mac's approval?
Well, yes, that's another way of looking at it.
Elena, are you free for dinner tonight? We have some serious business to discuss.
I know. Mac's very anxious to get an answer to his proposal.
So how about dinner?
I'd like that. Be nice to get out for an evening.
Well, good. I'll pick you up at 7:30.
Fine. Thank you. Bye.
Goodbye.
See you later.
See you.
She's a lovely woman.
She's also a first-class businesswoman.
Max, I'm going home. Oh, excuse me. I have this habit of barging into offices.
Sally Hobson, I want you to meet Peter Love. Peter's with the legal department. And Sally's our new art director.
Well, it's nice meeting you. Nice meeting you. Cass, I sent those illustrations over to Tony's office with our suggestions for the change, and he said he'd have it on your desk in the morning.
Fine.
Okay? Good. I'll see you.
Oh, Miss Hobson.
Oh, call me Sally.
I think I have an artist contract here for you.
Fine. Well, I'll look at it tomorrow. Bye-bye.
But... I haven't got the contract with me.
Is it the Frank Putnam contract?
Yes, he's finally agreed to our terms.
Oh, that has to do with our Christmas issue. She should look that over tonight.
Of course. Well, I'll get her address and take it over to her myself.
Good.
She's new here, isn't she?
Yeah, she took over when Mac fired Cecile Corey. She's been doing a great job, too.
Oh, she's a great-looking lady, too. She married?
Separated from her husband.
Oh, that's good to know. Yeah. Good night, Cass.
Good night. Oh, Peter.
Yeah, Cass.
Hands off.
Please, allow me.
Thank you.
And did you have an interesting day?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I did. And now I'm off to what will surely prove to be a most interesting dinner.
The beautiful woman, no doubt, huh?
Yes, with Elena.
Oh, with Elena? Well, that is a very enchanting prospect.
Well, not too enchanting, I hope. We're having a business dinner.
But I don't understand you Americans. I really don't. I mean, if I was having dinner with Elena, I can assure you I would not waste time talking business, huh?
She has many more talents, Louis. She's quite a remarkable woman. Yes, I have time. I think I'll have a drink before dinner.
Ah, bon.
Vincent, how are you feeling?
Quite well, thank you, Mr. Winter.
Good. Now, don't you believe that, Cass? That's just what we were discussing.
The doctor says it'll be a little while before I'm fully recovered.
If he doesn't regain some of his strength very soon, I'm going to send him to a warm climate where he can recuperate. And that's what I am planning for you, Mr. Vincent.
And what plans do you have for yourself, Louis?
My plans?
Well, yes. Now the museum has decided not to acquire your art collection.
Everybody's concerned about my plans.
Well, I have to confess that my concern is somewhat selfish. Since we share the same penthouse, if you're thinking of going, I should know. I need to know. I'd have to consider taking over the lease myself.
Well, don't you think this apartment is too expensive? I mean, you are a bachelor, you are alone, and don't you think they are asking too much money for this space? Huh?
Louis, as I continue with Corey Publishing, I have a need to entertain more and more. And I'd enjoy having a handsome apartment like this in which to entertain my clients.
Ah, well, you must feel free to entertain any time you wish. And as for my plans, they are, how do you say, up in the air at the present.
Louis, I bet your plans are never up in the air. You always know exactly what you're doing and exactly what your next step is going to be.
Touché. I take that as a compliment.
intended. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll change for dinner.
I had forgotten what an astute man Cass Winthrop is.
Yes. He's very aware of what's going on around him.
You don't suppose that we have been careless, huh? That he is aware of our dealings with Davenport?
No, I think not.
I have a feeling Davenport will be in touch with us very shortly.
Louis, be careful. Davenport is also very astute and ruthless. He may be deliberately not contacting you in order to get you rattled. Then, when he feels you're sufficiently off guard, he may try to get you to make a bad deal.
I don't know, Vincent. I am so tired of all the intrigue.
Louis, I never thought I'd hear you say such a thing.
Well, my life has changed lately. I have found my daughter, and with her, my granddaughter, and that is what really makes me very happy. Before, it was just the money and the power and all the intrigue that went with it.
And now?
And now? Well, I will probably take less money from Davenport for the paintings, because I have learned to enjoy the simpler things of life. I don't know. Do you suppose it is only that I am growing older?
No. Only that you're growing wiser.
Perhaps.
Well, I'm very sorry you're not able to be free for dinner tonight.
So am I.
It is nice having cocktails with you, but it would be so nice to have a long dinner where we could both talk to each other.
I'm sorry about it too, Fred, believe me. I wasn't supposed to work tonight, but the museum director is planning one of our money-raising benefits, and he said he couldn't do it without me, which is true.
Well, I'm sure you're a valuable asset to the museum.
And they know it. But every time they snap their fingers, they expect me to jump. Well, you can't imagine what they put us girls through, especially me.
Well, I can only imagine, yeah.
And guess who gets all the credit?
The directors and curators of the museum.
Yes. They go around welcoming all the visiting royalty, and they go on all the TV talk shows. And I have to talk to the printer about the catalogs and make sure the shipments are in order.
Well, I'm sure they appreciate your efforts.
But that's just it. When all the congratulations are being passed around, there should be a little something for me.
Well, I'm sorry you don't have so many rewards in your work.
Just the Christmas bonus, or if they want a special favor.
Yeah, tell me, these special benefits on the opening nights, does Henry Davenport ever attend them?
No. He's not a social person.
Well, surely he must go out from time to time.
Matter of fact, he does. You know that friend of mine I told you about? The one that's Davenport's personal secretary?
Yeah, you said you went to secretarial school with her.
That's right. You know, you have a very good memory.
Thank you.
Well, she told me the place that he goes to eat. It's this real greasy spoon out on the outskirts of town.
Do you know the name of this restaurant?
I don't know if you'd call it a restaurant. Well, I mean, not like this place. You know, I've never been to this place before.
Well, we shall have to come back sometime.
That would be wonderful.
You were about to tell me where Davenport eats.
Well, my friend says that he goes to this place and he eats hamburgers and French fries. Awful greasy ones at that. Can you believe it? A man with millions and millions of dollars, and he likes to eat in some dump like Smiley's.
Smiley's?
That's the name of the place, Smiley's. Well, mainly truckers. People like that go there.
Well, you know, I would like to get a look at this man. Does he eat there every night?
Oh, well, I don't think so. Oh, and you know what you told me before about wanting to take his picture?
Yeah.
Well, my friend says, don't try it. The story is that this guy Davenport can smell a camera a mile away. Can you believe that? He can't smell whether or not the food is good, but he can smell a camera.
Yeah. Could your friend tell me, perhaps when he goes there to eat?
Maybe.
You want another drink?
Just one more. I'll see what my friend can tell me about when he goes there to eat.
Another drink for the lady, please.
Thomasina, what do you think? Oh, it's beautiful. This is an old one, but Bob hasn't seen it. I decided not to wear the new one.
Oh, Gwen, you look like a queen.
Oh, thank you, honey.
Well, one of us better go get the door.
There's no reason to be so nervous.
Hello?
Hi, Bob.
These are for you.
Oh, thank you.
Hi, Thomasina.
Hi, Bob. Here, let me put these in the water. Would you like some wine?
I'd love some. You know something? You look really beautiful tonight. A toast to us.
Well, I was just gonna go to my room, have dinner, have homework and stuff to do.
Come on, Thomasina, why don't you join us? Unless your homework won't wait.
That's a perfect idea.
Then it's settled.
Well, I guess I'd like that.
Oh, that reminds me. I have to get the canopy.
Oh, no, I'll get it.
It was very sweet of you to include Thomasina in our evening.
Well, I thought you should be a part of our life together from the beginning. I want her to like me.
I'm sure she does.
Well, we've had our differences about R.J.
Well, she knows how much Mary Sue adores you.
I'm really proud of that little girl of mine. Thomasina, how do you feel about what's going on between Quinn and me?
Well, I know Quinn's happy.
And you?
I guess I'm happy, too.
Good. That's important to me. I know that Quinn is your guardian, but I also know that she really feels more like your mother.
That reminds me of something I've been thinking a lot about lately. After things settle down, I was thinking of calling Stacy Winthrop to discuss legal adoption.
I don't know what to say.
I think it's a terrific idea.
Well, so do I. Quinn. It means that after you guys married, that Mary Sue will be my stepsister. R.J. Well, Quinn, what you said before doesn't make any sense now.
What do you mean?
Well, if R.J.'s part of the family, would it still be okay for me to see him?
Let's just take one step at a time.
But Quinn,
honey, why don't you go see what the, how the dinner's coming along?
Okay.
I guess it was silly of me to think that our getting married would make everything else all right. RJ's still going to be a big problem with us, isn't it?
No. Not if we work at it. I think we're adult enough to know that we can't let RJ continue to affect our lives.
Good evening. Who's speaking, please? It's Henry Davenport. He'll be with you in one moment, sir.
Mr. Davenport?
Is that you, St. George?
Of course it is.
Can't be too sure. Do you know a diner at the edge of town called Smiley's?
No, I've never heard of it. What is a diner?
Don't they have diners in France?
No. Well, it's a sort of a kind of a roadside coffee shop. Cheap, good food.
Ah, you mean a bistro?
Sort of.
Mr. Davenport, I have already had dinner. Perhaps you would like to come here to my penthouse and we could have a meeting here, huh?
I am not inviting you to dinner, St. George.
Then I don't understand.
Don't play coy with me.
I can assure you, Mr. Davenport, I am not playing anything. I just merely thought it would be more comfortable for you here.
It's Smiley's, or nothing.
As you wish.
You have a pencil?
A pencil? Yes, I have a pencil right here.
All right. It's on the east side of town at the junction of Power Road and Springfield Avenue. You got that?
The junction of Power Road and Springfield Avenue.
You can make it in 15 minutes if you start right away.
Yes, I will leave immediately. Are you sure that, Hello? It's a very strange man, huh? We'll have to change quickly. Very strange indeed.
Unfortunately, one can't always choose one's clients.
The more I know him, the more I find him distasteful. But not his money, huh?
Hey, Mabel.
You want some more coffee?
Hey, what happened here? One of your false eyelashes fall into my bean soup? What do you call this?
They aren't mine. They're new. Mine's the real thing. Must be somebody else's.
Right. Yes, Papa. Well, I am at the place where Mary Lou told me about, where Davenport eats. Well, I'm not sure, but I am hoping he will come tonight. Yes, I have the cameras. That is why I'm here. Well, if he does not come, I will come again and again until he does. Has Uncle Johann arrived? Well, if we are very lucky, I shall have some pictures late tonight.
Would you like a refill?
Please.
Would you like anything else to eat?
Well, perhaps another piece of pie.
You sure must have a sweet tooth. Apple again?
What else do you have?
We've got your chocolate cream, your lemon meringue, cherry, and pineapple.
Cherry.
Cherry it is. I'll be right with you.
Merci.
What can I do for you?
Well, I'm not that hungry.
Well, desserts are right here at the bottom.
Perhaps a little brandy, huh?
Sorry, mister. We're all out of our brandy. Champagne's gone, too.
I see.
How about a glass of beer?
Perhaps just a little coffee.
Suit yourself.
I understand, but we haven't even started dinner. Well, how late will you be? We can hold our dinner.
Who's on the phone? What's the matter? I think she's going to be a little late.
You have absolutely no idea when you'll be free, dear.
Grandma, dinner won't be ready for a while
Susan,
anyway. The
Susan.
potatoes haven't even started to boil.
You do what you have to do, Susan. When you get home, I'll warm up your dinner. It's not too much trouble. Oh, I have the most wonderful organically grown potatoes. They're bursting with... Susan? Bye-bye. Susan, you're just so dedicated.
Is she working at the hospital again?
No, at the station house. Police station.
The police station.
Ada's interviewing those girls, you know, who were picked up at the Connection earlier this week.
Girls? Liz, you mean prostitutes.
Oh. Yes, well, Ada's counseling those girls to try and get them out of their sordid life and into the straight and narrow, and Susie is helping because she's a psychologist.
Do you think that therapy really helps? I mean, they just go back out on the streets again, don't they?
Well, some of them will, but Ada feels that success with even one or two is worthwhile.
Yeah, and at least now that the Connection's closed down, they won't have a base to work from.
Thank goodness.
Yeah. You know, Steve's getting a lot of attention in the newspapers for helping close the Connection.
Well, yes, he's a hero.
Mm.
What are you smiling about?
It's just kind of funny to hear the word hero nowadays.
But it's true. Practically single-handed. Stephen Frame rid Bay City of those gangsters. Rob's going to devote almost an entire issue to that affair.
Oh, I know. Cass wants that story out as soon as possible. As a matter of fact, I have artists working overtime on the illustrations for it.
Don't you think Jamie should be involved in that, too? I mean, he and Stacy were at the Connection when Jason and Ilsa were killed.
Well, Jamie is going to be in an article for that issue, and Stephen wants us to do a piece on Jason Dunlap. You know, life connected with crime and then trying to redeem himself at the end.
You know who I feel sorry for? Stacy. I mean, can you imagine going out on a date for some steak with Jamie just to get help on his novel, and they get held up in a shootout?
I'll get it.
Stacy said she was terrified when she heard the gunshots.
No.
Hey, what a surprise to see you here.
Hello, I'm sorry to bother you at this hour. I just have some papers for Sally Hobbs to deliver.
Come on in. This is my granddaughter, Julia Shearer. Julia, this is Peter Love.
Hi, Julia.
And of course, you know Sally.
Yes, we met today.
Yeah, hi, Peter.
Hi.
You wanted to see me?
Yes, it's about the Frank Putnam illustrations for the Christmas issue. Cass thought I should bring them over to you tonight so we can process them first thing in the morning.
Oh, he's right. I'm just sorry he had to come all the way out here to give them to me.
Oh, that's okay. I don't live very far away.
Oh, good. Well, why don't I see if I can help you with it now, okay?
It's just that the Putnam illustrations, you've had problems with them before, and the Christmas issue was so important.
I know. If he weren't such a good artist, I really wouldn't work with him.
Peter, since you're here, why don't you stay for dinner? We have plenty. Actually, my daughter isn't coming home, but... I don't know how you feel about organic food, though.
Oh, well, if Sally and Julia are eating it, I'm sure there's something in it.
Shall we consider it settled in?
Oh, I'd love to, Liz. I can't, though. I have other commitments tonight.
Oh, some other time.
Well, here you go. I mean, thank you very much for bringing those over.
Oh, it's no problem.
Good. Excuse me, I got my hair.
Good night, Julia.
Good night.
Good night, Liz.
See you tomorrow at the office.
Bye.
Good night, Sally.
Good night.
Isn't he a nice young man?
Isn't that nice of him?
He's a very sweet boy.
Oh, yeah.
Do you know him?
Oh, well, his family's one of the older Bay City families.
And you just met him?
Yeah, today.
Well, he went away to prep school, college, and law school. He hasn't been in Bay City for quite a while.
Is he married?
No, he's not married. I'd better check the oven and start the salad.
Oh, no. Tell us more.
I'll tell all at dinner.
You certainly have a lot of good-looking guys at the complex, don't you?
Yes. He's kind of cute, isn't he?
I'm meaning to ask you, whose viewpoint are you going to take as the narrator?
Both. I want to suspend the mystery as long as possible.
Oh. Well, if you're going to take it from the prosecuting attorney's viewpoint and the defense, I don't think the lead character can be accused of first-degree murder. I'm sorry.
Why?
There just isn't enough evidence. Haven't you heard the term the smoking gun?
Sure.
Jamie, it has to do with having hard evidence.
Suddenly this is all reminding me of the shooting at the Connection.
Well, let's not talk about it. I'm trying very hard to forget.
You know, I'm torn between trying to forget all about it and trying to remember every detail. I want to be able to draw from the experience in my writing.
Yeah, well, that is a conflict.
Hello.
Oh.
Oh.
Hello,
Hello.
Hello, Jamie.
Hello.
Please, sit down.
Well, you two had quite an interesting evening the other night.
Well, all right.
Oh, a little jumpy, but I think we're fine.
Yeah. How's the research on the novel coming?
Well, I'm beginning to realize what a difficult job I've gotten myself into, but Stacy is being great help.
Well, she's not only very pretty, she's also a terrific lawyer.
Well, thank you.
I couldn't agree with you more.
Our table's waiting for us, so we'll see you soon.
All right. Bye-bye.
Elena seemed a bit distracted to me.
Yeah, well, take it from me. Living with Cecile is not an easy task.
Oh, look what's here.
Medium rare?
Yes, thank you.
Looks delicious.
Yes, it does.
Almost as good as the steak at the Connection.
And rare.
I can't help but forget. Thank you very much.
Enjoy your dinner.
Well.
Well, to my father, who was making...
No.
Well, let's drop all this talk about business and family problems, shall we? Let's enjoy a conversation about old friends and old places and maybe even a little juicy gossip about London, Paris, Rome, Frankfurt.
Frankfurt? We don't know anyone in Frankfurt, do we? Well, if everybody in his family would just cooperate by going to bed a little early, my Christmas presents could be a surprise at Christmas, and I do mean you, young lady.
I'm sure whatever you make me, I'll love it.
Or pretend to, as Jim did. Every year I'd make him the latest in sweater styles. He'd open the box and he'd say, "Oh, Liz, this is just what I needed." And he'd put it on and he'd say he loved it. I know he didn't always love it, but he always wore it.
You miss him a lot, don't you?
Oh, we all do. Jim was special. We had our differences, of course, but he was quite a fellow. A little old-fashioned, perhaps, but still quite a fellow.
I like old-fashioned guys.
You do? I didn't know there were any more of them around nowadays.
There are a few. Grandma, suppose you find someone like that. And you really like him. But he doesn't like you back.
Well, Jim always said you shouldn't throw yourself at a man.
Well, what if he doesn't even think of you as a woman?
Give up?
Give up?
Give up? Find someone else.
Yeah, but suppose you really, really like him.
Well, it's difficult, but you have to know when to quit. I suppose you did. Wear him down and got him to marry you. Wouldn't be any good. Because there wasn't a mutual attraction there to begin with.
I see.
You talking about someone specific, darling?
No, no. I was just talking generally.
Oh. Well, I'm sure you're going to know when the right man comes along for you.
I will?
Yes, you will. Trust me. I know about those things.
I do trust you.
Good. And trust me enough to do me a favor, will you?
What?
Would you go to bed early so I can get started on your Christmas present?
Yes. Good night.
It's been a perfect evening, Gwen.
Even though the chocolate mousse was more like chocolate pudding.
Come on now, I like chocolate pudding.
Oh, wow.
You know, I had a hard time concentrating on the meal, even though it was great. Because I couldn't stop thinking about you all evening. Gwen, will you marry me?
Yes.
When?
I was thinking thinking New Year's Eve might be a good time.
That's too far away. Otherwise, it's perfect.
I hope you're doing the right thing, Bob.
For us?
No, I know it's the right thing for us. I mean for everybody involved.
You mean for RJ? Look, honey, by the time we're married, I intend to have that gang that RJ's been hanging out with completely disbanded and have RJ back as my son.
He will still have to accept me as his stepmother.
Quinn, I know that RJ loves his mother very much. But I also know that he likes you and he respects you.
Are you sure?
Of course. He's just not showing his feelings now because he's into rebelling against everything. But I know those feelings are there. And now that Ilsa and company are out of Bay City, I'm going to have a lot more time to spend with him.
After that experience the other night at the Connection, I don't mind telling you, I am very glad the company is out of Bay City.
Sweetheart, I'm sorry you had to be involved in that.
I was mainly afraid for you. Guns going off, people dying. I was scared to death, Bob. I want you to be careful.
I always am. Now, come on, you know what being a cop involves? We've talked about that.
I know. And I'm willing to accept that. But I want you to promise me to be very, very careful in your work from now on.
I promise.
Stay tuned for the conclusion of Another World.
You want another piece of pie?
No, thank you. 3 is my limit.
Bless your appetite. Is coffee all you're having?
Pardon. Is this really coffee?
Smiley's is famous for only charging 15 cents a cup.
I am not questioning the price, only the contents, huh?
We ain't never had any complaints before.
Sorry.
Oh, here comes the big tipper.
Good evening, Mr. Abbott.
No names. Sit down. I want a hamburger well done, heavy on the onions, an order of fries, and a club soda, tall glass.
No ice.
No ice. That's right.
You actually eat here?
Oh, my favorite place. Cheap, good food, and no nonsense.
Now, I think... What's the matter? Is something wrong?
Something feels funny about this place tonight.
Would you prefer to go someplace else?
No, not tonight. There's something wrong
You
here.
can feel that. But I don't...
Hey, mister, your burger's on the way.
Be my guest.
Guest? He didn't leave any money.
Don't worry, I will pay for it. But I won't eat it, huh?
This part of Another World was brought to you by Pampers. Pampers has been helping to keep America's babies dry for years. No wonder mothers trust their babies to Pampers Dryness. Join us each weekday at this time for the continuing story of Another World.
Cecile, why doesn't Louis trust me?
Oh, I don't think you want me to say it.
No, come on, tell me. If you don't, there's no way I'll find out.
He thinks that you're just coming by the house and being nice to me just because you want to see Maggie.
Uh-huh, and what do you think about that?
None of us, not even you, wants to wake up one day and suddenly realize that it's too late. Do me one big favor, will you?
Well, what is it?
Waltz. Waltz to the music while you still can.
Say, listen, any chance of your moving out to the house with Rachel and Steve?
Oh, no way. I don't even know where Rachel got that idea.
Well, obviously she wants you to live with her.
Yeah, well, I can't do that. I mean, there'll be enough headstrong people out there as it is. They don't need me.
Hey, dear.
Mm-hmm. What?
Rachel's happy, isn't she?
Ah, bon. Oh. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Cecile, you know, all of my life, I have been very cautious and suspicious of people's motives.
You're talking about Sandy now, aren't you?
Yes, and about everybody, with one exception.
Who's the exception?
You.
Me? Well, thank you. That's very flattering.
It was not meant to be flattery. It was meant to be truth. You are my daughter. And it has taken us a long time to finally be together like this. I have wonderful plans for you, and they have nothing to do with flattery.
Louis, tell me why you don't trust Sandy.
I like Sandy very much.
I know you like him.
And one of the reasons I like him is that he seems to represent happiness for you. And more than anything in this world, I want you to be happy.
I know you do. Thank you. Louis, I can't tell you how relieved I am to have you in my life, to confide in and depend on, especially when my life is in the shape it's in.
You don't have to tell me that. Cecile, I must ask you a very cruel question.
What?
Are you sure that Sandy is seeing you because of his old feelings are building up, or does he really want to be near Maggie? Hmm?
Oh, my goodness, Louis. I think I have inherited from you your innate caution. But...
Ah. I take it then you have some doubts on your own.
maybe in a few days or so.
Maybe in a few days.
Well, certainly I'd have to get him away from here. There are too many pressures around this place. And he did say last week, just a few days ago, really, that he might...
Cecilia, you're being very mysterious.
I know I am. I'm sorry.
What did Sandy say last week? Huh?
I can't tell you, Louis. But if I can prove, if there is a way, that I can prove that Sandy is back in my life, that he can be trusted, I'm going to find that way. I'll do it.
And I want this story that Brava is doing on the breakup of the company and the vice-ring in Bay City to be approached as much as possible from the human interest point of view. After all, everyone already knows what ultimately happened. Jason and Ilsa are dead, unfortunately the victims of their own greed. Steve Frame is alive despite the dangerous chances he took to break up the ring. But what interests me, what I think will fascinate our readers, is what was the motive behind each one of these people. I mean, what lay behind Jason's apparently self-contradictory actions?
In other words, putting more emphasis on the cause rather than the effect.
Exactly. And Steve Frame, what were the personal characteristics of Steve that drove him to expose himself to that kind of danger? These are the elements that make a really great story. I mean, events repeat themselves more or less in the same manner. But the personal reasons behind those events, that will always differ.
That sounds good, Mac.
And then, the next important point. Oh, excuse me. Where was I?
No.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Oh, yes, Bravo wants to include in the article a follow-up on the prostitutes who worked for Ilsa.
Oh, I think that's extremely important. After all, the company flourished because of them.
Yes. And what happens to them? Are they jailed? Are they shown leniency? Is there any offer of help to rehabilitate them?
And what are they going to do with their lives now?
Exactly. I mean, what, specifically, turned these young girls to prostitution in the first place?
Mac, could I ask you a question?
Certainly.
Well, I know that Sandy has been working on this story for a couple of months. Right?
Yes, that's right.
Well, I don't understand, why he isn't here. I mean, where is he? Shouldn't he be here?
This part of another world is brought to you by High Point, the decaffeinated coffee with deep brewed flavor. High Point, it's the coffee lovers decaffeinated.
You are not going to tell me your plans, huh?
Louis, I can't tell you until I'm sure that I can swing it. I think I can.
Well, I wish you every success with your efforts.
Thank you.
Good morning, Elena. Look how lovely you look this morning.
Well, my goodness, aren't you here bright and early, Louis?
Yes, I had to be in town early, so I wanted to stop by and see Cecile.
Oh, I have to be in town, too. Hello?
Good morning, Elena. This is Brian.
Brian, good morning. How are you?
Fine. I didn't disturb you, did
Oh, no, of course not. I was just getting ready to go into the complex.
I? Are you free for lunch today?
Yes, I am.
Good. Then will you join me?
Well, all right, fine. If you could make it around 1 o'clock.
Fine. I'll pick you up at 1. Bye.
Goodbye, Brian. Cecile, if you want to use my car, I'll drive you into town. Then someone can drop me off on the way home.
Where's your car?
Well, as a matter of fact, it's being tuned up. No, Elena, that's quite all right. I'll have Louis drive me into town when he goes in himself. That is, if you don't mind waiting a little while until I get changed for town.
Of course, my dear.
All right, I'll just be a few minutes. Excuse me.
Take your time. Elena, may I have a word with you?
What is it?
This, Brian Bancroft. Is there something serious?
I don't think that is any of your business, Louis.
You know, I still have hopes for you and me. After all, we share a daughter and a past.
Louis, when are you going to get out of my life?
If I get out of your life, as you say, Cecile may very well come with me.
You really think you have all that much to offer our daughter?
Millions. Millions and millions of dollars. She will have a life of luxury. She will never have to worry about money for the rest of her life. She will have position and affluence.
Spending money. I mean, that's the answer to everything, in your opinion.
It is the answer to a great many things, yes.
Well, I guess I just don't really share your view of life.
And there will be much more in Cecile's life, too, besides money.
Are you referring to Sandy?
Yes.
You know, Louis, I think you and Cecile are fooling yourselves if you think Sandy Corey is interested in anything other than seeing his daughter.
Elena, you seem to have forgotten. I am very seldom fooled, and neither is Cecile.
Well, she might be in this case, involving Sandy. She's very obsessed with the idea of holding on to him, and I think it's blinded her.
I wouldn't be too sure about that.
Blaine, I'd like to go over your notes with you after you've interviewed some of the girls.
Certainly, Mac.
Thanks so much for all your time, Susan.
I'll walk out with you, Mac.
Oh, thank you.
Tell me, why do prostitutes take to the street anyway? I've always wondered that. There are a variety of reasons, you know.
Mac, I'm sorry about Sandy. I can't figure it out.
Neither can I.
there anything I can do for you?
No, but thank you.
You know, Sandy must have some other reason for seeing Cecile besides Maggie.
Well, I can't think what it is, and he certainly hasn't told me.
Well, look, don't cut him off, okay? He is your son.
At the moment, I wish he weren't. Say, listen, any chance of you moving out to the house with Rachel and Steve?
Oh, no way. I don't even know where Rachel got that idea.
Well, obviously, she wants you to live with her.
Yeah, well, I can't do that. I mean, there'll be enough headstrong people out there as it is. They don't need me. Anyway, I like my independence.
Me too.
Mm-hmm. What?
Rachel's happy, isn't she?
Yeah. She is happy.
Hello, Sandy.
Hi, Brian.
Thanks for coming by.
Yeah. What's up?
Well, I'm a little pressed for time today, so I'll try to make this as brief as possible. Have a seat, thanks. But I talked to Ed Benedict, and he's due in for this meeting, too.
Where is he?
I don't know. Obviously held up somewhere. But maybe he'll show up by the time we finish.
Fine. Has there been some new development?
Yes, there has. Although Interpol doesn't know exactly what it signifies.
Oh, Brian, what is it?
Johann Nordman has joined Albert and Fred in Bay City.
Johann Nordman?
Albert's brother, Fred's uncle.
Well, where'd this guy come from?
Berlin.
Berlin, huh? Well, does Interpol know what he's doing in Bay City?
Well, it could mean a gathering of the forces, so to speak, which in turn means that they think that Louis may attempt a major sale of his art.
Oh, so Albert and Fred want to depend on the family now instead of bringing in hired guns who might botch the job.
Right. So what do you know about the art collection at this stage?
Not much, Brian. Listen, I'm getting too deeply involved with Cecile, Brian, and a lot of people are getting hurt.
I know, Sandy, and I'm sorry it has to be like this. I can only suspect what Blaine's going through, even though she knows what you're doing. But I know what my old friend Mac is going through.
And it is really hard on Dad. I just wish that I could tell him the truth, Brian.
No, I'm sorry. You can't. Now remember our deal. Only Blaine and no one else.
I know that, Brian, but if we could just include Dad...
Sandy, I discussed this over and over again with Ed and Rick, and they say absolutely no. Look, Sandy, there's every indication that Louis has something in the fire again. A new deal. But so far, I don't know with whom. Does Cecile know?
No, I'm almost positive that she doesn't. I bet my last dollar on it.
But, Sandy, you indicated to me that Cecile has Louis pretty much in her pocket.
She does, Brian. I'm sure that she could get Louis to tell her where that art collection is hidden, if she wanted to.
She's not interested?
Oh, she's interested in the $100 million that the art is worth, but I don't think she cares where it is right now. But she knows that I would like to see the art.
Would she ask Louis to show them to you?
Yes. And she's playing games with me right now, and she's having a lot of fun doing it.
Now, what kind of games?
Well, Louis is a very cautious man.
That's the reason he stayed alive all these years and one step ahead of the Nordmans.
Yeah, well, if Cecile finally begins to trust me, then Louis will trust me, too. As a matter of fact, I think he might even ask me to help him dispose of the collection.
So you have to convince Cecile that your feelings for her are sincere, that she can trust you.
Yeah.
Well, just how far would you have to go to prove to Cecile that you're trustworthy?
Brian, I don't even want to think about that.
Sandy, we don't have much time. We have to know where Louis has hidden the art.
The art! The art! That damned art is ruining my whole life!
Dee Dee, I want to thank you very much for your help. You helped me a lot with this article. And maybe that way you can help somebody else. Some other girl about your age and help her avoid the problems that you've had. Okay? Okay. Listen, your matron is right down the hall.
I didn't mean to interrupt. I just thought I'd stop by to see you for a few minutes.
No, you're not interrupting. Dee Dee and I are just finishing up an interview. Dee Dee, you will see Susan Shearer, won't you?
I don't know. I'll think about it. I just might. Sure. Why not?
It's a shame.
It's really tragic. I have an entire notepad here of a very sad life. It's a wonder to me that that girl has survived as long as she has. Neglect, abuse, all of it.
I wonder what road she's going to take next.
I don't know. You can only hope for the best. I do hope that she sees Susan as I asked her to.
Honey, you know, I know you're worried about this story, but I came by to stop and talk to you about something else. I wanted to know how things were going with Sandy. I know he's still seeing Cecile.
He sees Cecile in order to see Maggie.
Do you believe that?
I have to, Larry. Because without that, there's nothing. Hi.
Hi.
How did your meeting with Brian go?
Well, apparently there's something brewing with the Nordmans. And Brian wants me to step up getting information from Cecile. Or Louis, or both of them, for that matter.
No wonder you're in so bad a mood.
Yeah. You know, it doesn't seem to matter what I do or how many people get hurt. They just keep asking me for more. You know, I can't turn my feelings on and off like Ed Benedict and those Interpol guys. You know, to them it's just a job, but we're lousing up our entire lives here.
Honey, Brian understands that. He's having the same problems, you know.
Yeah, I know. I just wish I'd never gotten involved in this thing in the first place.
Too late to back out now, isn't it?
Yeah. What's this?
Oh, Mac and I went down to the police station today to talk to Ada, and we got a whole bunch of new information for the story in Broadway.
So you interviewed one of Elsa's girls?
Oh, yeah. Oh, Sandy, her story is so sad. Sadder than I could have imagined. You know, this story here is just going to prove to everyone how cruel, how vicious the company and Ilsa and all those people are. You know, it almost makes you want to cry.
Blaine, this was my story.
I know, honey. Come on, come on. I mean, it's hard enough on Mac the way things are now, you know.
No harder than it is for me. Say, honey,
Mm-hmm.
there's some really good stuff here. This is great. Well, this kid's been through it all, hasn't she?
Yeah, she has. Honey, you know, she is lucky to be alive. I mean, she's got a lot of scars. They'll last for a long time, I'm sure. But I still am pretty hopeful that she has time to turn things around.
I'm going to do it.
Do what?
Look, it doesn't have to be under my byline, but I'm going to ask Dad's permission to work on the story.
Sandy.
What's the matter, honey?
I don't think it'd be a very good idea to do that. Mac is in pretty bad shape now.
Come.
Excuse me, Mac.
Oh, yes. What is it, Liz?
Your housekeeper, Mrs. Oliver, just called from the new apartment. It seems that Amanda's furniture has arrived, it is in place, and looks beautiful.
Oh, that's fine.
Now, the whole apartment is ready.
I'm so glad. It'll be good to have Amanda with me again.
I'm sure it will be. And it'll be good for you to be out of that big house. Sometimes a change is good for you.
I have to go out to the house this afternoon. There's still some things to pack up.
Aren't there always? It seems as if we always forget something. It's endless moving.
Sit down, Liz. Tell me what's happening at the Matthews house
Oh,
this day.
things are wonderfully working. So smooth, so well. Sally, Susan, Julia, you know. And it makes me so happy. I'm thrilled. I come home to a house full of people and life.
That's wonderful. And what about Julia?
Oh, she's absolutely splendid. She's cooperative and helpful. Not a cross word to anyone. I'm so proud of her.
I'm glad to hear that, Liz.
Yes, I mean, we'd all given up on Julia, and then her attitude seemed to change completely. You know, The relationship between Susan and Julia is so good now that Susan may decide she can return home.
Really?
Absolutely.
Wow.
Oh, Jamie came to dinner the other night with Stacy. I hope you'll be able to come to dinner soon.
I would like that very much. I understand Stacy is helping Jamie on the legal aspects of his new book.
Yes, she is. You know what I think, Mac? I think Jamie has turned out to be a sensitive, intelligent, interesting young man.
Yes, indeed, he has.
Oh, look at me, just rambling on about my own affairs and wasting your precious time. Is there anything else I can take care of for you?
No, thank you, Liz. I think that's everything. Thanks very much for the message. Maybe I'll move tonight.
Mac, how would you feel about a housewarming party? Just a few close old friends?
It's very nice of you to suggest that, but right now I'd prefer not. Thank you anyway. Maybe at a later time.
Hi, Liz.
Hi, Dad.
Can I help you?
Dad, I want to work on the story with you and Blaine. It was my story, after all.
But not anymore.
I still think I can bring something to it, Dad. Look, I'm not asking for a byline, but I put a lot of time and sweat into that story.
Sandy, can't you understand how impossible you've made it for me to even see you these days? What is it, Liz?
Mac, I just saw Cecile heading down the hall.
Oh, no.
Dirt on your face, Blaine. All right, so I got a little dirt on my face. So what? Just thought I'd tell you. You don't have to take offense. Cecile, if you came here to see me, you've seen me. Now get out of here. I hate to disappoint you, Blaine, but you're just about the last person in the world I want to see.
At last, we have something in common. We can't stand the sight of each other.
Oh, you're right about that.
Cecile, why don't you go somewhere? Why don't you leave and go somewhere far away and give us all a rest? Will you do that?
Goodness. Aren't we vicious?
No, you've got that the other way around. You're the vicious one, but I could be quite an expert if I had you as a teacher.
I came to see Sandy. He's not in his office, and I thought he might be here.
If you can see him here, fine. If you can't, goodbye. Again.
Where is he?
He's obviously not here. Now, if you want to go try to find him on your own, you're welcome to do that.
I think I'll do that, yes.
Do it. Of course, you are taking your life in your hands, walking around the Corey complex without a bodyguard. How's our old friend Alma? Been keeping in touch?
I have no idea where she is, and I couldn't care less.
Oh, I doubt that. As a matter of fact, I suspect you've had some pretty sleepless nights wondering where she is, wondering whether or not she's coming back to Bay City to tell everybody the truth about you. Of course, it's not really necessary now. Everyone has a pretty clear picture of you.
I don't have to stand here and listen to this.
You sure don't, so get out of here. It's been a very civil conversation, Cecile. You should see me when I get really mad. Sandy, you're just in time. Cecile here is still in one piece. Now, you two can chat about Maggie all you want. Listen, tell me, have you figured out what college you're going to send her to yet?
Blaine.
All right. Now, what does Interpol have on Johann Norton?
A suspected war criminal. But records were destroyed. There's no proof.
No, Nazis were certainly adept at destroying records and evidence about themselves, weren't they?
Yes, they saw the end coming. There's a very strong suspicion that over the years, Johann has been involved in so-called black market art.
Precisely what was his involvement?
Well, evidently, he served as an agent, a go-between between art thieves and buyers.
So now he's here in Bay City.
That's right. I've got a piece of interesting information to add to all this.
Oh? What is it?
Well, Fred Nordman has been tailed on several occasions. And he's been seeing quite a bit of a young woman named Mary Lou Williams. She works as secretary for the director of the Alice Cannon Museum.
Well, there's nothing there. Now the museum has refused to acquire the St. George collection. Yet it seems hardly coincidental that Fred Norden will be seeing her.
Exactly.
Well, has Interpol told Mary Lou Williams about the man she's been seeing?
No, we don't think that's a wise move.
Well, don't you think it's wise that she be alerted somehow? Who knows but what he's after something from her?
Yeah, well, we haven't alerted her because we feel she might slip and tell Fred that she's been contacted by Interpol. I mean, who knows how much this guy has charmed the lady. We do know that the Nordmans will stop at little to get what they want.
Well, I suppose you have a good point there.
Now, how is Sandy Corey making out about the information concerning Louis St. George?
Sandy feels as we do, that Louis is getting ready to make a new deal.
Does he know where the paintings are hidden?
As soon as he knows, we'll know. He's still working on trying to find out.
Now, who would Louis have lined up as a prospective buyer, huh? Who?
Where did you get this picture?
I took it in a rather obscure and tasteless diner named Smiley's.
What do you think, Johann? I think this is the man, but I can't be absolutely certain.
Well, if that is Henry Davenport, Louis will make a deal fairly soon. I'm pretty convinced of it.
The man that I only saw that one time in Europe is reputed to have an underground art gallery that is rivaled by some of the best museums in Europe.
That man could be the right buyer for the art that Louis stole from me.
However, I must be sure about the man on this photograph.
Well, we can stake out Smiley's again. He eats there regularly, and then you can tell if it is the man.
You think this could be the same man, Johann?
As I said before, it could be.
Then we are getting close. I think we are getting closer. Our trail is leading us closer to Louis St. George. I thought for a moment that we had lost him. That all this effort, all these years were wasted when that museum turned him down. But we'll get him.
Relax, Father. Try not to get so upset.
I can understand why Blaine attacked me. She's just hurt, and she's jealous of all the time that you've been spending with Maggie. I'm sorry I broke down like this. I didn't mean to upset you.
Cecile, if you knew it would cause a scene, why did you come?
Because I'm desperate, Sandy.
About what?
Louis has decided that he can't go away with me. But I have got to get away. My nerves are on edge. I feel like I'm on the verge of a total collapse.
Take it easy.
And besides,
Take it easy.
I'm really frightened. I really am.
Frightened about what? Is it something that Louis is involved in?
Yes. But he won't tell me what it is. I don't know. I feel like just taking Maggie up in my arms and running away with her as far away as I can possibly get.
Well, maybe I can help.
How?
Well, maybe I could help Louis with whatever it is he's involved in. What do you think of that?
Well, if you could get Louis to really trust you, he just might accept your help.
Cecile, why doesn't Louis trust me?
Oh, I don't think you'd want me to say.
No, come on, tell me. If you don't, there's no way I'll find out.
It's just that Louis feels that you're coming by the house and you're being nice to me just so that you can see Maggie.
And how do you feel about that? Cecile.
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
I don't, Sandy. I can't be sure. I mean, I don't want people accusing me of trying to get you away from Blaine.
I'm not accusing you of that, Cecile.
No. But Elena is, and everybody else is. I can't stand all this hate I feel around me. That's another reason I have to get away. But I can't, Sandy. I can't go away alone. I'm too afraid, and besides, Maggie needs protection.
Look, where is it you want to go?
I don't know. Maybe St. Lucia. Or some other small, warm little island like that. You know, Sandy, I don't dare to dream that we could ever have back what we used to have between us. But if I could just have your friendship, if I could just be sure of that.
You must know that you have that again, Cecile. It's not just Maggie that I'm interested in seeing. Don't you realize that?
I can't afford to think that way.
Why not?
Because I might get... Well, I might just be disappointed by it all, and I've had too many disappointments in my life, one after another.
Cecile, if you want to take Maggie away for a couple of days, and you're afraid to be alone, which is understandable, I'll go with you.
Don't say something you don't mean, Sandy.
I do mean it. I do. Remember when I told you that if Louis couldn't take you, that I would? Well.
You would? Well, that'd just be the kindest thing that anyone's ever done for me.
When would you like to go?
Well, I could see about some reservations right away. We might even be able to fly out tonight on their night flight, if they have one.
Tonight?
Yes, the sooner we leave Bay City, the better. And now, look, I of course will only go as just friends. I mean, I wouldn't ask any more of you. You know that, all right?
All right. Frankly, I wouldn't mind getting out of town for a few days myself. I've been taking quite a beating from people who think I've been seeing too much of it.
I'm so sorry about that.
Is there something wrong with your salmon?
Oh, no, it's delicious. I'm just not very hungry, Brian. I want you to tell me more about the company. Now, did the police round up all those men, get them out of town?
Most of them. But I suppose there are a few who worked on the fringes of the company's operation. You know, small-time hoodlums. Will hang out, and eventually they'll get into some trouble, and they'll be arrested.
Well, you must be very pleased about cleaning up your city.
Stephen Frame and Jason Dunlap share the credit for that. But I certainly intend to clean it up. Hey, would you like some of my shrimp?
No, I don't think so, thank you. Why don't you have some of this?
Just a taste. Thank you. This situation with Cecile and Louis has certainly put you under a terrible strain, hasn't it?
Brian, you know what I dream?
No, what?
I dream that Louis Saint-Georges is going to sell his art collection, leave Bay City, and just disappear, like all those men in the company.
I can certainly understand your feeling.
Only trouble with the dream is he'll take Cecile with him.
Are you certain of that?
I know Louis. Cecile is the most important thing in his life just now, outside of his art collection.
Well, the question is, would Cecile be willing to go with Louis?
Oh, yes. There's no doubt of that. She really does adore her father. And then, of course, there is a matter of $100 million that she will inherit when he sells that art collection.
And that includes Sandy.
Elaine. I was gonna chop it down like Paul Bunyan and drag it home to you in triumph. And I was running and running and running, and then I saw...
That you were right at the edge of the woods.
Yes.
And right in Mr. Hobart's parking lot.
Yes.
And that perfect tree was standing there right with all the other perfect trees just waiting to be sold.
I know how hard it's been for you having your mother here, breathing down your neck.
When I think about how badly I treated you, I'm really gonna miss you, sweet.
Oh, it's so dark and empty.
He knew! Knew what? Oh, Steve, no, don't throw the tinsel in clumps like that. You either. Come on, you know better. You're gonna hang it on. Careful. Delicately like icicles.
Come on, the framed trees were never delicate. We used to go out in the woods of Oklahoma and get the biggest pine tree we could find, drag it through the doors, prop it up, and throw tinsel at it.
Mama, Matthew's eating Santa.
Matthew! Oh, he said it was for fun. It's okay.
Poor Santa.
It's okay.
All right.
Okay.
All right, time for the star.
Oh, what do we do? It has to be just perfect.
Well, it looks great to me.
No, something's missing. Matthew wants the lights turned on right now, Mama.
Oh, he does. Well, how do you know that?
I can tell, that's all. Please?
No. Whatever's missing, it hardly matters. Nancy, the star, if you please. Thank you very much.
Careful,
I'm there, hold on, careful, I'm careful.
Oh, does it fit?
Yeah,
You know, I'm trying to remember how many trees we trimmed in this house.
Oh, I remember each one.
Star of wonder, star of light, star of royal beauty bright.
Rachel, that's your cue, lights.
Oh, okay, we got lights.
Light the lights.
Old chocolate face. Oh, I wonder who got it. I'll get it.
What do you think, Ada? Is there something missing? We have the ornaments, we have the garland, the lights.
Well, there's always room for a few more, right?
Yes, I was just saying, you know, we were missing something. I didn't realize.
Here.
Merry Christmas, everybody. Steve, Nancy, Matthew, and my
Christmas.
best Christmas.
Merry Christmas, Mac.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's have the lights.
Yes.
Can you...
Now? Wait, I'll get the switch.
All right, okay, I'll get these.
Now, Rachel.
Oh, how pretty.
Bells on bobtails ring, making spirits bright. Oh, what fun it is to sing a sleighing song tonight.
Don't stop singing. I love hearing you sing.
Mother? I was just fixing to take the dance from the play. Oh, Mother. Baby. I don't care how grown up you are, you know, you're always going to be my baby. I wouldn't have it any other way. Oh, that tree, you know, some of the ornaments on that tree are just as old as you are. You know, I still remember this candy cane. Your father gave it to you on your very first Christmas. You licked it, and I have the picture. I still remember how awful it tasted. And then you learned to play the piano. Remember, Christmas, you played Christmas carols. Oh, those lessons, and all I could manage was Frosty the Snowman. Will he ever win? 22 uncles. Every single Christmas I hear that so much. I know. I knew too, Mother. I had myself all together. I was going to handle this very maturely. Now look at me handling it. Oh, Mother, I'm going to miss you and Julia so much. Try to remember what I'm going back to be with Dan on Christmas Eve. And if there's a chance that the two of us can save our marriage, I know you have to, and I want you to, too, if you and Dad will be happy. Well, that's the big word, if. Tell me the truth, Mother. Do you think I'm doing the right thing?
This part of Another World is brought to you by High Point, the decaffeinated coffee with deep brewed flavor. High Point, it's the coffee lover's decaffeinated.
Did you say, darling?
Me and Matt want to go to sleep now to wake up and see Santa.
You want to go to sleep now, and you sleep? It's just after lunch.
Hey, you kids, I don't think you're ready for Santa Claus yet. I don't see any stockings lined up on this mantelpiece here.
Oh, yes, you need your stockings or else Santa doesn't know who's who or what to give you.
Yes, he will. Matthew wrote Santa a letter, and I helped him write it.
Oh, well, why don't you help Matthew and Amanda find the stocking? I think they're upstairs.
Oh,
they
boy,
are.
if you
I
get
think
your
they're
stockings and put them on the
I think they're
mantle.
in Nancy's room.
Come on,
Then
sweetheart,
you'll be
bring it
ready
to
for
It's
Santa
okay.
Claus.
If he doesn't want to go, you can bring him down, okay?
Yeah.
Okay?
Get your stockings.
Right, and hurry back,
Matthew,
because otherwise
don't you
the
wanna go back
grown-ups
upstairs and
just
get
may eat all of the cookies.
Just may eat all of the cookies? Are you kidding? Look at those cookies.
Oh,
the Christmas tree-shaped ones are my favorite ones with the red and green sprinkles.
Ah, well. Oh. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, Mac, go ahead. There are plenty. Go ahead.
Well, I just happen to be partial to Christmas trees with green sprinkles as well, and we used to call them Jimmy's. Jimmy's, that's what it was.
Well, whatever. They're delicious, even if I do say so myself.
I like the ones with all the icing.
Who are the kids around here anyway?
It's Christmas. We're all kids, I guess.
You better believe that.
I was hoping that we'd have a whole house full of people by now.
Well, you've got a good start anyway.
Yeah, well, Steve had invited Quinn and Thomasina to come over. And we were hoping that she would persuade Henrietta and her daughter to come over, too.
Oh, that was a nice thing to do.
Yes, it was very nice, Rachel and Steve. You know, coming at this season, Bob Morgan's death is particularly painful. I mean, everybody else enjoying their family and friends. My heart goes out to Henrietta.
And Quinn. Bob Morgan's death was a big blow to a lot of people.
Well, that's why we were hoping both of them would come over.
Well, you know, maybe Quinn and Henrietta would rather be by themselves.
Oh, here, sweetie, you need a Kleenex. Come here.
Some people handle grief better that way.
Well, I don't know. I think I'm on Rachel's side. I think grief is like an unwanted guest that overstays his visit, and you just have to open the door and shove him out.
Especially at Christmas.
Maybe the new year will bring a lot of us a lot more happiness.
Yeah, here.
You know, the best present, Mac, that we could give Henrietta is to get her famous pie plant in operation. Here.
Is he stuck? Is he stuck? Well, what's the trouble?
I want the red one, and Matthew wants the red one, and Nancy wants the red one.
Oh, dear.
Now that is a serious problem.
Absolute. But Amanda, do you remember how much you loved your blue tricycle?
Well, yes.
Mm-hmm.
And Nancy loves her green turtle.
Mm-hmm. I've got a wonderful idea. Now, Amanda, why don't you take the blue one that you like, and Nancy can have the green one, and Matthew can have the red one.
Oh, that's a good
There we are.
And then you'll all have your stockings for Santa. Okay, go find them. You really want some red? You know, I think we'd all have more fun if we go upstairs with them than stay down here.
It's too bad Maggie couldn't be here, Mac. I assumed she'd be home for the Christmas holidays.
Well, I tell you, Steve, I've learned not to assume anything as far as little Maggie's mother is concerned.
You haven't heard from Cecile and Sandy?
They have not apprised me of their travel plans, no. And they haven't called Elena either.
That doesn't sound like Sandy.
Well, does staying all the time with Cecile sound like Sandy? Does running away from Blaine to a Caribbean island with Cecile sound like Sandy? Does turning his back on... Stop. Sorry. Got carried away. Beginning to sound like Ebenezer Scrooge, when really I feel like Tiny Tim. Not that Tiny Tim, the other one. Say, why don't we get the kids back down here, okay, and have some games and eat up all the cookies?
Mac, before we do that, how long can we have Amanda? I mean, I know it's Christmas Eve, and you probably have all sorts of plans for her.
You must not have noticed a little bag out there in the hall.
Well, yeah, it's presents, isn't it?
Yes, in a way it is. Inside are Amanda's flannel nightgown and her toothbrush. Oh, yes, and a candy bar, which she wants to leave out so Sandy will divide it with his reindeer.
She can stay.
Yes, well, I couldn't very well let her not see Santa here where she's always seen him, could I?
Oh, she's already seen him. So have I. Thank you.
It's a lovely gift, Mac. Thank you.
Well, Steve, 'tis the season and all that sort of thing, right?
Can you stay, too?
Oh, no, I couldn't.
Rachel and I would be pleased.
Well, that's awfully kind of you, Steve. No, I've got a very full social calendar for this evening, but before I go, I do want to go out to the car and bring in some gifts to go under your tree.
Oh, but certainly your social calendar would include staying for the Yule log.
Oh, come on, you don't need me for that.
Oh, we do. And mostly we need you to read Christmas stories to the children. It wouldn't be Christmas without that.
Wow. Just for the children?
Uh-huh.
Well, I can't refuse that, can I?
Oh, I wish I had a camera. You two look so perfect there. Don't move. I'll always remember this, no matter how far away we are.
Judy, what a sweet thing to say.
Here. I got you a present.
Oh, sweetheart.
It's for you and Dan, and don't you dare open it until Christmas, okay?
Thank you, honey.
I know how hard it's been for you having your mother here, breathing down your neck.
No. When I think about how badly I treated you, I'm really gonna miss you.
Oh, sweetheart. I love you so much.
I'll get it. The two of you stay there. You're just a perfect picture. Oh, Jamie, come in.
Susie, your limousine is here.
Oh.
Well, Merry Christmas, everybody.
Merry Christmas.
Well, we better get going if we're going to beat that airport traffic.
I'm all packed and ready to. Do you have to leave right this minute? I mean, can I spend a little more time with it?
Well, your mother does have a plane to catch.
I forgot. I packed you a lunch to take on the plane.
I'll tell you what.
I'll be right back.
Julia, why don't you come with us, and then you can spend more time with your mother.
Okay, great.
Jamie, I have a Christmas wish for you.
What, a pony? An electric car?
No. I wish that you find the right woman soon. And whoever she is, I know that she's a very lucky lady.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. Let's don't even mention Sandy or Cecile anymore this holiday.
Okay.
They're not that important. In fact, there are a lot of people who've got some real problems right now.
You mean like Quinn and Henrietta?
Yeah, they've gone through hell the past couple of days. I mean, they both lost the man they loved.
Well, it's not easy on you either, losing your best friend, especially someone like Bob Morgan. Is it, honey?
No. No, it's not.
Mom, yeah, the baby's hungry again.
Okay, I guess I'll fix a bottle for Jean then.
How's your sister doing otherwise?
Otherwise, it's time for a change. Again.
Who could that be?
Well, you don't think that's Santa Claus this early, do you?
I'll get it.
Merry Christmas, Corey.
Merry Christmas.
Hello. Well, we just happened to be in the neighborhood.
I'm so glad you came over.
Christmas is a happy time, and I'm not going to cry. It's a time for children and friends.
You can't cry with your friends. Who can you cry with?
Thank you, but there's a time for everything. And right now, it's time to wish you a warm and beautiful and a very Merry Christmas. And I've got a few goodies, too.
Goodies?
That's my boy.
Why don't you take them, honey? Thomasina helped me wrap them. There's one for you and Mommy and Daddy and one for Jean.
Well, what do you say, Corey?
Thank you, Miss Harding.
Well, you're welcome, Mr. Ewing.
Yes, Mr. Ewing. Don't we have something for Quinn and Thomasina?
Honey, how about you getting their presents and putting this under the tree, okay?
Okay.
Quinn, can I get you something while I'm in the kitchen? I gotta warm up the bottle.
Oh, no, thank you. Just being here with friends and you is all I need.
That's about all we got. You're welcome, kid.
Larry, I was wondering, have you seen Henrietta? I've been so worried about her.
I gave her a call, but there wasn't an answer.
Maybe Henrietta and Mary Sue went down to the jail to try to see R.J.
Well, if they did, I hope they had better luck than Thomasina.
Why, didn't she get to see him?
Yeah, she saw him. But all he said was goodbye.
Well, at least that's something, Quinn. I mean, since Bob's death and he's been in custody, he hasn't said a word to anybody.
Honey, could you?
Yep, I'll get it.
Can you help me do anything in there?
Well, if you want to, when the bottle's going to be
Oh, I'd love it.
Okay, sure.
I know. I was just in the neighborhood myself. I stopped by. Merry Christmas, honey.
Merry Christmas. Oh, Larry, before I forget, I brought these things for you and Clarice and the family.
Henrietta, you shouldn't have.
Oh, well, baking seems to make me feel better. Therapy, I guess.
Here, let me get your coat.
Oh, no, I can't stay, Larry. Mary's
Well,
just waiting in the
you
car.
got to stay long enough for us to give you your present.
Oh, all right, Clarice. Quinn, I was wondering if you and Thomasina aren't busy tomorrow. Mary Sue and I would like you to have Christmas supper with us.
Oh, no.
Well, I think that's very nice of you, Henrietta. Thank you.
Well, I had another idea. I know Larry will approve, so I won't even ask him. Quinn, could you and Thomasina and Henrietta, you and Mary Sue come to our house for dinner tomorrow?
Oh, Clarice, that's very sweet, but really, it's too many people, and you've got the baby and everything.
It's not fair to you and Larry, really.
You know, I think Clarice is right. Once again, as always, I approve. And you would really make my Christmas a lot merrier if you'd share it with me.
And it was always said of him that he knew how to keep Christmas well if any man alive possessed that knowledge. May that be truly said of us and all of us. And so, as Tiny Tim observed, God bless us, every one. The end. Wasn't that a good story? Hmm? And now, I want you to tell me something now. I want you to tell me what you put in your letter to Santa Claus.
Thanks.
Oh, things. But what things is what I want to know. Was there maybe a doll? And was there maybe a soft woolly bear? Yes. And one other thing. Oh, I bet I know what it was. I bet that you were hoping we would have a happy Christmas with all of us together. Is that right?
You know, Daddy.
Well, I'm a good friend with Santa Claus. You know, we get our mustaches trimmed in the same barber shop. But Amanda, darling, sweetheart, you know, Santa can't always bring us everything we want, no matter how much we want.
I know.
Okay, good girl. Now then, what would you like next? Another story? How about Was the Night Before Christmas?
That's my favorite.
Well, I just thought that might be your favorite. You know what, Amanda? I used to recite this poem to you when you were a tiny baby about, look, this big, and you couldn't even understand one word that I was saying to you. Can you imagine that?
I can't imagine.
No, you can't imagine it, but it was quite true. Now, are you ready? We have to get everything all quiet for this one, you know, because this is a very important one. Can you hear the fire crackling? That's all we can hear, because it was the night before Christmas. And all through the house, not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse. Right. The stockings were hung by the chimney with care in the hopes that St. Nicholas would soon be there.
Stay tuned for the next part of Another World. the next part of Another World.
To his sleigh, to his team gave a whistle, and away they all flew like the down of a thistle. But I heard him exclaim, as he drove out of sight, saying way up there, Happy Christmas to all, and to all a good night. Oh, we got company.
Oh, encore, encore.
No, that's enough stories for the night. Right, kid?
Oh, I never get tired of hearing you tell Christmas stories to Amanda. It's something I've missed.
Well, the stories haven't been the same without us all together, have they, sweetheart? Hmm?
They certainly haven't. And you know what's happening outside? It's snowing.
Oh, look at that. It might be a perfect Christmas after all, Amanda.
Oh, yeah. Won't Santa be happy?
Oh, and Santa Claus.
Are you glad?
I'm glad it's snowing for Santa.
Yes, of course, because that means it'll be a lot easier for his sleigh and his reindeer with the snow, won't it?
And it's also a lot more fun for children because they can go out and play in it, and that's just what everybody's going to do downstairs. Would you like to join them?
Yes, I think that's a yes.
Why, it's Amanda. As I live and breathe, you know I have been instructed to take you to the kitchen. The snow patrol is leaving in 5 minutes.
Let's go.
Snow.
What's the matter,
Yeah.
Ada? Everybody loves snow.
Everybody but the people who have to watch, peel off boots and dig out driveways and clean off sidewalks, and I'm coming.
Oh, she doesn't fool me for a minute. She loves it much as the kids do.
More.
Would you like some? Needles?
Pins.
What goes up the chimney?
Smoke.
What comes down it?
Santa Claus.
Key locks. I got mine.
Okay,
Okay, you go first.
I was just going to offer you something to drink, or maybe if you're tired of eggnog, I could get you something else.
No, actually, I don't want anything. I'm very happy just sitting right here, warming myself by the fire.
I'll join you.
Good.
Isn't it a wonderful fire?
It's a beautiful
Did you read all of these?
Well, parts of all.
Oh, you know, Steve went out and he split all those logs. He says that they burn very much better if they're split. He's
Very profound.
very particular, and he likes everything just so. What?
Nothing. I was just thinking the first Christmas we were in the house, and you know, it was snowing then and everything.
No, you're not. You're thinking of our first Christmas tree.
Yes, I'm afraid I was.
You were so stubborn.
I was not stubborn. I was particular, just like Steve. Obviously, that's a trait you bring out in people. I wanted a tree for the living room, but it had to be a perfect tree.
And not one of the trees in Mr. Hobart's stand were good enough for you.
For you, Rachel, it was your first Christmas in your first real home. Not one of them was good enough for you. No. So that's why I had to take my little hatchet and go out into the woods with Brooks and Jamie trailing after me in the snow.
And hours later, Brooks comes back and Jamie comes back, and they're blue, but you're nowhere in sight.
You were furious.
I wasn't furious. I was worried.
You were furious.
I was furious and worried.
Right. Well, I just couldn't find the right tree, that's all.
Brooks said you saw at least 10 trees that were absolutely perfect, beautiful trees, but they were not what you wanted.
Not the right one. Nope. Not until it was nearly dark. Then suddenly, there it was. Right at the edge of the wood, standing tall and proud and full. So I took my little hatchet and I started running for it. I was going to chop it down like Paul Bunyan and drag it home to you in triumph. And I was running and running and running, and then I saw...
That you were right at the edge of the woods.
Yes.
And right in Mr. Hobart's parking lot.
Yes.
And that perfect tree was standing there right with all the other perfect trees just waiting to be sold.
You should have seen Mr. Hobart's face when I came rushing out of the woods brandishing my little hatchet.
Oh, I'll never forget your face when you came in the driveway in his truck with Mr. Hobart and that tree.
I guess I did look ridiculous.
No, you didn't. You looked just wonderful. And that wonderful tree.
I'll never forget that Christmas.
Neither will I. Or this one.
Yes, of course. And this tree. That's really an extraordinary tree, you know.
I'm not talking about the tree.
I'm talking about you allowing us to have Amanda tonight.
Well, I felt that our little girl should wake up Christmas morning in the home that she's always known, with lots of kids around, help her celebrate. It's something she'll never forget.
I'll never forget it either. But what about you, Mac? Won't you stay a little longer? Jamie's coming over tonight.
Jamie's coming?
Mm-hmm.
Gee, that is an inducement. No, I've got too many things that I've got to do this evening. And first and foremost, I've got to get back to the apartment in time for Liz to give me the surprise party that she's planning.
A surprise party that you know everything about?
Well, I heard it over the office grapevine, but I'm going to be properly amazed and astonished and delighted. It wouldn't do to disappoint Liz.
Well, don't disappoint us either. I'll tell you what, why don't you come over in the morning and watch the children open the presents?
Well, all right. I would like to do that.
Good.
In the morning. But I must get those presents out of the car now. Put under your tree.
Oh, you've given us the best present ever. This house.
You will come in very well.
Well, the snowball battle has begun, and we all know what that means.
Yes, we know what that means.
Oh, Mac! Mac, you get carried over. Merry Christmas!
I had to do it if you're standing under the mistletoe, you know.
What mistletoe?
Oh, it's so dark and empty here.
He knew!
You what? You did all this for me? Oh, you shouldn't have, Liz, you little rascal. This is your doing, isn't it?
Liz did plan it, but like the rest of us, she wanted you to have a very Merry Christmas, Mac.
I'm so touched, Liz. I'm very surprised. And I am very touched.
Well, you're not surprised, so I'm glad you're touched.
Oh, I love you, Liz.
Let's break open the champagne.
Good. I'll take one, Stacy.
Well, what was that?
Oh, we're being taken napkins.
Let Liz.
Canapé.
Thank you. Elena?
I'll get you a napkin.
No, I wouldn't dare. It's much too nice to be a part of this happy occasion.
Tell you what, Elena. Let's keep it happy, shall we? Nothing at all but good food, good friends, good talk.
And no mention of Sandy and Cecile.
Who?
You're absolutely right, Mac. As far as I'm concerned, they can stay on their island in the Caribbean.
Right.
We have Christmas, we have snow, and we have too much to be thankful for to let them spoil it for us.
And we're not going to let them spoil it for us. I tell you, I'll make a bargain with you. You keep me cheered up this evening. I'll keep you cheered up all evening. Unless you have other plans for Christmas Eve.
Liz asked me over to her house later.
I'll escort you.
I'd like that. I'd like that very much.
Great.
Thank you. Oh, my.
Oh, look who's here. Welcome. Merry Christmas.
No, you're playing time for the surprise. Have a canapé. Stacy made them, and they're delicious. Go right in.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, Mac.
Merry Christmas. And Larry, I'm so glad you would come. I know you have a lot of other things on your mind.
Well, maybe it's because I do that I came looking for a little Christmas spirit.
Well, this is the place you'll find it. Everybody, a glass of champagne.
Hey! Larry, listen, I want you to know that I feel as deeply for Blaine as you do. If I could just reason with Sandy out of this nonsense with Cecile.
Yeah, I know, Mac. It's not your fault. Look, my sister's going to make the best of it one way or another.
I'm sure she will, whether that includes my son or not.
You two gentlemen look like you could use drinks.
We could indeed. Which one's for
Merry Christmas, Larry.
Christmas cheer.
Here, here.
Ah.
Shelf, huh?
I wonder about that.
How about a toast? Do you think a toast is in order?
I think several toasts are in order.
I think you should go first.
No, Cass. Cass is good in this sort of thing.
Well, all right, Liz. To Matt Corey. I don't think there's one of us here who hasn't been touched by your generosity, your warmth, your good humor,
And most of all, by your passion for life. I, for one, consider myself to be extremely fortunate to call you my friend, Mac. Mac Corey.
Here, here.
Cass? I don't know what to say.
Say thank you. I
Thank
told
you.
you.
Thank
If I could just add one more thing.
Go on, Sally.
Not such a bad boss either.
Yeah, he plays a mean game of racquetball. Hey! And most of all, I am incredibly humble. And one more thing. I'm eternally grateful to each and every one of you.
Oh, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas.
This is good.
Very good. I think I better open another bottle, don't you?
Sandy. Hi. Jamie. Oh, I'm sorry, man. Pretty good.
Hi, Mac.
Pretty good.
Sorry I'm late.
Larry. Oh.
Were you surprised to find a room full of people?
Very surprised. And very, very happy.
I'm happy too, Mac. So, I wouldn't miss being here tonight with you for anything in the world. Merry Christmas.
One for Grandma, one for me, one for Sally. Well, I guess we won't be needing this anymore, will we?
Merry Christmas,
Peter!
Is something wrong?
No, I was expecting... Come on in, you must be freezing cold. Here, let me take that.
Oh, no, I better leave it right here. It's really coming down out there.
Oh, yeah, I know. Listen, would you like something warm to drink? My grandmother just made a bowl of wassail for the, party tonight.
Oh, that sounds perfect.
Okay, great. Peter, are you supposed to be at Matt Corey's surprise party?
Aren't you?
Well, yeah, but I just got finished dropping my mother off at the plane. Jamie Frame dropped me here so I could get my grandmother's party into shape.
Oh, that must have been sad for you.
No, not at all.
No, I mean, dropping your mother off at the plane on Christmas Eve.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, it was a bittersweet moment. She has to go back and see if she can patch up her marriage. But I'm gonna miss her a lot. Anyway, let me get you that cup of whiskey.
You're probably wondering why I got here so early.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I was.
Well, I was planning on going to Mac's party first with everybody else, but when I got into my car, I realized I didn't have the address. And of course, his number is unlisted, and the Corey complex is closed, so... and of course, like a true dummy, I forgot to ask Sally when she invited me, so... Dumb, huh?
Well, for a top-notch legal mind, yeah, it was pretty dumb.
Well, I set myself up for that.
Yeah, you did. You did. Well, Sally won't be back from the party for a while, but can I serve as temporary company?
Oh, absolutely. If I can help you with the preparations around here.
Oh, well, there's just one more decoration left. But forget it.
What? My memory may be a little faulty, but I can still hang a wreath or set up a card thing.
It's mistletoe. I was going to ask you to hang it up, but I thought that might be a little obvious.
Well, it's okay if I'm a little obvious, huh?
What are you doing? I guess not.
Well, where should I hang?
Now, Elena, we promised each other we were not gonna mention you-know-who.
Yeah. It's just that you-know-who is very much in the present right now, no matter how far away they are. It's odd. It's like they're one of the ghosts out of A Christmas Carol.
Yes, it's true. Sandy and Cecile, They are our ghosts of Christmas past, present, and future.
Mac, it was a lovely surprise party. Didn't Cass make a splendid speech? And everyone looked so pretty. And wasn't it nice of Jamie to come?
Jamie, best of all.
You know how very much you mean to him. I mean, I know that Stephen is really his father, but you were his father for so many years. He knows that, and he'll never forget it.
I hope not. I always thought of Jamie as my son, the son I could never have. Until Sandy, of course. Oh, Elena. But you're right, there's so many ghosts. And when Sandy, Cecile, the baby come back, I'm afraid we're in for darker days yet.
Perhaps. Oh, Mac, come on. Let us put ghosts aside. This is Christmas Eve, isn't it?
You bet it is! Christmas Eve! And we're going to see that it's the best Christmas Eve in all history.
Now that...
Cinderella! Where's my coat? Where's your coat? We got a party to make.
Parties.
Yes, party. With good friends and wassail bowls and Christmas carols and mistletoe and one other thing. Before all that engulfs us, one very quiet, small, little thing I want to say to you. A Merry Christmas, Elena.
A Merry Christmas, Mac.
And many of them. Now, my lady, we're on our way.
Thank you, sir. That's Amanda's stocking, isn't it?
Yeah, I was just thinking about when we had our first Christmas and her stocking was so tiny we could only fit a walnut in it.
It was nice of Mac to let us stay here tonight.
Oh, wasn't it? You know, I think he's beginning to realize that she belongs here permanently.
Don't push.
I'm not pushing.
Yes, you are. Let me put it this way. You have Steve and Matthew in this wonderful house. Mac only has Amanda.
I wouldn't be taking her away from him. He could come here and see her whenever he wanted to.
Mac lives in town now, remember? It might be a little tough for him to get out here that often.
Oh, I'll get that.
No, wait a minute. I want to get that.
Oh, Jamie! Merry Christmas! Oh, Mom, look who's here, Jamie!
Look who's here! Frosty the Snowman! Oh, cold! Oh, that's a terrible thing to do to me.
I hope it
You
snows.
look like an avalanche. Come on, get
I
out
hope
of
we
that
get
wet
snowed
coat.
in. That's what I hope.
Get out of your wet shoes, too. All of it. Oh, look at who's come in. Oh,
You're just in time.
Hi.
Just in time. Huh? Well, Crew's gonna sing Christmas carols.
Oh,
right, Crew?
sing.
Okay.
not a note. Not one single note. Hold it.
What?
Not a single note till everybody's out of those wet clothes. Now, come on. Quickly, look at you.
That's an order.
Look
That's
like
one out of his galoshes with a red-nosed reindeer.
Snow bunnies.
No.
You too.
Oh, come on, Ada. I don't catch cold ever.
Oh, come on, Ada, you too. Come on.
Why don't you just say bah humbug?
Okay, bah humbug. Now, come on. Out of those clothes, out of those things, into dry clothes. Hurry up,
See you guys.
everybody.
Bye, Matt.
Bah humbug, bah humbug. Hurry up.
I got all these presents for Dad.
Oh, you shouldn't have. But I'm glad you did.
Beautiful tree.
Thanks, we just finished it.
Well, looks like it's Christmas time.
Wouldn't have been the same kind of Christmas time if you hadn't come here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Well, I just saw Mac a little while ago.
Oh, yeah, at the party.
Yeah.
How is he? Is he having fun?
Oh, he's great. He's really great. You wouldn't have believed it. I came in and he gave me this big hug. I mean, you'd have thought I was his long-lost son or something.
Well, in a way, maybe you are. He's having so much trouble with Sandy and Cecile. I think he's closer to you right now than he is to his own son. You help him, okay?
Yeah, I will.
All right.
You know, you've had two great men in your life, Dad and Mac.
Well, I got a third one standing right
Oh,
here.
well, thank you.
Are you warm enough, sweetie?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Are your shoes wet?
No, it's all right.
Okay.
It's all right.
All right. Are we ready?
We're going to sing?
Let's go sing!
Oh,
Sing.
sing.
Okay. Oh, the Lord is come. Let earth receive her King. Let every country, merry room, and heavenly nature sing. Let heavenly nature sing.
and nature sing. He moves the earth in peace and grace. And let his nations prove the glory of his righteousness, that endless his love and
Stay tuned for the conclusion of Another World.
Sail, please, wassail. I'm dying of thirst.
Well, I couldn't get it. Now, there's warm wassail in that bowl, and here's my famous eggnog. But take it easy, because we'll be eating dinner very soon. Mac just called. He and Elena will be here in just a minute. Yes, welcome.
I'm sorry, Liz, I couldn't help myself. There's mistletoe.
Who in the world put that? Peter and I. We hung it up all night.
Wow, looks like us girls are going to have to be very careful.
It's too late, Sally.
Oh, my.
Oh, Julia, what did you do? No one will be safe in this room.
Oh, well, that's the idea.
30 minutes to the pound.
Oh, that I like
This
that.
pound roast that
I'll get it.
I'm
Hold
cooking,
on.
remind me, 30 minutes to the pound. Don't let me forget.
I think we're in the right place, Elena.
Mac. Thank you. You taking Julia?
Yes,
okay.
is it eggnog?
Thank you.
Oh, Lena, watch out for the mistletoe, by the
What
way.
mistletoe?
Well, since you mentioned it, that mistletoe.
There's some over here, too, Elena.
You have to wait in line, young man.
I think I'm going to love this party. Oh, I know.
We're all warmed up for you.
Look at this tree. Isn't that a...
30 minutes to the pound.
Thanks,
Oh,
Liz.
thank you, darling. Let's check on the roast. I'll be right.
Oh, Liz, please. Before you check on the roast, may I make the first toast of the evening?
Of course.
Because I'm so grateful for the toast that you all made to me earlier this afternoon. I was trying to think of some way that I could respond in kind. You know, we are all so lucky. I mean, we're so blessed just to be here in this lovely room, surrounded by good and loving friends. Somehow that made me think of all the ones that weren't that lucky. The lonely ones in silent, lonely rooms. Those for whom this day may have been a day of pain, not of happiness. I should like us to propose our toast to them. So, if they can, somehow, hear me now. If the glow from this tree, if the love that's coming from each one of you can reach beyond these walls to those we know, those we may never know, if we can share somehow the great happiness we feel on this Christmas Eve with them, then perhaps their loneliness may not be quite so lonely. Perhaps they do know. In spirit, we are with them. We are with you, everyone. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
This part of Another World was brought to you by Head & Shoulders Shampoo in regular and conditioning formulas, so you can show off your hair, not the itch of dandruff. Join us each weekday at this time for the continuing story of Another World.